is the actual gaming chair used by Magnus Carlsen, Jan-Krzysztof and Anish Giri during the tour finals. And today we're putting it up for auction in our fundraiser for UNICEF. And this chair, it really has seen some success, you guys.
As we all know, comfort is essential to play good chess, especially online chess. And this chair, this exact chair, did help Magnus win last year's tour.
And let's not forget that Jan-Krzysztof and Anish Giri scored some important victories sitting there.
They did, and I have to tell you guys, it's super comfortable. I might just sit here today and enjoy the semi-finals. Welcome to the Charity Cup.
Wow, what has just happened there?
Whoa!
He's completely hallucinated against the action.
Whoa! Look at the bar!
Checkmate is just coming.
What a game! Wow.
There's no way to stop it. Plus 100 for black.
He's taking
Whoa!
He's done it.
Mind of the computer, Magnus Carlsen.
Yeah.
Rook is under fire. 2 seconds again by Eric. Oh, he made the move.
Why doesn't it work? Rook takes bishop. Rook takes bishop. Play quickly.
Magnus Carlsen showing his genius in this final.
Incredible day of chess.
Today, Magnus Carlsen is up against one of the players he respects the most, world number 3, Ding Liren. 4 players are left in the Charity Cup, and today we are looking forward to semi-finals. The players will meet each other in one-day matches with 4 rapid games. It is best out of those 4 rapid games, and if they are tied, they will head straight to tie breaks with Blitz and potentially Armageddon. And 2 players, they will head to the big Charity Cup final that will take place over the next 2 days, starting tomorrow. But in the quarterfinals, Magnus Carlsen was up against an 18-year-old feeling inspired from the US.
Look at this. Nasty knight check. Black is about to win this game because after king takes pawn, this would have been a decisive knight fork. Magnus in full control once again. White's rook is just waiting. There's nothing else to do. White's pawns are stuck, can't push. White's king has to stop the black king advancing on either side of the board. So there's this opposition between the kings right now. So White's rook is just going up, down, and he's hoping that Magnus can't find a winning plan. Look at Magnus's face. Has he just blown it? Because
look at that.
he can't keep his black pawn defended anymore. The black bishop is fixed defending the other pawn, the b pawn. Marathon game, not even move 100, but Magnus took the win.
Okay, we're going to see it.
White has a passed pawn now. Look how the bishops just protect everything. White's bishop is a beast in the center of the board. And there we go. Magnus looking for the forcing moves. As we always talk about, checks captures threats. He played a check. Oh, no, sorry, he played a capture. And then now he's playing a threat. And this is just going to win.
Here, it just feels like one bad move, and Magnus took all the momentum, and it was totally Magnus dominating the game. I don't feel that Hans had a chance at all.
The rook, the bishop, and the white pawns together, I mean, they're more than a match for the black rook and knight. There we go. Magnus takes the win, about to make a new queen.
The first and second games were very, very tense. Up to a certain point, I was definitely in command of both of those, but they got a bit out of hand.
Well, Magnus Carlsen, he did end up winning that match after only 3 games, winning games 1 and 2. But he did say, David, he didn't feel in complete control yesterday.
That's right, especially at the beginning of the day when Hans started putting some pressure on him, throwing pieces at Magnus. Magnus was not too comfortable. He did assert his control, assert his dominance as the day went on, but the world champion, known for his slow starts, he needs to avoid that today against Ding.
And yeah, Ding Liren, he won his match against Jordan van Forest, and playing in the middle of the night. Ding, what can you say about his performance so far in the tournament?
He's been impressive in general. There have been 1 or 2 slips, understandable with the kind of late start for him. But then again, Magnus does fear him. Ding, when he's at his best, is one of the best players in the world. I think this matchup today is going to be so exciting. It's going to be so tight.
Definitely. And here we see the semi-finals coming up today. Liam Le against Jan-Krzysztof and Magnus Carlsen against Ding Liren, the world champion against world number 3. What kind of match are you expecting, David?
It depends on how the first game goes. Magnus starts with the white pieces. If he wins, I think he's a big favourite. But if Ding can hold, I think Magnus is going to be on the back foot, just trying to survive throughout the day. Tiebreaks will favour Magnus, so Ding needs to win quickly.
And the other semi-final will take place between Liam Le, who won his quarterfinal against David Navarra. Liam also won the preliminaries, and he will face Jan-Krzysztof Duda, winning the quarterfinal against David Anton. And who'd you hold as a favorite in this one?
Oh, this one again is so tough to call. I would say Duda slightly, just because he's great in knockout situations, winning the World Cup last summer. But then again, Liam has been in great form. I think Duda needs to rely on a bit on his luck that's carried him through to this stage, and needs to be at his best in order to stop the informed Liam.
And it's going to be an exciting day of chess, but we're also going to keep up our fundraising for UNICEF. So far, we've been able to donate more than $20,000 thanks to our Play Magnus charity challenge. So we invite guests in the studio to play Magnus at 10 years old, and we donate money to UNICEF per move that they're able to make. And today, David, you're going to get your chance for revenge against Magnus 10 years old.
That's right. I lost to Magnus 10 years old last month. It was heartbreaking, but it did last 72 moves. So if I can get a similar number of moves today, I'll be happy. Anything for charity.
All right, you guys. So David did try his luck against Magnus in our previous tournament. So first, let's take a look at how David did against Magnus 10 years old. David Howell is playing against Magnus at 10 years old. Here we go.
Okay, wish me luck.
Best of luck, David Howell.
Oh no, the mouse. I don't know, I'm a pawn down temporarily, but I'm going to go for some tricks. Going to go for an attack.
You're in the mode.
Why am I so nervous?
No
Because
pressure.
Magnus is 10 years old here.
Just bide your time, David. Play quickly.
Okay, rook takes. He's got so many tricks in the position. His king is coming in. Check.
Oh, David.
Okay, I've just got to get on the leaderboard.
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Okay, I'll try and survive as long as possible.
Get those moves in.
Oh my god. I knew this would happen. No time. Queen takes pawn, and it's checkmate next move. 72 moves.
72 moves. You would have won the Celebrity Challenge last year.
Yeah, but oh dear.
So this was a fun moment that we had in the Air Things Masters. You have to remember, David only had 2 minutes on the clock. No increment, but of course you are a big favorite against Magnus 10 years old. What happened there?
I don't know. I have no excuses. On paper, as you mentioned, I should be favourite, and I did play a few practice games beforehand, which went really well. I think I'm going to blame the lights, the cameras. I just got a bit nervous.
But today, David, FTX is going to donate $100 to UNICEF per move that you're able to make. So what will be the goal?
Yeah, it's difficult. I've been discussing the strategy with Ivanka, with a few others. I'm not sure I'm even going to try and win quickly because it's about the number of moves. I'm just going to try and keep the game going as long as possible, grind out, play Magnus, at Magnus age 10, maybe in an endgame. So the more moves, the better. That's my goal.
Definitely. All right. And this is not the only thing going on as a fundraiser for UNICEF. We also have our auction. And today, this very, very cool Secret Lab gaming chair is put up for auction, and it's not any Secret Lab chair. It's actually the one used by Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Magnus Carlsen, and Anish Giri during the tour finals. It's a fantastic gaming chair. It's up for auction on cctauction.com. Current bid is $455. And go in there to make your bid. It's been fun to follow these auctions every day, right?
It definitely has been, and especially when the numbers go up in a surprising way. Like, I never dreamt that David's tie would fetch such an amount.
Yeah.
I mean, that was incredible. But on the other hand, it's just been wonderful, again, to see that outpouring of generosity as everyone gets behind this whole initiative.
All the money does go to UNICEF, and of course, this chair today, it's super special because it has been used by the world champion and some other of the top chess players in the world when Magnus won Meltwater Champions Chess Tour last season. And look at this. More than $80,000 has so far been raised in our fundraiser for UNICEF. We have upped our goal to $120,000. Oh, do you think we can make it?
I hope so. I mean, it does depend on the generosity of everyone at home, you know, wanting to chip in and help everyone in Ukraine. So I really do hope they can do that. And to donate, you need to go onto www.chess24.com/donate, or you can take out your phone and scan the QR code and the link will take you to the page. And remember, every little will help.
Absolutely. So please donate, you guys. UNICEF, they're calling the war in Ukraine a children's crisis, and UNICEF is providing life-saving support for these children and their families in and around Ukraine. As always in this tournament, we will have a big focus on the situation in Ukraine and hoping you guys will help us in the fundraiser to donate money to the people that desperately needs it. But of course, also a big focus on these semifinals. We have 4 great chess players left in the tournament, and Askell, actually the top 4 players ranked in the tournament. That's who we're having here in the semifinals.
Yeah, and I mean, just goes to show how difficult it is to come to this stage of the tournament. It was great yesterday to see players like Hans Niemann get to the quarterfinals, but now we have the big, tough top guns playing and competing for the title. And we can see also the tour rating. Magnus is down 1 point.
Yeah.
So it's just...
That's actually a good tournament for him,
yeah,
right?
it is. And most tournaments he plays, if he maintains his rating, he's happy. And then we see actually Liam Le gaining 53 points.
Wow.
So he's had a fantastic tournament. And maybe he's been the best player so far in this Charity Cup. Ding also had a very solid tournament, up 11 points to 27.63. And also Duda. With some luck in some games, he's up to now 27.46, gaining 26 points.
Yeah.
So, yeah, impressive stuff so far from these guys.
4 great players left in our tournament. Ding Liren, world number 3. It's exciting to see him now in a semi-final to face Magnus Carlsen. And this Chinese superstar, who is he?
He's first and foremost a very, very good chess player.
Yeah.
Solid player, but also very dynamic, aggressive player. He's a player, Magnus, I mean, he has a lot of respect for him. And he's been struggling against Ding on the tour. And yeah, he's the big star in China. And hopefully we'll get to see him both on the tour and perhaps maybe even in the candidates later this year.
Exactly. I mean, it's so interesting to always hear Magnus talk about Ding as one of the players he very clearly respects. And we are hoping to see Ding in the candidates having a chance to face Magnus Carlsen in a World Championship match. What is the situation with that? Ding in the upcoming candidates this summer?
So, I mean, it's a bit complicated because of how the situation is now. Karjakin is to be facing a 6-month ban from tournaments. And now the question is whether Ding, Aronian or Wesley So will get that final candidate spot. And hopefully, I think many people will want to see Ding qualify.
Definitely. But we will see Ding face Magnus Carlsen today. Will Magnus be a big favorite as we look at the head-to-head scores?
Actually, looking at the scores, I would say no, because in their head-to-head encounters, Ding has won 5 games, Magnus only winning 2 games with 7 draws.
On the tour, correct?
On the tour. And I mean, yeah, it's anyone's game, and I think I wouldn't be surprised if Ding actually managed to win today. But, you know, Magnus is a tough man to beat. And in classical chess, he's never lost a game against Ding. So he will take with him some confidence from those stats, at least.
Interesting stats. And if we head also into the play zone, We do know Ding Liren, he has another big challenge. Not only is he facing the world champion, he is playing late at night. Look at that, it's already 1 a.m. in the morning for the Chinese world number 3, playing Magnus Carlsen at 6 o'clock in Oslo. We also see Jan-Krzysztof Duda playing in Poland and Liam Le playing from St. Louis. They are ready, David. And Magnus, with the white pieces, what kind of opening are you expecting?
With the white pieces, I think Magnus is going to play something relatively ambitious, but also maybe an opening that can just kind of fizzle out if he needs to, if he thinks he's losing control, that he can just kind of neutralize Ding. With white, you never want to lose, and wow, okay, not 1e4. This normally would look like a mouse slip, but Magnus hasn't reacted, instead playing 1e3. And you nearly never, ever see this from a top chess player on the first move, because white doesn't take center. Black can now occupy the center with his pawns. Magnus maybe just, he's done this before, we should mention, maybe just waiting to see how Ding reacts. And Ding's smiling. That's really nice from Ding. 1 a.m. in the morning, still smiling. And okay, just maybe surprised by Magnus's first move. Brings his knight out, also very flexible.
Yeah, Magnus does have a track record of playing these kind of small little moves. I do remember one encounter where he actually opened with 1b3, the cowboy variation, as it's kind of nicknamed. And yeah, well, Ding reacts in a very solid way. I can also remember that once Magnus actually mouse slipped against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave, and this time was c3, but this one was a complete accident.
Yeah, I think actually Magnus later revealed that that wasn't a mouse slip. So he's just freestyling. He's just playing kind of random first moves to surprise his opponents. And Ding was still slightly smiling on the last turn. Now finally does occupy the center with a pawn for black. So this is okay now, especially after this last move, it's heading towards more well-known territory. White did start with that kind of unambitious looking first move, but now fighting against black's central chain, and black just solidifying his pawn center there. And okay, now we are back in a very, very well-known position that normally starts from different move orders. Normally starts with white maybe pushing the c-pawn first or bringing the knight out first. And here, Ding is spoilt for choice. I'm expecting to see black's bishop develop, black's dark square bishop. There we go. And Magnus, meanwhile, he'll start pushing pawns. He'll be doing just some developing moves over the next few turns.
Isn't this your specialty, David?
I have played...
Didn't we play a game in this type of thing?
It wasn't this exact move order. I played I played the b-pawn push first before bringing my knight out against you, I think. But either way, it could transpose to very well-known territory. So yeah, here white is just fianchettoing his bishop. You mentioned the kind of cowboy kind of approach to chess, which normally starts with 1b3, and it's transposed into very similar territory. So white's bishop that has just developed is on a long diagonal pointing towards the black king, and now after pawn takes pawn, if black recaptures with his pawn Jovanka, we might be heading into something very similar to what we discussed in the game in the British Championship 2016.
And he did capture with the pawn. So we're expecting Magnus actually to stake a claim in the centre and advance his queen's pawn 2 squares forward, and he would be following the game Howell against Houska. And I'm laughing because it was a really bad game by me.
Do you think these two have seen it? Was it at the good night so Magnus could follow?
It was in the British Championships.
Oh.
And, well, it was a game that it was quite instructive, actually, because it was a kind of a grandmaster against international master kind of scenario where I was running scared and I started making passive decisions. So if you look at it, you'll just see that I kept simplifying the position, trading things off, and every single trade that I made favoured David. But Magnus is the master of trades. You know, he's not going to be making those trades, you know, here, there, and everywhere. He does it with intelligence, and he does it knowing which pieces will be benefiting him in the future.
Yeah, and meanwhile, I'm slightly surprised to see Magnus thinking here, because as far as I know, there's only really one logical move, and he plays it. So he's now occupying the centre with pawns. Black there had 2 strong pawns. You have to stop their advance. You have to challenge, as Jovanka mentioned a bit earlier. Now the black knight coming out. And I'm expecting to see white's light-squared bishop develop. White's king still stuck in the middle. You need to castle it away to safety as soon as possible before things really start to open up, before the action happens. So still relatively standard stuff. Ding, by the speed of his moves, it feels like he's in his homework. He studied this before. Magnus, meanwhile, slightly hesitant. And especially when there are very obvious moves and not too much choice, we're not used to seeing him just spend 30 seconds, 1 minute per move. Normally he's very, very quick until the critical moments in the game. So yeah, maybe Magnus just trying to warm up, just trying to get in the flow, but he needs to get that White King to safety.
I think he's maybe trying to psychologically worry Ding, you know, just by pausing, thinking, you know, does he have something up his sleeve, you know, keep those options open. But I think Magnus is just going to play the most logical move, which is to step the light square bishop 1 square, not 2 squares. Just keep it 1 square, keep the king nice and solid.
Yep. And Magnus, just head in his hands. Is he trying to remember something? Maybe he and his coaches for the World Championship match had kind of cooked up some really interesting new idea there, but Magnus in the end playing the most logical move, the most standard move, and Ding bringing his knight to the center of the board. This could be heading in the same direction as actually a game we saw yesterday between David Anton and Duda, where Duda very easily as black was able to neutralize David Anton and get the draw he needed to progress to the semi-finals. So maybe Ding was actually watching yesterday's games. Maybe after everything had finished, maybe he was just looking at the games, looking for new opening ideas. That's what the top players do. And yeah, he's trying to neutralize Magnus by offering those trades we mentioned just on black's terms, bringing the black knight to the center of the board. And what will Magnus do? Will he castle the White King away? Very logical. Will he bring the White Rook on the left-hand side towards the center? And Magnus.
I must admit, castling looks incredibly logical. Another move that I'm checking the database that's been played before is White playing pawn takes pawn. That feels a little bit more risky because the king is uncastled and there could be some trouble surrounding that white knight sitting on c3.
Yeah, unless you're 100% sure on the details, you don't want to keep your king in the center too much longer. For example, the black queen could come out to the left side of the board, start pinning White's knight, aiming towards White's king on the diagonal. You just have to get it to safety. And yeah, Magnus, it's very strange to see him thinking because this is still a well-known position and he is known for kind of his vast knowledge of openings, his huge repertoire. He can play every opening under the sun. He knows a lot of small details, all the kind of nuances within those openings. So to already have spent 4.5 minutes, it's very surprising.
Intriguingly enough, I'm again checking the database. I can see that Magnus doesn't have any recorded games here. I mean, the highest rated player is Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. And wow, Magnus actually taking the risk and calculating everything out, that it is safe to capture the pawn in the middle. A little bit surprising to me because I thought if you don't necessarily know the line and you may be trying to wing it a little bit, keep the kings castled is a safer option. But here, the real option in the position is actually to step forward with a dark squared bishop 1 square and line it up towards the knight on c3.
Yeah, so just to show what's about to happen, we might see some quick moves on the board once Ding just maybe remembers his homework and comes to terms with the position. And Jovanka, you want this move, creating a nasty pin actually on this diagonal.
One of 2 moves.
And this would force White to defend this knight. You can't actually jump out the way with your knight now because Black's bishop would pounce and hit this rook in the corner. Black would be doing very well here. So you need to guard this knight that's attacked twice. You need to defend it again with the rook. And then Black can continue fighting against this knight, hitting it now with the queen, the bishop and the knight. It's all about this 1 square, the pressure on the white knight, and you need to block it. I think the move here, if I remember correctly, is bring the knight to the center of the board. And now we would see some exchanges. For example, Jovanka here, if I remember correctly, it's knight takes pawn is the main move. And maybe there are others here as well. But either way, there's going to be lots of exchanges. White temporarily a pawn up, but White still with this king stuck in the middle, eyed up by the black queen on the side. So it's just really, really tense. And it's surprising to see Ding think actually here because, OK, he does a similar idea, just in a different order. Instead of bringing his bishop to create a pin on this diagonal, he brings his queen out first. And I think it should be very similar. I think the 2 variations might transpose. So Black's queen creating this pin, as we mentioned, White's rook protecting its knight.
Yep.
And, yeah, still.
So do you still think there could be a draw? You know, it's looking like it.
At the moment, it's level. That doesn't necessarily mean draw. It just means both sides have their chances.
But this is literally the game that we saw yesterday between Anton and Duda.
Yeah, and that was a quite quick draw.
That was quite a quick draw.
That would be great news for Ding, right? With the black pieces late at night in China. to start out with a quick draw and
exactly, get one game over. And always, you know, when it's the first game of the day, you feel a little bit nervous. You don't quite know how things are going to go, whether it's going to be a good day, bad day. So
just to show how that game went yesterday, so Black did indeed capture the pawn back, so it's actually level material again. White's king, as we mentioned, is super uncomfortable, just eyed up by the Black queen. But first, you need to trade a set of knights. If you castle your king away to safety, now we would see knight takes knight, and suddenly, after the Black knight retreats, both sides have isolated pawns, but White's is very weak, targeted by the Black knight and by the bishop. So I'm expecting, in the current position, Magnus to capture these knights, trade these guys off, and then castle his king. But this is exactly what we saw yesterday. As mentioned, the Black knight now hopped into the centre of the board. Once again, it's all about this piece, putting pressure on this knight. And due to this pin, the knight shouldn't move. And actually, we're heading in this direction. The White queen now could step to the side, and now lots and lots of captures on this square, everything coming off the board. And yesterday, we saw Duda get greedy and capture this pawn, and later the game did fizzle out to the draw. So, yeah, nothing new under the sun in this game so far. And it just feels like both players a bit uncertain. Ding, more confident of the two, but Magnus spending a lot of time, maybe just can't remember the move orders, and maybe just trying to find a way to avoid or kind of change course from that game that we saw yesterday, where Black was completely fine after taking this pawn. So, yeah, the players just psychological battle so far in the opening.
Yeah. But like you say, very odd, because Magnus now down to under 10 minutes, and Ding barely used any time on the clock, 30 seconds. And as you say, all been seen before, nothing new under the sun. I love that expression.
Yeah. And I'm just, again, what is Magnus thinking about? The White king is in the centre of the board. I know the top players, they like to break rules occasionally. They like to kind of surprise their opponents, do something a bit unexpected, something a bit unconventional, but not too much choice here. Maybe you can make an argument for picking up White's A-pawn, pushing it forward one square, but that feels really loose. I think it's time for Magnus to... OK, he does step his queen up one square, so avoiding the line that we just showed. Now Black cannot really jump into the centre with his knight, or... OK, maybe he can. It's really complicated position, but that White king, while it's in the centre, not feeling comfortable. It's back to Ding now, and lots of choice for him. He can move the Black knight, he could start developing the Black light-squared bishop, connecting the Black rooks. And yeah, it's very tense. I think Black already, Ding, solved all his opening problems. He's emerged with a very healthy position out of the opening.
And I'm just checking the database. I can see just one game played before between some very strong players, actually. It's Boris Grachev against Kardashevsky. I'm not very good with my Russian names. Sorry, he's an international master.
Okay.
And that game, it was quite a good victory for White, the player with the white pieces. And you mentioned the word unconventional, and I really have to share with you a quite nice little selfie, because we love it when everyone at home gets enthusiastic and cheers on the chess. And Abhishek is sending us a selfie saying that they're watching with Panda, Gator, and their favourite Sunny Bunnies. And look at all those little soft toys. They're amazing. And you can always tweet us your questions, your thoughts, and of course your selfies using the hashtag #ChessChamps. And another person who's watching the show is Female Nurse, who's hoping that this time that they'll be able to finish another chapter at the end of today's show. Yesterday wasn't such a big success. I didn't get past the first page. But Airthings device telling me that they have good air quality.
Ooh, yeah. Very nice. All right. Well, these quarterfinal and semifinal days, they are hectic. Chess going on almost all the time, which is a lot of fun and very dramatic. But this one, kind of slow start to the day so far. Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces, and you guys are thinking this could be a relatively quick draw. But we see Magnus thinking, so if he is not able to come up with something very surprising.
Yeah, and his last move, it may not be objectively the best one for White, this kind of stepping up with the queen, but it does keep the game alive. It's not so easy for Black to actually trade off the queens now, because if Black does jump into the centre of the board with his knight again, we'll see some exchanges, but maybe in White's favour. So Magnus, trying to avoid any quick draws, any quick results, he just wants to keep this game alive, and he wants to outplay Ding a bit later on in the game. So right now, I mean, there's so many tempting moves for Black. Black's rook next to his king could come across two squares. Black can bring his light squared bishop out, as I mentioned. I think Magnus just wants to give Ding a lot of choice and If Ding can't decide, then maybe the clock will tick down again, and Magnus will feel more comfortable if he's not too far behind on that clock. So, yeah, he's just keeping the tension, and that's promising for us. We don't want to see quick draws. We want to see life. We want to see really hard-fought games, and maybe even some endgames, so we can learn a few things.
Yeah.
And Magnus is going for that with this queen move.
Yeah, we do want excitement. We don't want to be falling asleep, because the reason I'm saying falling asleep is because Jane has a question for you, David.
Okay.
She asks, you've mentioned a few times that you've fallen asleep playing chess. Weren't you afraid that you might oversleep? And how did you manage to wake up?
Oh dear, yeah, I shouldn't confess things live on the show, right? There have been a few occasions, the older I get, the more I fall asleep, I found. Yeah, I'm very scared that I'll just not wake up. I think usually I've woken up when my opponent presses the clock.
Yeah.
Luckily, nowadays with electronic clocks, they do make a sound.
Yeah.
And yeah, I guess I do kind of rest my head in a pose where it's quite near the clock. But yeah, I don't recommend it. It's not professional. Try and get a full 8 hours before you play a long game. These days, I only tend to fall asleep during these long time controls. Once at the European Championships, with it was 7-hour time control, and my match against Niels Grandelis in London, 7-hour time control. It was hard to stay awake sometimes. But
you did stay awake during.
Most of the time. There was one moment.
Did you fall asleep?
No comment. But yeah, I don't recommend it. I think you need to have a healthier routine than I do. Just eat healthy, sleep healthy, and that really helps on the chess. I mean, it's no coincidence that I didn't play great games when I was falling asleep.
Okay, so there is a correlation here between falling asleep and your result.
Definitely.
Okay.
You have to be fully focused, and these days I think it's partly because playing isn't my main thing. I do a few other kind of bits and pieces for work, and it's just hard to kind of plan my routine so I wake up at the right time every day. That the game itself is is kind of the main part of the day.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think these top players, because chess is their main career, like playing, they are able to focus purely on the games. They don't have any distractions beforehand, any kind of anything to stay up for late at night. So yeah, they're very disciplined.
And that's what we have discussed when it comes to women in chess, right? That it's so important that women as well are given the opportunity to focus 100% on chess, that they're not studying on the side or having a job on the side, because until that happens, it's going to be hard to sort of find the next top 10 player as a woman.
Yeah, because the person who's going to break the top 10 level, I mean, like you say, has to be 100% dedicated to the game, has to be able to focus just on the chess. And yeah, at the minute, it's difficult. I mean, a lot of the female players are mothers.
Yeah.
They're also working. I mean, a lot of the top female women in their countries actually not earning enough to be able just to be playing. I mean, so they have to support their living by teaching, writing, and it's difficult to fit everything in.
Absolutely.
And I mean, if there's one physical difference between men and women, it might be in the endurance. I don't know how significant it is, but because men traditionally are stronger and they're physically, they can actually play for a lot longer. And maybe this has an impact as well when it comes to those 7 hours. But you know, again, if you're able to fit in, like I know Alexandra Kosteniuk, her main strength is that she's very powerful. She's very, very fit. She runs marathons, and often she's able to win a lot of games in that 7th hour. So yeah, I mean, you just have to be able to, like many sports and everything, you just have to be able to dedicate yourself fully to every aspect of the game. So that's endurance, that's mental dexterity, and of course, being in psychological tip-top shape.
Absolutely, yeah. All right, we do have a move. Is Ding also trying to fight on in this game?
He's definitely trying to create something, and he's added maximum pressure against the white pieces. There's a lot of tension right now. So black's bishop has just come to the edge of the board. It's offering a trade of light-squared bishops, but white has to be really careful that he doesn't allow the trade on black's terms, because that could be disastrous for white. So Magnus has to be careful in the current position. If we check out what Ding's idea is, he simply wants to stop white from castling. And I mentioned this tension. If white is a bit careless and captures, then the black queen will step back, and suddenly it's against the rules to castle through check. So white can no longer kind of have those castling rights. And it's not just that, but the black queen supports this key d3 square. The light square is really weak in white's camp. Black is threatening to jump in with a nasty knight check, hitting the white king and hitting the white rook, also even hitting the white bishop. So I think this would be almost a losing mistake already for Magnus to trade off the bishops now. He has to wait for Black to make that exchange. So, for example, if he castles, he still has to calculate what will happen. For example, if the bishops come off, Magnus has to take with the queen now. Notice he can't take with the knight because there's a pin on this diagonal. He has to take with the queen, and then he has to work out the complications here. One other thing maybe Magnus can consider is moving the knight out the way, because there's just so much tension. And Jovanka, you spotted something.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking about moving the knight out of the way, but I couldn't see a grid square until I was like, OK, maybe it can go to the edge of the board or to protect the dark square bishop. It just has to move to protect the dark square bishop, because white actually really wants to be in an endgame. Because we've kind of discussed in the past that in endgames, if you have a pawn weakness, then those pawn weaknesses are vulnerable. And the pawn that I'm specifically talking about is that pawn standing on c6. That's a backward pawn. That is got a target on its back. And look at it, it's even got a rook, white rook looking at it. So if white can trade off pieces, especially queens, then that is going to be such a bad... And he's done it. He's actually retreated his knight.
Yes, basically the same idea, just a safer version. He's dropped his knight back, as Jovanka mentioned. The key thing is to defend this bishop because the queens are about to come off. Suddenly this tension has opened up on this diagonal, so Black will most likely play queen takes queen. And after white recaptures, we see two things. One is Jovanka's point, that there's actually an immediate attack against the black knight and the pawn behind it, but also white delaying castling. I was really critical of that earlier. But now the point becomes clear because we're in the endgame suddenly, the queens are off, and in endgames, kings are far better in the centre than on the side of the board. Black's king is going to take an age to come towards the centre to actually help support maybe these weak black pawns, for example, but white's king is ready. So if everything disappears, the rooks, the knights, the bishops, then white's king far better placed than its counterpart. So really sneaky from Magnus. I wouldn't have even looked that far ahead. It just looked too dangerous to me. But now he wants to have his king in the centre. And because of this attack, I think Black will jump in with a check, hitting the white king. The white king might indeed just slide back, but suddenly tension between all the bishops. There's a trade here coming, there's a trade here coming. And for example, if everything comes off in this type of order, then it's Jovanka's point again. It's all about this weak pawn. Black has the weaknesses, white has the better king, and therefore white has a small advantage. It's going to be quite one-sided. Also, Magnus loving those endgames in general. I think he'd be happy to reach this type of position if everything gets traded. And the queens have just come off the board. So we might be headed in this direction. This is the current position. And these bishops are about to disappear. They're all going to get traded off. And white, having the better king, having the better rooks, looking good. So, OK, as expected again, a check. And the king slides back. Still very tense. And Magnus, though, I think it's gone in his favour slightly. Yeah,
I think Magnus will be in his element here. And yesterday, you know, we were asked about what particular opening is Magnus's kryptonite. And interestingly enough, I found out today that on Chess24, there is actually a video series by Ivan Salgado Lopez, Spanish Grandmaster, who talks about playing like Magnus. And he studies all his rapid games. But there is a chapter saying how to beat Magnus. And I thought I should tell everyone that this is probably must-see viewing for everyone who wants to know. And according to Ivan, he says that Magnus master trades. He knows how to change those pieces and transfer his advantages from dynamic into something concrete.
So basically, don't go for the trades.
Yeah, I mean, or just keep all the pieces on the board and give lots of options to trade.
Yeah, and I've found, well, I mean, I haven't been successful necessarily against Magnus, but just from studying his games, I've found, being quite direct against him makes him uncomfortable. He wants to have tension. He wants to have lots of pieces on the board to know, to kind of have the option of trading this one, trading that one. But if you're really direct, if you kind of force him to play only moves every time, he can get a bit frustrated. And it doesn't allow him to kind of put his own personal kind of stamp on the game. So this opening, I think, was a good choice from Ding. Very direct. White didn't have many options, but maybe just one slip. Actually, Black's light square bishop coming out has allowed Magnus to initiate the queen trade, getting bishops off the board. So you've got to be really careful. You've got to be direct, but not let Magnus kind of go for that kind of stylistic preferences that he really likes. So,
interesting.
Yeah, Black's rook, meanwhile, coming across defending the weak pawn that Jovanka highlighted. And now those dark square bishops about to leave the board as well. All white needs to do is activate his knight again, the white knight at the bottom of the board, and I think he has a very good position. And the other thing we talk about are pawn islands. The reason white has a long-term advantage is because white has 2 pawn islands, 1 island on the right half of the board, those 4 pawns connecting and defending each other, and 1 island on the left side, those 2 white pawns also connecting each other. Black has an isolated pawn on the a7 square, 2 kind of hanging pawns kind of in the center of the board, and then another island over there near his king. So it's better to have as few pawn islands as possible. So here, Magnus definitely with the better pawn structure. And the bishops did leave the board, as expected.
All right. Well, we did talk a little bit about already the candidates tournament, Ding's chances to actually play in the candidates to have a chance to qualify for the next World Championship match. He wasn't able to travel to the Grand Prix because of COVID regulations. So that means he was initially out of contention to play in the candidates. Then Karjakin has received his 6 months ban. And now we're trying to figure out who's going to get Karjakin's place. This move, first of all.
Yeah, it's committal. This is actually what we call the hanging pawn structure for black. These 2 pawns side by side in the center, both on open files. But Magnus now will try and attack these pawns. It's committal by Ding. We'll see how the next few moves progress.
Yeah. Well, so FIDE has announced that it is the highest rated players on the May lists that will receive that final spot. Currently, that is Ding Liren. But people are always talking about you have to play some sort of 25 games. What is this rule?
I think you have to play 30 games, if
30
I'm
games.
right.
Within the last year, within the last 12 months, just to prove you're an active player. For example, otherwise Garry Kasparov, who's been retired since 2005, could claim, oh, I'm the highest rated player. But he's inactive, he hasn't played at all. And Ding, actually, over the last 12 months, has only played 4 games.
Wow.
So 4 out of 30, he still needs to play 26 games by May, which is not easy.
But then our Chess24 colleague, Leon, has informed me, sending me a link saying that the Chinese Chess Association will start a series of qualification tournaments for the 19th Asian Games. At the end of this month, all top players are required to play, including Ding Liren. So that's actually going to probably give him a chance.
Coincidence.
Yeah, what a coincidence.
Yeah.
No, I mean, it's what his federation needed to do, especially in light of all the travel restrictions these days. You know, the reason why Ding didn't play the the Grand Prix events is because he just couldn't. He couldn't physically travel. He couldn't leave the country. And, well, the Chinese Federation have stepped up and they're saying, yep, we will provide the tournament. So, yeah, good on them, I say.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's unfortunate he couldn't play the Grand Swiss, the Grand Prix. He would have had great chances in both of those tournaments just because he is so strong. So it does make sense that he is given a path. And it's not actually going to be easy anyway. So he's got
4 games.
Yeah,
Does it have to be classic?
It has to be classical, so long games, 26 games. And it's not just that, but he has to maintain his rating. If he loses a few points, Aronian, for example, playing the Grand Prix right now, could overtake him. Wesley So could overtake him. He has to play really well in those 26 games. So it's going to be difficult for Ding either way.
And if Levon Aronian, though, doesn't qualify from the Grand Prix, it's looking good for him so far. I know he's in the lead in his group right now, so he could qualify that way as well.
Yeah, imagine. Well, I mean, there's just too many good players out there these days, and the candidates only 8 spots. It's it's hard to claim one of them.
Yeah. All right. Well, we are hoping to see Ding Liren. He is world number 3. He deserves to get a chance to play in the candidates. One of the players Magnus Carlsen definitely respects the most. And we have some moves.
We have some moves, and unless I'm mistaken, it looks like Magnus is about to win a pawn. And if you look at all the rooks, they're all stacked up on this C file. But black's pawn in the center, which has just continued advancing, it is pinned. So white's knight now is going to jump out the way to attack this pawn. And that pawn, long-term, is going to drop. It's just an intruder. It's too far into white's territory. I don't think black is going to keep that pawn alive too much longer. So white's knight, I'm expecting maybe to go back to the side of the board just to attack it. And it's going to be hard for Ding to kind of keep coordination. I think he's got an idea in mind to sacrifice even another pawn, his central pawn, the black D pawn. And either way, Magnus is going to win a pawn. Ding just has to go as active as possible. And look at this. He does indeed throw this pawn down the board as well, because if it's captured, at least the black knight can find an outpost on the square this pawn previously sat on. This one's really heating up. It feels like Magnus, if he's accurate, should be winning maybe, should at least win a pawn, and still very healthy position. But Ding trying to make it difficult for him.
Yeah, Ding definitely living up to his name as a dynamic player, because I think this was the only solution, the only way to maintain that pawn. So pawn takes pawn, like you say, probably going to be played, and knight parking itself in the middle of the board. It's still not an easy position, actually, because this knight is going to be all-powerful. I mean, it can even jump to give check, at the right time. At the right time, it might jump to attack the white rook. So it seems to be that there's a kind of standoff happening there.
Wow, and I'm really surprised Magnus didn't take what looked to be just a free pawn up for grabs. It looked like a gift from Ding, but maybe he was just too scared of the power of this knight. And instead, Magnus, really surprisingly, just moved his rook across. And after a capture here, wow, Magnus not even taking this pawn back. So instead of being one pawn up for free, he's now one pawn down, Magnus.
Oh.
And look at these two black pawns. They're super scary. But Magnus is banking on the fact that he's going to pick both of them off very shortly. He's going to try and lift his rook up the board to the centre and just capture this pawn, or maybe even the pawn next to it. And yeah, suddenly the whole reason actually behind Magnus's idea is that the black knight has lost its access to this central square. The white rook doing a great job cutting across the board, keeping black's pieces from entering the open file.
David, I feel like we need one of those action replays. We have to just take it back so that we can all memorise this manoeuvre that Magnus played. So, instead of taking the pawn, he moved his rook to the side, controlling that pawn, threatening to take it with a rook. So you have to capture the pawn. And instead of capturing, he's like, no, let me just push that pawn forward. Let me control the knight circuit, and I will win those two weak pawns on the third row at my leisure.
Yep. White's just going to slide his rook up and he's going to pick them both off. And it's just about domination of pieces. And wow, I mean, this is almost another level, another world, because it's just about this black knight. We talked about how strong it would be in the centre. Now it lacks any good squares. It's just completely controlled by, firstly, this pawn, but also, as mentioned, this rook. So, yeah, Magnus just really just killing Ding's dreams there with this last blow.
So would you say most players would have just taken those pawns?
Yeah, I mean, in this position, I think I would have captured this without thinking too long. And it's not just that, but in this position as well, after the white rook slid across, it's just so tempting. You can take this pawn with your king. Maybe the king would be a bit vulnerable, or you can take with your pawn. But then you would have an isolated pawn in the centre, and you do allow black's knight to hop into the middle. So it's just about, I mean, that sensitivity to your opponent's pieces and this position. I mean, at first it looks visually quite good for black just because these two pawns are so strong. But the longer you think, the deeper you look, you realise black has no active ideas. The black rook's tied down actually to this pawn. And yeah, these guys are both going to drop off in the near future. White's a pawn down, but within the next 5-6 moves, he might be a pawn up.
Wow.
Yeah. Very impressive by Magnus, and it's a very vital pawn as well because it's a passed pawn there on the left. It's got no challenger. And yeah, whilst we're waiting for Ding to ponder over his position and come up with an answer, well, I have a few selfies and to share with you. And Marco Franius saying knights will always be decisive, and he's right. In this particular position, knights are awesome beasts. And is sending us greetings as well from Croatia.
Wow, hi Croatia.
Yeah, definitely. And Nick Alexson is sending us greetings from Chicago. I love this, all around the world. And thank you very much for your nice comments. And then we have a tweet from Ren Primary School. And Ren Chess Champions, well done to our wonderful chess players on all they have achieved. Badges and trophies all around.
Oh, that's cool.
That's so sweet.
Congratulations.
Definitely. Yeah. And meanwhile, we have some moves.
Yeah, so black's knight, it felt powerless. It couldn't go towards the centre of the board where it wants to be. So black's knight's actually gone off to the edge now. But white, as expected, did capture one of the pawns. One of black's extra pawns dropping off. And this last move from Ding, multi-purpose, black's pawn coming down, giving the black king some breathing space. So there's no back rank checkmates against the black monarch anymore. And white just pushing a pawn. It's all about domination of that black knight. And Magnus is stopping that knight, hopping back towards the centre. Again, instructive stuff. I recommend anyone out there to go and study these last few moves and just look at that black knight. It's just powerless. White's knight also on the edge of the board, but it has a clear target. Black's far advanced pawn is about to fall. And I think there's just no saving it.
No.
Ding has to just hope somehow to find counterplay. And the next 3 moves 4 moves are really essential. If black just loses his pawn for nothing, Magnus is going to win. Ding needs to find some magic, but he's only got 1 minute. So in practical terms, it looks, I don't want to say lost for black, but really, really difficult already.
Yeah, I'm going to say lost for black. Not just because of the time deficit, but also because when I compare all the pieces and maybe the potential trades and the position of the kings, I'm like, OK, white is primed and ready to go for all the pieces coming off the board. Black, not so much. Bad knight, bad king.
Ding looks uncomfortable as well. You saw him on the camera.
Going to be a pawn down. And, yeah.
Now his knight's come back where it came from just a couple of moves ago. That's not a good sign. Losing time for Ding. And yeah, with less than 1 minute here against 5, valuation bar as well, it's going to start edging up and up and up over the next few moves. Magnus also has a clear plan here. He can step forward with that white rook at the bottom of the board and start going after black's c3 pawn. It only has 2 defenders. Soon there's going to be 3 pieces attacking it. So it's going to drop off.
And David K from the UK just donated $21 to our fundraiser for UNICEF. We also saw Pid from Sweden donating, Jill from the US. The whole world is coming together and donating money to this fundraiser. All the money goes to UNICEF, who is doing so important life-saving work for the children who is affected and their families by the war in Ukraine. So thank you to everyone who is donating. Our goal is $120,000, so we need to keep that money coming. Thank you to everyone.
Yeah, and a couple of moves. White, as expected, did lift his rook up. You've got to be slightly careful now. So black pushing a pawn. You don't really want to rush and capture black's far advanced pawn on the c3 square, because there might be some annoying knight jumps. Black's knight might then gain access to the center of the board. So you've got to be really timely with any trades here for Magnus. And there are a few maybe tricks against the white king as well. We talked about kings being great in the endgame, but you don't want to walk into too much danger. The black rooks could slide across at any moment, and there we go. I was about to say white's king feeling a bit of discomfort. Magnus has just slid it back, guiding it back to safety behind its own pawns. And if we see a trade of pawns in front of the white king will happily step forward. Ding now shaking his head. 40 seconds. White is now finally threatening to capture that annoying black pawn on c3.
Yeah. I love Magnus's last move, not only tucking the king behind some pawn shelter, but also, guarding the king from any potential knight checks, which is really, really important. Knights are crafty pieces. You've got to look out for the way that they move. And, now Magnus, will he rush to take that pawn? I think I would. Yeah,
he can safely capture now on the c3 square. You don't want to capture with the white knight. If you bring back the white knight, then actually you walk into a pin. Black's rooks are so strong. So you want to capture with one of the white rooks. And I guess you can force a trade of at least one set of rooks if white captures with the D rook, the rook on the D file, and just capture across the board and just kind of create that tension between the 4 rooks again. OK, he captures this way. This is also perfectly fine. But it doesn't necessarily force the rook trade yet, and therefore Ding has a move to improve his king. And OK, Magnus is a whole pawn up. That's why the evaluation bar says +1 for white. Still some work to be done to convert this. White's 2 versus 1 advantage on the left side. That will come into play later. But right now, white maybe needs to trade off a set of rooks, re-centralize the white knight. And yeah, Ding, he needs to keep 1 set of rooks alive at least.
Yeah.
If all of the rooks disappear, white's simply going to win. If it's just knights and pawns on the board.
There is one trap on the board that I can see that Magnus must be very careful not to fall into, and that is if he gets ambitious and maybe pushes his f-pawn forward or even takes the pawn, because there he could struggle, because by pushing that pawn forward you lose control over the e4 square, and suddenly something like that would be on the board.
Yeah, so it's all about keeping this pawn on its square and not pushing it forward or capturing. You need to keep it here to dominate the black knight. Just remember this pattern, everyone at home. A pawn on the 3rd rank always dominates a knight on the 6th rank if they're opposite each other on the same file here. So, yeah, this knight's still unable to jump forward. And Magnus decides, OK, he's only stronger on one side of the board. That's this left side of the board. He's got this 2 versus 1 advantage. So why not play on the side that you're stronger? Very logical. He pushes this pawn forward. That being said, the pawn is undefended temporarily, so maybe some tricks in the air for black. And, OK, talking of tricks, he does bring his rook down, maybe keeping an eye on this pawn. You're not actually threatening it right now. For example, if white moves the king, you're not threatening this pawn because your rook would fall at the top of the board but Ding trying his best to just put pieces in the white half, just annoy Magnus as much as possible with some vague hints of threats.
And 3 minutes left for Magnus, 14 seconds left for Ding. What do you think? What will be the result in this game?
Should be a Magnus win, unless he gets nervous or unless he rushes it a bit too much. I mean, Ding's got a difficult position in general, but the clock situation as well does not help him. I mean, imagine a situation where he maybe has 1 move to save the game or 2 moves to save the game, but he's only got 5 seconds. It's going to be hard for him. But he is looking focused, Ding. And he's played OK the last few moves to make it at least difficult, tricky for Magnus to kind of secure and just drive home the extra pawn.
I have to say, I quite like this last move, these last few moves that Ding has played. I feel that, OK, maybe the computer doesn't like them, but I feel on a practical level they're maximising Black's chances. And pawn takes pawn, so now suddenly the knight sitting on f6 has a few squares to look at. And also the rook on the 4th row can maybe start threatening some kind of tricks by pushing the a pawn up a few squares and destabilising White's pawn majority there.
I completely agree. I think Ding's doing everything he can to make life as difficult as possible for Magnus. Look at this black knight now. It's hitting the white pawn on the h2 square. It's undefended. It would fall with check. But he also wants to retreat the black knight into the centre of the board, to the e5 square. Actually, that would be a fork as well, hitting the white king, hitting the white rooks. And this is one thing you never want. Wow, OK, Magnus there allowing a fork. But I was going to say, you never want your king and rooks too near each other when there's an enemy knight nearby. The knight is going to threaten all sorts of forks. But now, if the black knight does hop into the centre of the board with a check, the white king will just move. And because white is actually threatening black's rook on the 4th rank, there's no time for black to win material. So I think Magnus has calculated this really, really well. Wow. It looks scary, actually. Magnus playing with fire a bit. But for now, he's still in charge. And Ding down to 3 seconds. Ooh, he did give a check in the end. White's king now is just going to retreat. It's just going to move.
Yeah, to a square where it's not, the king is safe and it will not be checked. So, I mean, I would put it...
You want to move towards your rook in the centre, I feel.
Yes, I feel that too.
So maybe you could sidestep just one square to the left, or you could slide back. So we're expecting White's king to go to the left, 2 safe squares. And Magnus just has to choose the safest. It's not clear which one. And, OK, Ding, 3 seconds.
3 seconds, I know. And I think he's starting to feel the pressure, actually. You know, he doesn't give much away, but there you kind of felt that he was feeling the heat a little bit. OK, now there's a serious threat on the board. White is threatening to jump in with a knight and give a check, a discover check and win material. And that's why Ding just moved his king forward.
Yep, so Black's king now not allowing any checks. Really sensible again, just another trick to remember, especially if... viewers at home are playing lots of blitz chess, bullet chess. Just put your king on squares. It cannot be checked by the enemy knight. Just so you don't have to calculate anymore. You don't have to waste time worrying about forks or discovered attacks. And meanwhile, the black king continuing to advance. It is an endgame after all. And earlier I said White's king was better than Black's. Now Black's king, you can make an argument for it being better than White's. That being said, White is a pawn up still and full control, at the moment at least, for Magnus. And it's a battle of the kings. They're fearless. Going on adventures, both of them.
Cool.
Yeah. OK, the black rook, I was going to say, has to do something. It was just staring at a really strong white knight, White's knight on an outpost. No point staring at that piece. You might as well switch focus to stare down at the white king. And White's king now really has to move. You don't want to allow any discovered checks.
Right. And it's tempting, actually, to move back with the king. I would put it on the d2 square and try to work the king round to the left in order to assist White's extra pawn on the queen side.
Nice, Jovanka.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was more inclined to go to the other side, but then once you mentioned this plan of just kind of switching the king's focus, helping the king will act as a guardian, a shepherd for these 2 white pawns on the left. As soon as you mentioned that, I thought, yeah, that's the way forward. The white rook, notice how it guards all the pawns on the 3rd rank. White's rook is actually the best defensive piece right now. It's just on a great square, can't get attacked by Black's knight, and guards everything. And here we go, White's king has started its journey. Those white pawns, the 2 versus 1 advantage, that's going to decide this game. And that's where Magnus is banking all of his hopes. And, OK, Ding trying to create something. He's actually giving up another pawn. He's 1 pawn down. He's offering this pawn, which is captured. Now, at least, Black has a passed pawn of his own. The black f pawn, I know it's stuck behind the black king right now, but at least it can run down the board later. And at least the black rook actually has a job to do finally. He starts to attack some of white's pawns.
Yeah, this is a good strategy as well, because, you know, if you're going to lose the game anyhow, you might as well seek complications. And if that involves sacrificing material just to get a passed pawn, then do it. I suspect that Magnus will just continue with his plan. I think he wins the pawn race. I think he's very fast.
Yeah, those two white pawns, there we go. The pawn race has been initiated and white is indeed very fast. Those pawns already only 3-4 moves away from promoting to a new queen. Black's f-pawn, meanwhile, still, I mean, it's going to take an age for that to start moving. That being said, Ding has found a really sneaky move, and Magnus just making a bit of a gesture there.
Oh, the bar goes down.
Yeah, look at the black rook. It's actually just completely immobilizing white's two pawns. Those two white pawns, maybe he was a bit hasty. Maybe he should have brought his king forward. White's king now cannot go and support its pawns. And those two pawns together, a bit loose. They have to stay defending each other. The knight has to stay defending them. White is a bit tied up.
Oh, Magnus is going to be furious because look at him. Because, yeah, like you say, you know, the rook can't move because if it moves, the black rook will come and give check to the white king and attack the knight at the same time. The knight can't move. It needs to defend his pawn. And
none of white's pawns can move. You'll just get captured. So white's king is the only piece by process of elimination that could actually move in that last position without losing material. And suddenly black's rook is just the best piece on the board, and black's knight, centralized, has its eyes on both sides as well. Ding, wow, weaving his magic there. I think Magnus probably would have just won very quickly if he'd brought his king to help his pawns. But the white king now is not in a good position.
It just goes to show that even the world champion, even the Endgame maestro will make mistakes, can be careless by playing quickly and not using basic principles. If it stopped and said teamwork, dreamwork, you would for sure put the king there.
Yeah, and we've talked about that race that white was winning. I mean, white was winning by 4 or 5 moves. He didn't need to immediately push the pawns. You should have supported them first. And that race later would have been very one-sided. But now, suddenly, look at this. The black king going after white's remaining pawn on the right side and clearing the path for black's f-pawn.
Could Ding win this game?
If Magnus goes on tilt, as we say, and kind of tries to push too hard to win, I could imagine a scenario.
The thing is, Magnus now has to take big risks in order to to push any one of his pawns. And I don't see a clear way how to do it. So I suspect that maybe he could even lose the thread and, like David says, go on tilt, and anything can happen.
Wow.
I've lost games like this.
Me too, many times. And we talk sometimes in chess about 2 result positions. That means just 5 moves ago, Magnus was playing for the win. Very worst, it would have been a draw. Now this is a 3 result game again, because black, he's won his pawn back. It's 2 pawns versus 2 pawns. And black is the only one with a passed pawn right now.
And Magnus is down on the clock. 9 seconds, 7 seconds, 5, and he'll be feeling the pressure. He has to make a move.
He makes a rook move with 3 seconds left on his clock. That is really brave. Walking into a knight fork. Black's knight can actually come and check, hitting the white king and hitting the white rook. But, it does. It looks like white's about to lose a rook, but he can counterattack against black's rook there. And Magnus, really, really brave move. It looks OK, but both sides under 20 seconds.
Can there be moves like rook takes pawn?
Yeah, maybe.
Can you play these kind of desperados? OK, he's done it. He's actually played it.
And he can give up his rook black because the white rook is under fire from the black knight. So rather than go for a direct trade, you might as well try and grab a pawn in the process. And Magnus, look at him. He is furious. He's about to be a pawn down. It should be a draw because everything's just disappearing from the board.
He needs to make a move.
But he needs to move, that's right. And
huge time trouble for both of them. There could definitely be some blunders here.
Definitely. And Magnus I think he's blundered a couple of times already. He's lucky he's not losing on the spot. But look at this. Magnus is going to have to defend a difficult endgame because he's lost his knight. Magnus has lost his knight, but he will be able to remove black's remaining pawn from the position.
And he's so frustrated.
Oh, I mean, understandably. Now he's on the defensive side. He should have been winning this game. It should still be a draw, even if white loses his pawn, because rook and knight against a rook is a very well-known draw. But Magnus still has to work for that half point. He's not winning this one anymore, Magnus. And Ding has some hopes. The momentum is in his favour. Yes, it should be a draw, but if your opponent psychologically is kind of angry or uncomfortable, then, yeah, who knows? The black king now and knight moving towards the white king.
And the other match as well is kind of following this thread. Liam Le, the bar has been over to his side in that game. Now it's slightly over to Duda's side with the black pieces. Interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, 2 fighting games, no matter what the results now in this first round of semi-finals. But White's pawn running up the board is still going to take a while.
Yeah. If you'd said to me, like at the beginning of this ending, Black would be the one pushing for a win, I would say no way. No, not one hope in anything. But yeah, here we are. This is what goes to show when you're a little bit careless and you start to let your emotions dictate your play.
Yeah, and I mentioned just at the beginning of today, for Ding, a draw is a good result in the first game. Magnus now is going to be worried. Ding is actually much more dangerous with White than he is with Black. So yeah, a draw with Black for Ding would be a fantastic result. White now just trying to harass the Black King. Is he going to keep checking and secure the draw here, Magnus? Or does Ding have some way to play for the win? Maybe Ding will just get out of this game and think, OK, it's been a draw. But no, he plays for the win. He doesn't want to repeat the position. Wow. And now he's attacking White's remaining pawn with the Black Rook. Is that pawn going to fall? White's king now checked away from the defense of its pawn. You've got to be actually a bit careful here with White. You go to the side of the board. Very logical. But there are some ideas of checkmating this White king. So, yeah, Magnus has to be really careful. There's a checkmate threat on the board. The Black Knight couldn't have been captured. Black would have slid his rook across and trapped the White king. So the White rook doing some work to drive the Black king away this time. But we might see a scenario where Black takes the next 10, 15 moves to round up White's pawn and then plays for 50 moves to try and deliver checkmate. But either way, that White pawn, it's all about whether it can survive. If it can, Magnus will easily seal the draw. If it doesn't, Ding can play for the win in peace. And OK, here we go. Magnus trying to trade the rooks. If the rooks come off, it's an immediate draw. I think he's going to secure it.
And look at that. Jan-Krzysztof Duda has won the first game against Liam Le with the black pieces. Something must have happened in that game as well. Some drama and a great win for Duda. Liam Le now has to make a comeback.
Wow, and I just peeked over and it's some real symmetry. That game was actually the exact same endgame as this one, except the side with the knight had 2 pawns. So in that one, it was also rook, knight, and some pawns on the board.
Interesting.
I mean, really interesting. It's rare to see 2 games kind of mirror each other like that.
And with the same storyline.
Similar storyline as well, a turnaround.
Gosh.
So, yeah, I mean, that's how tense these semi-finals are with such strong players. Just really just eking out those small kind of endgame advantages. And look at this, the Black Knight is completely stuck in the corner. I don't know if we ever rhyme for knights in the corner, but they are terrible pieces. But at least the white pawn is also stuck at the moment.
The thing is, though, the plan for Magnus is pretty simple. He just has to keep guarding that pawn. And unfortunately, there's really no way for Black to even win that pawn without initiating a rook trade.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very hard for White to pick off that pawn. I do see maybe one way, but it takes a long time, and Black's king will have to contort itself to stay on the edge of the board.
And you're the specialist on move 50, the 50-move rule.
We have just seen a pawn push, however, White's pawn just going to the 7th rank a few moves ago. I wonder, will we hit move 100 in the first game of today? And already, here we go. Black's king replaces the knight as the defender. And now here we go. Black's knight about to pick off the pawn. 50 moves just starts now. If we reach move 100 and I think 28, then the game will be a draw. Magnus needs to defend till then. Ding needs to checkmate or win the white rook before move 27. So yeah, it's countdown time.
But OK, how hard is that with only a rook and a knight?
It's impossible to win with best play.
OK.
White should be able to draw this. The problem is there's no way to force White's king to the edge of the board and keep your king opposite the opponent's king to kind of close the mating net. White's rook is always going to deliver some annoying checks and drive the black king away. And it's not just the checks, but the white rook will also pin the black knight just to stop Black utilising and combining his pieces with that teamwork that we always talk about.
Yeah, and this one is also quite good for the defender because the king is in the middle of the board.
Okay.
When the king starts off in the corner of the board at the edge, then it becomes a little bit more complicated because of mating nets. Here, white king, safe as houses.
Yeah, there have been some famous examples of the kind of attacking side, the side with the extra knight, winning this endgame. Garry Kasparov once beat Judith Polgar in this exact endgame, but with perfect defence, it's a draw, and I've actually defended it a few times myself, including against Liam, who's playing in the other semi-final. So, yeah, it should be a draw, but
do you think Ding will keep playing?
think he should for as long as possible. Why not? There's no risk for black. Even if black loses his rook, it should still technically be a draw, a rook against a knight. So, yeah, no risk at all here for Ding. You might as well play as long as you can. Just show your opponent who's boss, force them to suffer and defend. And, OK, slowly but surely, the white king's being driven back down towards the first rank. Can Ding continue this pattern? It's not going to be easy to kind of close the box around the king, because white's rook now, notice how it's going up and behind the black king. It's going to start delivering those annoying checks.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really important in endgames, especially rook endings, to remember this technique of checking from the side, checking from behind, and checking from in front. Now, they're not all the same. Checking from in front is actually worst form of check. You want to be checking from behind and then the side. Just remember those two techniques.
Yeah, that's right. And yeah, just pin the knight if in doubt. Pin your opponent's knight here, black's knight unable to kind of hop towards the white king. And as soon as the pin is broken, as soon as the black king moves either side, we'll see a check, or the white king can step up. But later on, Magnus, depending on where the black king goes, he'll try and dodge. So if the black king goes to the left, he'll go to the right. If the black king goes to the right, he'll go to the left. And yeah, it's just classic strategy. And look how much time they've built up on the clock. Both sides were under 10 seconds a moment ago. Now they're around 4 minutes.
Wow. Well, Ding Liren is definitely thinking, trying to figure out. I mean, if they only had 10 seconds left on the clock, then I would think there would be big chances for Ding.
It depends. If they get added time, I would say no. Because if you know the technique of just checking from behind, checking from the side, pinning the knight, then you should be good.
Okay. So it's a little bit like automatic for grandmasters to find those right moves in this exact endgame.
The knight is quite a short-range piece. This is the big issue. It's not like the bishop, where the bishop actually is much harder to defend against, because the bishop can obstruct the rook, but at the same time control some critical checking squares.
Okay. So if it was a rook and a bishop,
then some serious winning
chances.
Still a draw with best play, but very difficult to defend.
Yeah.
We saw Hans Niemann lose that, for example, in the prelims, in the final game of the prelims.
And he hasn't been the only one. We also saw Vidit lose it as well, back in the first season of the tour.
And Vincent Keimer as well, last month. So, yeah, right now, I actually saw Ding something flash up. I think he minimised the board just to kind of maybe check Magnus's camera, but also to count the number of moves. That you noticed they both paused. I think Ding, just from his body language, he was counting when the last capture was, so he would figure out exactly how many more moves he could try to win this game. So really interesting moment there. But I think he counted. He realised that the last capture was on move 77 for black. So 50 move rule. If there are no captures or pawn pushes, it's a draw.
127.
Yes.
That's what we're looking for.
Make the countdown. Still a while to go. But yeah, Magnus knows the draw is within his grasp. Again, creating this pin on the black knight. Unfortunately, just no way forward.
These two definitely telling us that they're gonna give us a fighting match. The position in the opening looked like something that could be a quick draw. We did see that yesterday. But here we are. They played for 57 minutes. Definitely not a quick draw.
And
move 100.
Move 100.
Yay!
Not often I see you move 100, but it seems to be quite a regular for you, David.
Yeah, I mean, this is my favourite kind of game. Who wants to win in 10 moves? Who wants to win in 15 moves? I mean,
That's your party trick.
Exactly. I'm hoping that I'll be inspired by this game to last as long as possible against Magnus age 10 on the app.
Yes!
Because 100 moves would be a lot of money for charity.
Oh, that would be amazing.
One thing that really impresses me about David is that he can play for 100 moves, and you know he's always said in the past that he likes to play when he's a bit hungry, because that makes him really hungry. So he must be famished by the time you finish that game. But how do you keep your energy going, you know? And
I struggle these days. But when I was younger, I would often I'd have like a bowl of cereal for breakfast, and then I wouldn't eat until the game finishes at 8, 9 p.m. So I don't know, and then I would eat like a king. I'd have a feast.
Yeah.
But yeah, I don't recommend it. It's I think these top players, they're top players for a reason, snacking up as we often see. And is Ding abandoning his winning chances? It looks like the game has finally been drawn on move 110.
Was it a repetition, or did he actually offer a draw? We see Magnus Carlsen shaking his head. He had winning positions, and yeah.
It was a repetition at the end, but Ding, just knowing that we were very close to move 127 already, and Magnus had shown he knew how to draw that endgame.
All right, well, Magnus, he had big winning chances in this game. What happened, David?
It was just this one moment, actually, and it was just a moment of haste for Magnus. He rushed it, he thought he was winning on the spot, and we talked about the pawn race, pushing these pawns forward. That is the winning plan, but Magnus chose the right idea at the wrong moment, and he pushed this pawn forward now, immediately, and this allowed Black's rook to come over and immobilize the two pawns, stop them from advancing. If this pawn gets pushed, it's captured, and if this pawn is pushed, the Black rook captures the pawn next to it. And here, Magnus just had nothing to do. He was completely frozen. His knight cannot move, his rook cannot move, and he had to start moving his king around aimlessly. But if he had just taken one small time out and improved his king, covering this key square, taking it away from the Black rook, then he would have won the game. White simply is going to push this pawn forward, push the pawn next to it, and Magnus would have taken the point. That's why you shouldn't rush in endgames. Always look for your opponent's counterplay.
In 13 minutes, we're going to follow Game 2. Ding Liren will have the white pieces against Magnus Carlsen. They are now tied after the first game in the semifinal, and now we're hoping that David will copy these two and play 110 moves when we challenge him in the Play Magnus Charity Challenge. And that's coming up after a very quick break.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Unreasonable. It's how you have to be if you want to change things. Relentless. Tenacious. The world's children need people like that. People who see impossible as incentive to try harder. Who find one good reason to keep going in the face of 1,000 reasons to stop. So, shout out to the hardcore, because big problems need big solutions from big game players. You know the type, the determined, the persistent, the unreasonable. UNICEF, in more than 190 countries and territories. We never give up until the rights of every child are protected. Are you with us? UNICEF, for every child.
UNICEF is doing work in 190 countries around the world, but in the Charity Cup, we are doing a fundraiser for their very important work in and around Ukraine, the people affected by the war. And the one thing we're doing is our Play Magnus Charity Challenge. So far, more than $20,000 have been raised. And today, David Howell, Grandmaster David Howell, has said yes to doing the challenge. Once again, you played it a month ago in the Airthings Masters, and you lost.
Yeah, that was not the finest moment of my career, I must admit. But if I go 72 moves again, even if I lose, at least it'll be for a good cause.
Yeah, so David is going to have 2 minutes on the clock. The aim for David will be to win the game, but at least last as many moves as possible before losing, maybe, on the clock. And FTX has been kind to say yes to letting Grandmaster David Howell play this game, and they will donate $100 per move that David makes. And we're actually having a little bit of a twist in this charity challenge. David, if you follow me
Okay.
over here, because we're going to set you up for success to last as many moves as possible. We're going to let you play in an actual gaming chair. We have an actual gaming setup.
The lucky chair.
This is the chair that Magnus Carlsen, Anish Giri, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda used during the tour finals. Magnus eventually won the finals. And now you're going to be able to sit in it.
I don't feel worthy. It feels like a throne. Okay.
And how cool would it be if you're now able to win? And this chair is the one that is being put up for auction.
Exactly. That would just be the icing on the cake.
Yeah.
First is the chess, Kaja.
Exactly. Oh, this is going to be such an interesting moment. David Howell against Magnus at 10 years old. Go ahead, David. Make your first move.
Good luck,
Okay.
David.
Thank you.
Get in the zone.
Okay.
Make those moves as quick as possible.
Yeah, look at this. Super fast.
Wow.
Okay. Oh, he's thinking.
Good move.
Bit
Getting the
nervous.
dark squared bishop out.
Yeah, what is your tactics, David?
Just get the moves out as quickly as possible. I'm not even going to try and win because it's all about the moves.
Set some traps.
Okay. I'm just going to push some pawns. Oh, it's so tempting to throw pawns towards his
Go
king.
for it.
Is he going to... Wow, he lets me take this guy.
Okay.
What is the idea there? I'm a pawn up.
Yes.
Okay, this is going well, but
Watch out, David,
I'm
though.
suspicious. It's going too well. It's going to turn around at some point. I'm not sure about that knight move.
And remember, don't go for a quick mating attack.
Okay.
You gotta draw the game out for as long as possible.
Okay, how shall I draw the game out? I'll take with the bishop then. Pawn takes maybe the better move, but this one very solid, and he's hitting my bishop. I'm going to step back.
And still more than 1.5 minutes left on the clock. This is looking great.
This is looking fantastic for David. He's a comfortable pawn up. He's got solid position. Watch out for Magnus's plans because he sets those tricky moves.
Okay, he's just moving his rook back and forth. I'm so tempted to open up the position, but that will speed up the game. Should I do that?
Yes, you do that.
Okay, I'll play the best move.
Win some material.
Yes, of course.
And then,
Okay, I'm going to close things down again. It's all going to be about his king now.
And remember, everyone, FTX is donating $100 per move that David makes to UNICEF. So we do want as many moves as possible, and we're also hoping for a win for our Grandmaster.
Oh, this is the best position I've ever had in my life. If I don't win this now, I might retire from chess.
Go, David!
Okay.
Still 1 minute, 14 seconds left on the clock.
Getting nervous, though.
no, don't get nervous. You've got a great position.
Okay, this one should be winning. He's just got too many weaknesses.
Yep, and he's just shuffling the pieces, so keep going forward.
Okay, oh, the tricks are coming. He's offering me another pawn, but I did see this one. I'm hoping that I haven't missed anything.
And his king looks quite open.
That's the
Yeah.
plan, Kaja. I'm going to go for it.
Nice.
But watch out for that dark square bishop. What is that move?
What is that move? Okay, he's offering a trade, but I can attack his queen now. Wow, he attacks my queen. Ah, do I play it safe? Do I play it really safe here? No. Keep the queens on. I'll keep the queens on.
Take a decision.
Cool.
Okay, I could have traded the queens, gone for the quicker path to victory, but
But we won many moves.
exactly, we want the moves. Okay, I'm just going to defend everything.
Good strategy.
52 seconds left on the clock.
Okay,
This must be a lot of moves.
this is going to be a lot of moves. Okay, I'm going to just trade everything.
It is a lot of moves, and now what we need is David to get a winning position, and then for him to take his sweet time.
Okay, harry the
A cup of
H-pawn.
tea.
Yes.
Okay.
So far,
pawns
Grandmaster
forward.
Simon Williams is the only one who's been able to beat Magnus at 10 years old.
Okay, I'm just playing with him. I'm not going to repeat the position. Okay, this is pretty safe. This is not that safe. Oh, the nerves are coming out. Okay, he trades off the queens. This is
Okay,
good for me.
look.
All right, 32
Now.
seconds left. Can you win this in 30
Yes,
seconds?
He can do it.
Okay.
David's
Go,
very,
David.
very fast on the mouse.
Ah, whoops. Here we go. They're coming. Pawns coming. Okay.
Come on, David.
Oh,
20
God, this is so
seconds
Take the
left.
king in.
Yeah, I'm just going to go for it now. He's going to start attacking me. Should not have allowed this. No, it's getting complicated. No, it's getting really complicated now. Oh no, too nervous.
Don't lose on the clock, David.
Okay.
10 seconds. Is that enough time for David
it's enough,
to
yeah.
checkmate?
Yeah. Yes, king forward.
I know, I got this. I'm getting complicated.
Quick.
Oh,
Quick.
Yes!
yes! David Howell beats Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old. Finally! What a game, David.
I'm spent, Kaja. I need to have a lie down.
Amazing stuff. And David, if you press continue, let's see how many moves it took.
69.
69 moves. That means FTX will so kindly donate $6,900 to UNICEF in our fundraiser for Ukraine. Fantastic, David.
Thank you. I finally did it.
Yeah.
I can retire in peace.
And this chair means success, no doubt about it. And it is the chair that we are putting up for auction. If you head to cctauction.com, you definitely want to get your hands on that chair. And whew, all right.
I know, he had us on the edge of our seats there.
That was an amazing game. And, well, David, was it the chair putting you up for success?
It was the chair. I mean, that was the only thing that was different from last time, Kaja. I lost without the chair. I managed to win with it.
And the current bid, $472. This is the chair used during the tour finals, among others, by Magnus Carlsen, and used also now by Grandmaster David Howell when he won against Magnus at 10 years old. And you can get your hands on this chair. cctauction.com is the place to make your bid. And all the money that we are raising in the charity challenge in the auction goes to UNICEF, who is doing life-saving work in and around Ukraine for the people caught up in the war and the people fleeing from the war, people like Yulia and her children.
Меня зовут Юля, я из города Харьков, мама 3 детей.
It is important now that we come together and help the people of Ukraine. And there the light goes off and we're back. Please keep on donating to UNICEF. A big thank you to everyone who is helping out. A big thank you to FTX, who is donating $100 per move that David just lasted when he beat Magnus, 10 years old, 69 moves. Magnus, he played a draw against Ding Liren in the very first game here in the semifinals. Let's take a look at the results from our two semifinal matches. A long game eventually ended in a draw. Ding will have the white pieces in the game coming up. And in the other semifinal, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, with the black pieces, was able to win that game against Liam Le. Liam has been on fire this tournament. A great start for Duda. He will have the white pieces in the game that has already started, actually. But we're going to follow Ding against Magnus. Ding with the white pieces. Have you calmed your energy down, David? Are you ready?
Barely. My heart's still racing, but I'm going to try now. And yeah, it's all about Ding. He's got white. He's much more dangerous with white, as we mentioned earlier. And many of his wins with Magnus have come with the white pieces in the past. So yeah, I think this is the game for Ding. If he can win this one, Magnus is going to struggle to fight back. But if Magnus can neutralize him, then it's back to square one. And yeah, both players looking good at some points of the game earlier today. It's going to be about who can maintain their form.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. All right, what will he play? Here we go.
Yeah. And Ding nearly always starts with his queen's pawn. He's quite a consistent player in that regard compared to maybe some of his more versatile rivals. And wow, the queen's gambit declined, but it's a really, really trendy variation. Black now creating maximum tension in the center. All these four pawns looking at each other. And yeah, Magnus, he's played this one with the black pieces recently quite a lot. He's also faced this one when he's had white. And this opening seems to be in every player's repertoire these days, Ivanka.
Yeah, it certainly does. I was actually looking at it this morning. I was discussing it with someone. And I have to say, though, I mean, it's what I really like about Ding is that he's a player who believes in his openings, and he's had some epic battles in an opening variation called the Catalan with Magnus. They've played out at least 5 or 6 times, been a lot of draws. And Ding is, it's bring it on. I want to repeat the same thing. But it's Magnus that varies. And I'm predicting here that Ding, maybe just to keep things fluid, might just push his... he actually played it just when I was about to say it. I was a bit long-winded there. And, push the king's pawn forward and just keep things flexible.
Yeah, all other options for white would have resulted in exchanges, just the position kind of simplifying, liquidating itself. The central pawns would have all disappeared. But Ding is just trying to keep maximum tension. And this is quite good in general, at least for us spectating, but also for Ding. Keeping as many pieces on the board as possible, keeping the position tense, and hoping for chances later in the game. I think Magnus, just the fact that he played this opening so quickly, he would have been studying this opening beforehand. He would have been rehearsing all of the small details, figuring out how black can equalise in the opening. But with his choice here, Ding has at least now made the world champion think. And choices for black would include, I was going to say, pushing this pawn forward. I think most likely black could have also brought out the knight. And now we see a trade of pawns in the centre. And very, very similar pawn structure, actually, Ivanka, to the first game today, just with colours reversed. We have almost an identical pawn structure, and that means black might well get weaknesses. Black might even get an isolated pawn, but white now developing very quickly. I think Ding is going to castle the kingside, bring his king to safety much quicker than Magnus did in the previous game. That is the big difference. And now it's up to black to decide how to clarify the structure in the centre and also how to get the black king also to safety. Yeah, and there's kind of also the pressing issue is do you develop your dark squared bishop? Do you capture the pawn in the middle of the board? The reason why there's a bit of hesitation as to what to do is because if you do develop your dark squared bishop, you might be obliged to waste some time. Say, for instance, white then captures the pawn, you're like, oh, I have to capture the pawn again, and I've lost time on my bishop. I have just checking the database. I can see that Magnus has actually played this particular variation with the black pieces in a banter blitz against Anish Giri. And that result was the draw. It was in the Banter Blitz Cup final. So a couple of years ago. And Magnus, so he's familiar with this position, but he's spending a bit of time. Maybe he's just thinking, Ding possibly has studied that game in the past. I don't think Ding has, but you never know. And Magnus, he wants to be creative at this early stage. It's all about, at the top level, surprising your opponent in the opening, even if it's just a tiny move order change, even if it's just maybe a slight different kind of setup from your previous games. That's what it's all about. And Magnus, he's the master at finding ways to avoid his opponent's opening preparation. So, I think he's going to move one of the black bishops, or maybe capture the pawn in the centre. But if you move the bishop, where? And if you want to move a bishop, which one? A lot of choice for black. And as Ivanka says, the dark squared bishop wants to move, but if you move it now, you lose a bit of time over the next few turns. So, okay, really tense. Again, psychological opening battle from these two players. Neither side actually trying to win right from the start, not really trying to punish the opponent in the opening. They're just trying to get a playable position. And, okay, as Ivanka mentioned, one of the options, trade a set of pawns, and when the white knight recaptures, which is most likely here, then the black dark squared bishop can just come out in one go, and black can castle the king away to safety. I don't think Ding will capture with his pawn here, because then the pawn structure will be just too symmetrical.
Yeah, I would say as well, I would be surprised if that move were even popular. But it is. I was going to say, and it's been played by players such as Mamadjarov and Yilmaz, a famous grandmaster from Turkey. So it does have its advocates. Okay, I must admit, that's a new one for me. I'm learning something already in this opening stage. That's always good. And the pawn structure being symmetrical at least does favour white slightly, because white is ahead in development. When pawn structures are completely balanced like this, it's all about who has the most time, who can get the pieces to active squares first. And white is actually 2 moves ahead in development. White has already moved the light squared bishop, and white has castled the king away. It takes black 2 moves to do that, to play copycat. So Ding has 2 moves in his pocket over the next few turns to actually try and create some threats, some tension. Yeah. And whilst we're waiting for Magnus to come up with a move, I wanted to share with you some selfies. And Ferdinand Bockenförder sends us greetings from Switzerland. I really like this. We had Switzerland, Chicago. We've had many countries in the world. We had Mexico yesterday. Love it. And Johnny Slaw actually has a question for you, David. He asks, who is your favourite opponent?
Ooh, interesting.
Oof. That's really tricky. There's two ways to answer that question. Who's my favourite opponent that I like to win against? And the other one is who's my favourite opponent to maybe test myself? Ooh, that's a really good question. I've never thought of it. Maybe my favourite opponent now is Magnus H10 on the app. But yeah, I mean, I really enjoyed playing against as strong players as possible, just to push myself, to learn a few things. Then again, I did enjoy my match maybe just a couple of weeks ago against Niels Grandelius. We hadn't actually played each other too much before that. We'd studied chess together. We were good friends, but I learned so much. 10 games we played in 10 days, and I learned an enormous amount. And yeah.
And what about who's your favourite opponent to win against? Who do you play and that you always have? Always get away with it. You have a bad position, doesn't matter. You turn it around, you win.
Hi, Simon. No, I'm joking. No, that's tricky. I don't want to name names. How about you, Ivanka? Who's your favourite opponent?
Who's my favourite opponent? Yeah, like you, I do like the players who test you. One of the players, you know, I really enjoy playing against him. He's a good friend of mine. It's actually Grandmaster Stuart Conquest. I really enjoy our games because I feel like he's given me a mental workout because I can't figure out any of his moves. And
super creative, right?
Yeah, totally. And those kind of players I really enjoy because you feel like you have to be in tip-top shape, even though the positions themselves, when you look back on it, they might not seem that energetic or whatever. You just get this very intense sensation at the board.
Nice.
And meanwhile, a couple of moves in this game. So black has indeed castled, and it's very, very symmetrical, apart from the fact that white has a knight planted in the middle of the board in black's half as well, and that's very annoying. I don't think Magnus ever wants to go and capture that knight because that knight will be just replaced by a very strong pawn. And actually, white is the one who initiates that exchange. I'm slightly surprised he rushed with that. But then again, black does have a shattered pawn structure on the left side of the board, especially black's A pawn now is an isolated pawn, and the black C pawn that has just moved a backward pawn. So in terms of strategic differences, white has maybe the more healthy pawn structure, but then again, the position has clarified in the centre, and black, if he's accurate, should be okay in this type of structure. And okay, Magnus offering a trade of bishops. Just why not? That bishop was slightly passive, and white's bishop, the dark square bishop, was on an active diagonal. And Ivanka, who do you tend to prefer these pawn structures?
White.
White.
You know, I'm like a dog with a bone if you give me this type of position, you know. Backward pawn, I'm going to attack that pawn for the rest of its days and try and pile up pressure. And one of the things that I really like to do is I like to utilise this concept that was, I think, coined by Nimzovich, although I don't know whether he's the source, but it's just basically you control, you restrain, and you destroy. So first of all, you control that pawn, so you start attacking it. And then you start restraining it. By that, you stop it from advancing. And then you destroy, which basically means that you pile up as many of your pieces as possible because that target has been immobilized. And then you enjoy the fruits of all your hard work and you win that material.
Yeah, and actually, we predicted the moves. They have happened. And in this position, black actually has two weak pawns as well. This one is isolated, and it's kind of being stared at by white's bishop. So that keeps the black rook passive. Magnus decided to move that pawn. At least now his rook is free to kind of centralise itself later on. And Ding, kind of just occupying the square in front of the backward pawn. Very logical as well. As Ivanka mentioned, you want to attack it, you want to restrain it first, though. And this is one good way of restraining the pawn. White's knight is just glorious. It can never be removed from the square. The only way is to actually trade it off as black, but then you lose some of your dynamic potential if you trade off the knights. So Magnus wants to play with pieces instead, keeping the tension. And over the next few turns, I expect to see Ding try to build up, as Ivanka mentioned, against this pawn. This could involve, for example, stepping the queen forward, maybe lifting the rook up to the third rank, and doubling up the rooks on this c-file, stacking them up. Long term, this is the big target. And the reason I like this move as well with the white queen, Okay, he hasn't gone for this yet, but you just keep an eye on this weakness. It's all about isolated pawns. Yes, white has 1-2 in the central of the board, but this is never really weak. It's easily defended. So Ding just playing copycat. Black centralized his rook on an open file, and he has done the same. If everything gets traded off, these two pawns are going to be eternally weak. Magnus needs to keep the queens on, though, and that's not normally his style. Normally he likes to head to the endgame. This time he really can't. That only favors Ding.
Huh. All right, well, remember, they are tied, these two, after a first very long game. So the only thing about that very long game is that it's getting even later for Ding Liren. Now it's going to be way past 2 o'clock in the morning. And odds are this game, or this match, will go on for a long time to the early morning in China.
I just like that tweet. Vamonos, David. I have to say there's been a lot of love and cheer for David. Everyone's very proud that he beat Magnus age 10. We were all feeling it with you, David.
I just feel guilty. I kind of screamed at the end, and I hope nobody was listening with headphones because I might have deafened a few people. I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
Oh, but we love that sports reaction, and obviously in chess over the board. That's not very possible. Have you ever been able to celebrate like that in over-the-board chess?
It's possible, I guess. I tend not to. I tend to kind of shake my hand, be respectful to the opponent, and then go back to my hotel room and either scream in excitement or disappointment. So
we actually have the reaction. Take a look at this.
Oh dear.
Oh, that is just pure joy. I love it. Look at that.
It's pretty sad that I'm getting this excited about beating a 10-year-old on an app.
But it is the world champion. Yes.
Yeah, but David, you did it with 3 seconds to spare as well, you know. So
it was just such a perfect game, you know.
Living life on the edge.
You know, he was smoothly winning, and then messed up a little bit, kept us all on our toes.
Yeah.
And then we were like, then it became a matter of counting, and then he did it. He found the right way, and then it was too quick. And then it was just a case of beating the clock. So it had the whole storyline. This could be like the next Hollywood movie.
Oh, yeah.
David against Magnus, age 10. He's been training every single day.
If Netflix ever run out of story ideas, you know, call me up. But yeah, that's one bad habit of mine. It's always, I call it brinksmanship. It's always like on the edge, 3 seconds, or just in time. And it's not good for the heart, but it does feel like a sport that way. And meanwhile, just one move, white's queen improving itself, as mentioned, just keeping her eye line on both sides of the board.
One of the advantages of online chess is that the clock is really apparent. Meanwhile, when you're playing over-the-board chess, sometimes it's not really clear whether you've made the next time control or not. And I once had a case with one of my students, and he didn't know whether they had added time. So he started blitzing and blitzing and blitzing, and then he thought he'd checkmated with like seconds to spare. And he was like, whew. And then everyone turned around to him. You do realise there was a second time control. And he was like, oh, okay.
That's why we write moves down sometimes. People ask me why you write the moves down. Firstly, it's for our own records, but secondly, you might get added time after a certain number of moves.
Yeah, and it's important to check time control. Magnus, in Norway chess one year, right? He forgot to check the regulations, and he actually lost some time.
Yeah.
He let his time run out. He thought he was about to receive an extra 30 minutes, but nope.
Yeah, I remember everyone was watching this on live TV, and everyone was going to make a move, and there he was just
so calm,
settling into this long think.
I remember I commented on that game for TV2 Norway, and I remember we sat there 10 because, you know, we started to realize Magnus isn't. We actually had his manager Espen Agdestein in the studio. He said to us, "I don't think he knows the rules," and we counted down 10, 9, and then he lost some time. It's surreal.
Yeah, happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
So we always need to read the rules, read the regulations. Meanwhile, there have been some developments on the board, and I'm not so sure I like this for Ding. So Magnus found a way to trade off the knight, but in a really interesting way. So if we rewind just a few moves, we'll catch up with the current position. But here, I thought white had full control, but Magnus cleverly jumped in with his knight, not only attacking the white queen, but also trying to undermine this glorious piece on the outpost that we talked about a bit earlier. And therefore, Ding had to trade off the knights, and black's rook got active. And maybe what Ding had not realised is that he cannot actually go and grab a pawn on the edge of the board now, because this would walk into a simple double attack, the rook coming across, threatening some checkmating ideas and threatening the bishop. And that forced Ding to just weaken his position. If he can't grab this pawn, he decided, okay, might as well hit this rook, kick it back. And after the rook stepped back, he's trying to initiate all these trades, trying to take off the pieces because, as mentioned, that would favor white. But now Magnus has actually gone for trades on his terms. He's brought the queen across. He's saying, yes, you can exchange, but if you trade the queens off now, then there's a problem. White's pawn in the corner here is suddenly undefendable. And there's also tension with these rooks in the center. If we see a trade, then, for example, this type of position, suddenly I think it might favor black. This rook just too strong. And if we see a trade of black's backward pawn for white's pawn here, then suddenly black's rook is the more active of the two. So suddenly things are turning in black's favor. White is the one having to be accurate, and Ding on the defensive suddenly after this queen move offering the trade. He couldn't capture as we showed, so he just slides across with his rook, but he's lost a lot of time. He's retreated his bishop. He's lost 2 moves now with his rook. And Magnus, yeah, he's got everything covered. This rook doing an especially good job of just protecting this backward pawn.
It's impressive. Impressive play by Magnus, and the way that he's trying to kind of change the nature of the position. I mean, I honestly thought that Ding was just cruising for a small advantage, and it was going to be one that was going to be plaguing Magnus until the very end. But Magnus, no, he's turned it around and he's saying, look, I have my dynamic possibilities. And as David's highlighting, there's a rook that can go on an open line. White, too, has some weak pawns, as David has again highlighted. And, yeah, I agree with you. It does feel like black is better.
Yeah. Or at least maybe white's okay, but white is the one having to be more accurate. And after this move, attacking this white B pawn, I'm expecting the pawn having to step up the board there. Then if Magnus just wants to play safe and just trade everything off, this is just very minimum. This is a very typical idea. You just push this pawn forward, and it's always good to trade your isolated pawns, your weak pawns, for your opponent's strong pawns. And here, this is just what we call a minority attack. This one pawn for black is undermining 2 white pawns. So we might well see a situation where, for example, there's a trade, and here white has these weaknesses. Maybe even safer is to just even trade the queens off and then go after this weak white pawn. I think this position at the very maximum is just going to be a draw for white, but maybe Magnus in the current position looking for even more because the momentum, as we mentioned, is in his favour. So this is the safe option for black, using the rook, going for that minority attack, pushing pawns, trading pawns, but maybe he wants to keep the queens on. Maybe we'll see him be a bit more ambitious, maybe push this pawn to make white a bit uncomfortable. OK, he goes for the safe approach, shuffling his rook across. Let's go back to the players. Can Ding maintain the tension, or is Magnus going to neutralise him here? That's the question.
Do you think Magnus will be happy with the draw in this game with the black pieces?
I think he wouldn't mind. Maybe before the game he would have loved the draw, but the position he's got, maybe he's thinking, oh, some chances. I want to keep the game alive. I want to make Ding a bit nervous. Yeah, either way, evaluation bar roughly in the middle. I think Ding actually did a good job. We said things were turning against him. His last rook move just kind of just solidified everything. And, OK, as predicted, that white pawn was under fire and it had to step forward. I'm expecting Magnus now to push his A pawn, the isolated pawn, to undermine white's structure on the left.
Is there any chance that black can try to switch the queen and the rook around? I mean, that's what I would like to do here. Because I feel that, you know, yeah, trading queens, I like it, it's safe, it's good. But at the same time, white's king feels a little bit shaky. Yeah,
white's king on this dark square diagonal. It feels like white's pushed the wrong pawn in front of his king, right? So yeah, that would make a lot of sense, keeping the queens on. I guess it's just weighing up whether you can get an attack quick enough as black against the white king, or whether your weaknesses, the backward pawn that we mentioned on the c6 square, whether those kind of pawns become just too vulnerable before your attack gets going. So, yeah, I mean, I would be tempted to move the black queen actually into the a3 square, maybe.
Me too. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well.
Why are you saying, oh, like it's a scary move to make?
It is a little bit scary because, you know, you are kind of putting your queen completely offside. And if white catches you unawares on the right side of the board, well, OK, but the queens have traded themselves off. It was a bit of a hypothetical question that we set ourselves. But, yeah. We're going to see the line that you mentioned where, you know, black has a very pleasant position.
Yeah, black does still have those weaknesses, but you can trade one of the weaknesses off, as mentioned, when you push your isolated pawn, and then your backward pawn, it's easily defendable. It's not too big an issue here. So roughly balanced.
Yeah, do you actually think that White's lone pawn in the middle of the board is going to be a real problem? It could be a target, right?
Possibly, but at the moment it's easily defended by White's rook. Yeah, I mean, Ding, maybe he'll bring the White king closer.
Yeah.
Hard to say right now. It looks like just...
Sorry. I can see you coughing, so I'll pass some water to you, David. And yeah, definitely something. Ding definitely has his chances to play on. He has a very straightforward plan of improving his pieces. He needs to improve his light square bishop. And the first thing that I would do is perhaps wait for black to advance the pawn and then centralize the king. And if he really wants to play it safe, start to trade off a set of rooks.
Okay. Well, still a lot of time left on the clocks for these two. And it is Ding thinking about what move to make. Remember, we do have the auction for that super successful gaming chair, Secret Lab gaming chair, used by Magnus Carlsen and the other players during the tour finals. And now also by David Howell when he beat Magnus Carlsen at 10 years old. And current bid is, let's check you guys. Current bid, $620, 1 hour and 24 minutes left to make your bid. All the money goes to UNICEF and the work they're doing in and around Ukraine. And this is a very unique chair. First of all, it's a great gaming chair made by Secret Lab. I can confirm it's super comfortable, but also it has success engraved in it by world champion Magnus Carlsen, Jan-Krzysztof Duda Anish and Grandmaster David Howell.
Yeah.
Oh, and jackets off for Ding Liren. It's getting serious.
It is getting serious, okay. And, well, Ding actually improving the light squared bishop a little bit. And Magnus stepping forward with his pawn. And Operation Trade-Off has begun.
Yeah, so as mentioned, just why not trade things off, especially if you have weak pawns? And two options here for Ding. You can just take that pawn off the board. He goes for that. That's the safer option. Or you could have dropped back the white light squared bishop. But OK, now Ding lifting his rooks. And notice how he's putting the rooks on the dark squares where they can't be targets for black's bishop. And OK, white is the one with the two isolated pawns now. So it's time for the kings to centralize themselves. It's a similar phase of the game that we actually saw in game one, where the status quo was kind of maintained for a while and both kings started making their way towards the center. Just in readiness, in anticipation of the rooks coming off and maybe a pawn race later on. The kings are essential pieces right now. And it's maybe easier for black to improve his king than it is for white. White's king is kind of cut off, black's rook on the E line, just stopping it from kind of moving over to the left side of the board. But then again, it's not exactly clear where the black king is going either. So who would you take here, Jovanka, if you had to choose a side?
If I have to take sides, because you're forcing me to, I would probably choose the black position. Feels more familiar to me somehow. I'm kind of, pawns and light square strategy. It's something that I kind of...
This could arise from your beloved
exactly. And I do really like how Ding has handled this, though. He's mobilized his bishop and the pawn sitting on A2. Alice, she could be a liability, but she could also be a strength.
Wow, an interesting decision taken by Magnus here. He's offering a rook trade, but it looks like it looks a bit odd. If white takes your rook now, you get double pawns as black. I guess the idea is that white's remaining rook is unable to really fight against the pawns. And this is where we talk about breaking the rules by the top players. Black's putting his rook here, allows this trade, ruining his own pawn structure. These two pawns now really, really ugly, but it's a kind of dynamic thing. It's just because on this next move, white is unable to stop this pawn advancing. If you could somehow magic the white king over, if you could kind of plant it in front of this black pawn, then white is simply winning. Black's pawns are just too ugly, but here, this pawn just too strong. So this trade was not possible for Ding. Really instructive there by Magnus, and Ding trying to get in with his rook to the 7th rank. This has been met by Magnus preempting this by bringing his king up the board. If white's rook tries to go active now, then black can simply neutralize it by offering a trade. And suddenly this black rook on an active square still. And OK, Ding instead of going for a rook trade, brings his rook to the top of the board. He's going to try and annoy black from behind, maybe with a check, maybe by going after some of the black pawns over here.
And what about the plan of pushing pawns? My favourite thing in the world, Alice.
Yeah.
She wants to run to her destination. I mean, how dangerous is it? I mean, visually, it looks very dangerous.
Yeah.
Should black be worried?
I mean, if all the rooks suddenly came off, then definitely. And even with these two rooks right now, they're not actually ready. They don't look well positioned to stop the advance of this A-pawn, as you mentioned, Ivanka. So maybe hints of Ding pushing this pawn, at least using her as a distraction, while Magnus has to worry about what to do. I don't think Magnus can really trade everything off here. He wants to go after just exchanges, just swapping things off, maybe activating the black king, but this would allow, for example, a nasty check. And suddenly the black king, it can't step towards the white rook because this would just lose a pawn or two in the center of the board. And also, if you go to a light square, there will be consequences. I'm imagining white's bishop coming forward, or maybe you can just capture a pawn in the center to open up both white rooks against this pawn in the middle of the board. Yeah, really awkward, actually, now suddenly for Magnus. I would have said black as well, possibly, a couple of moves ago, but just Ding positioning his pieces really actively has caused some headaches for the world champion, this rook especially on its own. How do you deal with it? How do you contain it? It's just, this is why we want rooks on open files. And here, the rook's on a completely open line, and it could slide back at any moment. It's just the best piece in the position. It's the star player. And black's rook, meanwhile, trying to compete by activating itself, but it's hitting thin air, unfortunately. And it's got less scope than white's does in the corner.
But it's a smart move, because I can see that Magnus is worried about the pawn advance. And so his idea is that after the pawn advances, rook's behind pawn, past pawns.
Yeah, exactly. And the rook, yeah, that's really nice, really instructive, guarding the pawn from behind. And suddenly, even if the white pawn continues to advance, at least the rook is trapped in front of it. So I don't think Ding wants to rush with that idea. You don't want to allow the black rook behind, where it is active. Instead, Magnus, in this position, just improves his bishop again. But the bishop did come from here a couple of moves ago, so interesting. The bishop's been kind of yo-yoing back and forth and back and forth. And, OK, Magnus, it feels like time to maybe improve this rook. This rook, I praised it a while ago for guarding the 6th rank, but it's done its job there. Maybe it's time to slide it back and try to bring it to other open files.
And game 2 between Duda and Liam Le ended in a draw, meaning Duda is still up by 1 point. And actually, if he wins game 3, he will be ready for the final in the Charity Cup. Liam Le, he will need at least a draw in the next game, but with the white pieces, we know he's going to be going for the win in that game. And hopefully we're going to have time to go to that as well. Well, we will have time to see that game as well. Because this one, do you think it's going to be as long as the first game? In terms of moves, we had 110 moves in the first game.
It's possible. I mean, it's going to be a long one. I mean, it's rare to see any game reach move 100. Maybe 1 in every 20 games gets there, but if that. But yeah, still a lot of life left in this one.
Yeah.
And it's all about the pawn imbalances. The pieces look roughly similar. Rooks, bishops, they just kind of balance each other out. But white has this passed pawn, as we mentioned, the A pawn, and black's 2 versus 1 in the center. Less effective right now, but could also become a factor. So, yeah, still a lot of life left. Both sides have reason to be hopeful. If black can pick off white's central isolated pawn, the black will win. If white's pawn can run up the board, the A pawn, white's going to be in charge. Yeah, I'm still struggling to decide who I'd rather be here. It's just that kind of position. There's pros and cons for both sides. It's just about who can maneuver better in this endgame. Usually we would say that's Magnus, but the reason Magnus fears Ding or respects Ding is because Ding is equally good in this type of position.
Yeah.
In endgames.
Yeah, I mean,
It's universal, I think.
Yeah, we actually saw it yesterday in his endgame, the night endgame against Jordan van Forest. I mean, it started off as a level endgame, and then, you know, Ding, with not so much time left on the clock, actually started playing very accurately and found some really nice ways to secure a victory. And yeah, I mean, I think David is totally right. I mean, here the position depends on who is going to maneuver in the best way. And for me, I also agree with David. The rook sitting on the e6 square, it's not working. It needs to do something. And I would be even tempted to try and find ways to trade it off.
Yeah, that would make a lot of sense. You would love to also trade it off for this white rook in the corner.
Exactly.
Just that white rook is just too annoying on every turn. The reason Magnus is actually spending so long and going low on the clock is because on every turn you have to calculate that white rook coming across with a check or hitting some pawns. And okay, wow, black's rook's really intruding into white's half now. They've ganged up on the third row, maybe hinting at going across to that A file to block white's pass pawn over there.
Yeah, and trade off rooks, which
Trade
is
off
what we
rooks.
wanted.
Yeah.
And Magnus finding a very creative way how to achieve this.
Really logical. Just aesthetically, we're not used to seeing this type of setup with the black rooks.
No.
Just visually, it looks a bit odd and unusual, but it could be effective. And as you mentioned, there's a clear plan in mind, and that's normally a sign that a move is good, if there's a clear follow-up plan. So, yeah, back to white deciding whether to push pawns, whether to give checks with that white rook at the top of the board. If you want to move it, where to? White's bishop at the moment, and the rook on the second rank, not really helping, not really coordinating with that rook in the corner.
Yeah. And whilst we're waiting for Ding to come up with a plan, because it looks like he's wasn't expecting that move and he was a little bit surprised, I'd like to share with you one quick selfie by Cherry Puffling. Oh, and he does make a commitment and he pushes Alice, the A-pawn. And, well, suddenly the moves have come thick and fast and the pawn has suddenly found its way from A2 all the way up to the 6th row.
Wow, in seconds.
Yeah.
We talked about my game having 3 seconds left earlier against Magnus H10, but literally within 3 seconds, that white pawn went from the 2nd rank to the 6th rank. It's as if it just hopped up. Meanwhile, black just manoeuvring his rooks. That white pawn still could advance 1 square further, but at least it's got a black rook behind it, keeping an eye on its advance. This is really scary for Magnus, though, because that white pawn on the 6th rank is also defended by its bishop. So the white rook can still swing across. And actually, black is a bit stuck. One of your rooks is going to be paralysed forever, guarding the advance of that pawn. And, yeah, the evaluation bar, not too excited, but from a human point of view, this is huge progress on Ding's part. He's made a huge leap with that pawn.
Oh, that looks scary.
It is.
Magnus.
It is scary. It is, like, visually, it totally is. When you kind of step back and you're a little bit ice cold about it, I don't think it's that scary because black's rook keep a watchful eye over that pawn. Having said that, it's very difficult for Ding to find a plan, and it's also very difficult for Magnus to do the same.
Yeah, and just to mention, so in this position, white would love to push this pawn forward. For example, he could have pushed it on the last go, and some viewers at home might be wondering, why can't this pawn step forward? Next move, if black is careless, for example, then the rook will come across with a check, the king will move, and then you promote. You make a new queen, defended by the rook, and you actually win one of black's rooks in the process. But the answer would have been, no, you really shouldn't push this pawn forward yet. You needed your bishop to keep defending it, because once you push forward, the black king is actually going to step back. And now, no more checks for this white rook. This rook cannot go anywhere. Wherever you move it, this black pawn will drop. For example, actually, you can swing it across, but this would just result in an exchange, and black would have got rid of that important A-pawn. So in the current position, if we catch up with the game, we saw white just being a bit more patient. Notice how keeping his pawn on the square covered by its bishop, and just giving a check as well with the white rook. So now if the black king does move away and continue guarding its pawns, I think white's idea was to go after this backward pawn that we've been talking about for most of the game. Instead, Magnus preventing this idea by dropping his bishop back, walking into a pin, but at least cutting off the access of the white rook to the other half of the board. And still yet to find a winning plan for Ding. It's still looking good for him, visually for white, but this pawn under lock and key for now.
Wow. And I wonder if Ding Liren is able to win this game, if he's going to have a huge celebration like David had when winning against Magnus 10. I did see in comments on our hash chess champs on Twitter a lot of appreciation for seeing that kind of joy after a great win.
Yeah, and we also did have a request that David, next time he beats Magnus H10, does a Cristiano Ronaldo victory. What's it?
When he
that one.
Next time, maybe.
Shirt off.
Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah, then we're talking celebrations.
And I have a suspicion that David's reaction might be making its way into a meme.
Oh,
Nice.
I know what our viewers are like. That's definitely going to happen. Why did you say that, Yolanda?
Oh, but that's such a cool meme.
It is a very cool meme, yeah.
I love that celebration. I mean, it's power. Loved it.
And maybe we'll see a celebration from one of these two if they win, because it is that big a matchup.
I can hardly imagine, though, Ding Liren celebrating like that. I mean, we have seen it from Magnus, actually, when he won, was it the FTX Crypto Cup against Wesley So in Armageddon? Huge celebration.
Yeah.
It looked like he was about to rip off his shirt.
Yeah, it actually did. But yeah, Ding Liren doesn't strike me as the type.
Not outwardly.
Yeah, I think we might have seen him do.
We've seen him smile a fair bit, maybe a few
fist pumps.
Yeah. Not the same as screaming, but...
My favourite reaction was the flowers from David Navarro.
Yeah, that was very cute.
Totally unexpected and very, very sweet.
Yeah, when he won against Magnus in the preliminaries.
Yeah.
And actually, one of the most emotional moments I've had from just watching chess purely was at the World Cup a few years ago when Ding lost the final of the World Cup. And he just went to sit in the corner, just kind of, and you could see the emotion on him. He was trying to hide his tears, hide his disappointment. But yeah, I mean, that was one of the first times I, just on someone's behalf, I thought, oh, this is really sad. And yeah, it would be nice to see. I mean, after such a difficult couple of years for him, unable to play, travel, it was nice to see him have a few good results this coming year.
Well, and definitely anger is something we can see in chess after some losses. Definitely in the Meltwater Champions chess tour, I remember once seeing Nepomniachtchi throw his mouse into the wall. I also remember it was a Rapid and Blitz World Championship in Berlin. Magnus just threw a pen. That was actually over the board chess.
Yeah, I remember that because my hairdressers all commented and they said we didn't like that behaviour from Magnus. Can you imagine even having that conversation with your hairdresser? But in Norway, you can.
Yeah.
Chess is that popular. And definitely we have seen reactions. I've seen a rook being thrown.
Really?
Yeah.
Who was that?
Yeah. It wasn't her finest moment.
I do like the big reactions. All right, some moves. Is Ding... Well, OK, the bar is now over to Magnus' side.
Yeah, I think the bar just yet to make up his decision because it is still roughly balanced, but Ding really going for it. He's trying to initiate something. If White just wanted to sit, he would have done, but look at White's last pawn push. OK, Black moving the rook back. If White's pawn had been captured by Black's bishop, the White rook would have slid across on the 7th rank and captured a pawn. If that pawn, the White F pawn, would have been captured by a pawn, the Black H pawn would have dropped off. So White's pawn there, actually, it looks like just a fearless foot soldier just running up the board, but it could not actually be captured safely. It would have just resulted in a trade. So Ding actually trying to open up some lines, trying to get some action. He's already dominant now on the left side of the board with his A pawn. He's trying to create a second avenue of attack. But Magnus is saying no, he's locking things down. And his rook retreat actually completely kind of cages White's rook on the A7 square. It can only move out now with an exchange. It's no longer the active piece it previously was. So really interesting. It's still hard to call. And wow, Ding, that's a huge commitment. This is either going to be a genius move that wins the game for White later, or it's going to be something that Ding lives to regret, because this pawn push, Ivanka, that pawn is weak.
That pawn is weak. Very, very weak.
That pawn could drop off later in the game. You could envisage, not yet, but later, Black's king just stepping across and picking off this white pawn that has just moved.
So Ding is actually just using tactical tricks to keep that pawn safe. So his idea is if Black does try to be greedy, so for instance moves the king round to the middle of the board to attack the knight, then maybe moves such as pushing the g-pawn 2 squares forward will start troubling Black, because you can't capture the pawn, because after bishop takes pawn, whoops, you drop a bishop. So that's not possible. And if you're allowing this pawn move, then you're going to allow White to set up that pawn chain. That is the dream.
And wow, Magnus has actually played that move. Really surprising. He's actually trying to provoke White to achieve something maybe he wanted to do anyway. And look at the evaluation bar. It's shot up for Ding. And it might be down to this move Ivanka's highlighted, pushing this pawn forward. This pawn is taboo. You can't capture it. And also, remember, you can't capture this pawn either. It's poisoned, because suddenly the Black bishop would drop off. The Black king, was tied down defending its bishop. And wow, Ding didn't go for this opportunity, pushing a pawn forward. This looked very, very kind of simple and pretty strong. And he didn't go for it. He offers the trade of rooks instead. And the evaluation bar drops back down. So maybe a moment of both sides just semi-bluffing there, and Ding not wanting to commit his pawns. Now, a rook trade would, I think, favour White slightly, because suddenly Again, the black king, unable to capture this pawn, needs to defend its bishop, and black's active rook has disappeared. Instead, Magnus keeps the rooks on the board, trying to create some counterplay using this pin.
But I think Ding has been very, very clever because, you know, he's offered a trade which Magnus couldn't accept. And now look at it. He's mobilized his rook. The rook is primed to join its sibling.
This rook, yeah.
Yeah, is primed to join its sibling onto the 7th row.
Yep, check, and then 7th rank.
Yep, and also, you know, you still have this idea of pushing the g-pawn 2 squares forward in reserve. You've got it in your pocket, as you say. It feels really quite dangerous, like Magnus is living a little bit on the edge.
Yeah, really scary now for Magnus to survive. It looks like Ding, with this rook check and bringing it to the 7th rank, creating some real winning chances.
All right. And Magnus, 1 minute and 43 seconds left. Ding, 2 minutes left now. How hard will this be to play for Magnus if he now ticks under the minute?
It's going to be a dramatic game because, you know, driving that rook down to the 7th row, that is a kind of committal decision because the rook could get caught on the 7th. It could have been trapped. Say black had moved his bishop 1 square along the diagonal rather than offering this bishop trade.
Wow, both sides playing for the win.
Yeah.
There's actually a trap at some point. If the black bishop ever leaves the diagonal, if, for example, the black bishop captures the white bishop, white's rook now will actually slide across 2 squares and checkmate the black king. The d7 square, just the one behind the black king, that one needs to be guarded by black's bishop. Otherwise, it's just checkmate in this endgame. So, yeah, right now, also tension between these 2 rooks. Would you capture, Jovanka? Would you trade off one set of rooks? Those 2 white rooks together look fantastic on the 7th rank. But if you trade off now with black, that rook is replaced by white's pawn. White's A pawn, Alice, will become a B pawn and 1 square away from promotion.
Yes, hang on a second. We have a little bit of a...
Do you have to go for that?
Do you have to?
That's the big question. If you move the black rook away, that black rook is going to end up on a terrible square. There's still, we should mention, a pin on the 2nd rank. So white's bishop cannot move right now. It's pinned to its king. But yeah, suddenly, Magnus, look at this. He has captured the rook. That is ice cold. Just decision-making. Now the white pawn is going to take back. What else is there for Ding? OK, he showed a bit of frustration there. Maybe he thought he was winning on the spot, but black's rook can guard this pawn for now.
And now black is threatening bishop takes bishop.
Yeah.
Forcing the white rook to leave the defense of its B pawn. And Ding has lost a pawn.
Yeah.
Oh.
Maybe Ding can preserve his pawn by making a new queen here, distracting the black rook from the 2nd rank pin. But that would be a bad sign. That would mean that he's fighting for the draw. Suddenly.
Yeah, he has to do that. That's the only way.
That's the only way. He has to promote that white B pawn. It's so counterintuitive, not obvious for a human. That's your pride and joy. That white pawn now 1 square away from promotion. You actually have to give it up right now. Because otherwise you might just lose the game. Because otherwise, as Jovanka mentioned, you're pinned with your bishop. You can't move your bishop. He does make a new queen. He had to release the tension with the bishops. And, OK, after that transition, white giving up a pawn, the bishop trade, white has actually also managed to regain the pawn himself with a rook. So now it's anyone's game still, this endgame. It looks like it should be a draw according to the computer, but look at the pawn structure. It's really imbalanced. White still has a pawn on the 6th rank. Black has double pawns. Black has a 2 versus 1 advantage in the centre. It's imbalanced still.
It's a crazy rook and pawn ending because, you know, if Magnus really wants to spice things up, once Ding runs with his king, say he chooses to run with his king to the right, well, the black rook is going to go after the pawn in the middle of the board. And,
he hasn't gone for this. He could have maybe gone for the win here, Magnus, but this would have entailed a lot of risk. Yeah. Instead, he's moving towards this far advanced white pawn. And he's hoping that if the rook moves out the way, then at the very least, he can just capture it and remove white's remaining winning chances. Here, for example, I think black is active enough. OK, we're going for this position. Black is active enough going for white's pawn in the centre to hold the draw. It's still anyone's game, but it looks like the players have found a way to both at least remove some risk.
Wow. And game 3 between Liam and Jan-Krzysztof. Duda has just started. If Duda wins that game, he's going to be ready for his very first Meltwater Champions Chess Tour final. Liam needs at least a draw, and he has to win either this game or the next one to take it to tie breaks. We will jump into that game when this one finishes. But could it be a long game still?
Yep.
Could be still, but with this last move, it's looking like maybe Ding has found a way to just eliminate another couple of pawns. As the more pawns that disappear, the less likely it becomes that we'll be with this game for too long. So now I'm expecting Black's rook to give a check. You always want to drive your opponent's king back to passivity. White's king was nicely placed on the third rank. Drive it away. So that check was important, and now Black defends his own pawn. And we might see the end of this game any moment. Yep, they are repeating, nothing else to do. Black defends the pawn, gives a check, threefold repetition, it's a draw.
Both of them shaking their heads. It looked like Magnus is going to take a look at that game and see if he did have any winning chances. Did he at some point, David?
Both sides had chances, but no big winning chances, no blunders from either side. It was actually a really high-quality game, that one. White was pressing towards the end. Ding shaking his head. Maybe he thought he was winning, but in the end, Magnus found a solid way to defend. It was all about that pawn that we saw. Once it disappeared, a draw was inevitable.
OK, so they're still tied. Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren after 2 games. Game 3 will start in 15 minutes. Magnus Carlsen will have the white pieces. And now we're going to jump into Game 3 between Liam Liam and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. Duda is up by 1 point. He won the first game. And if he wins this one, he will be ready for the final. And OK, Liam playing super fast in the opening here. What do you think, David?
What a moment to jump into, because Liam, just before this couple of flurry of moves we've just seen, he pushed the white H-pawn forward. This is happening in every single top-level game these days. White's H-pawn stepping forward means that he's not going to castle anytime soon. He's going to throw that pawn even further up the board. Look at the black king. No real defending pieces around it. And Liam, in a must-win situation, almost knows that he wants to go and attack. If he doesn't win this one, he needs to win with black in the last game. So he's going to gamble on a direct attack against the black king.
Ooh.
This is called the semi-Tarash defense. And there's actually a nice chessable course out there, I think by Lenia Dominguez on this opening.
He's just released.
Just released, yeah. And, yeah, a really good course by maybe the leading expert in the world, Dominguez, on this opening. But it's known to be super solid for black. That is the main characteristic of the opening. Black is, I think the course is actually, I mean, solid is in there in the title. It is that firm. But Liam, he's trying to break down this this kind of wall that Duda is going to try and put up. So, wow, interesting move now. White definitely cannot castle because the black bishop, it actually covers one of the squares the white king would have to go through. So White's king is definitely stuck in the centre. I'm expecting Liam just to throw everything towards the black king right now.
Yeah. What do you think of Liam's strategy? I mean, what I've liked about his play throughout this particular tournament is that he's been really enterprising. He's been playing like this every single game. And, you know, he's had his shaky moments. There's no doubt about that. But on the whole, he survived those moments and just played fantastically. Do you like it? Throw the pawns forward? Or do you feel like it's a bit much? If it goes wrong, it's going to go seriously wrong, and Liam has a good chance of losing.
That's the thing. I could never myself pluck up the courage or kind of maybe even the creativity to come up with something like this, because it is so risky, right? Keeping White's king in the centre and not connecting the white rooks, throwing pawns up in the centre, committing there, throwing pawns up in front of your rook. It's just kind of so... It's just not what we're taught when we're young, and it's not kind of the standard setups. And from that point of view, I just feel instinctively it shouldn't work, but it's the situation. It's the tournament situation. Liam, I think he's the type of player, really professional, who has opening repertoires for must-win situations, and this must be one of them, where you need to take risks. And maybe it shouldn't work if you're playing against a computer. The computer will just say, OK, bang, 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 your idea is just faulty. But in a situation like this, it's possible. White's bishop now has been opened up towards the black king.
Yeah, and he has a concrete threat, which is simply to slide the queen one square to the left. And the queen and bishop aligning together on the diagonal would create a checkmating threat on h7. And look, there's a loose knight on c6. It's undefended, and therefore, by sliding the queen to that square, that knight would be en prise.
Yeah, you slide the queen across, as you mentioned there, Jovanka, and you hit this pawn, threatening checkmate, and you hit the knight. So, yeah, right now, I think there's only one thing to do. You have to defend this knight somehow. You have to stop that idea. The one thing black doesn't want to do is touch any pawns in front of his king. Normally, you would want to maybe play a move like this, blocking the bishop's diagonal, but this would only walk into harry the h-pawn, stepping up the board, opening up this white rook. And, for example, a set of trades here would be devastating because of this open file. White could already jump in with some checkmating ideas. So you definitely don't want to touch any pawns on the side that you're weaker. I think black here needs to defend his knight either with his rook or maybe even bringing his queen into the center of the board. This is the first move that popped into my mind. That phrase that you often utter to me, Ivanka, every move has a consequence. White here has a nice central control with these 2 pawns, but as soon as you step forward, you do lose control of this outpost. So maybe black can occupy that square. But then again, white does have certain ideas of attack. For example, here, you can bring the knight forward, attacking this pawn with your bishop, now with your knight. Another idea would be at some point to maybe lift your rook up the board and swing it across towards the black king. It's not clear whose king is weaker. This black king, lacking defenders, as we mentioned, or white's king, just stranded in the center, completely cut off by this bishop now. This looks scary. It looks hairy for both sides, for both kings. And I think that's the type of thing that, in a must-win situation, makes a lot of sense for Liam. Also, look at the clock times. This last move has caused Duda to think for a long time.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, definitely a lot of dangerous potential, actually, for white, just by the unleashing of that small pawn move into the centre. I personally would perhaps introduce my rook into the game and just protect my knight.
Yeah. So black's most natural move would be to bring the rook across, keeping an eye on this guy. And white would have to, then again, find more energy to create the attack.
I have to say, in almost a must-win situation, in a must-not-lose situation, it looks very scary to have your king that open.
Yeah, definitely don't try it at home. This is the type of thing that only once you reach Grandmaster level, then maybe it works. Even then, it's not clear.
Yeah,
but,
you definitely don't wander into this unprepared. You have to have a plan of attack. You just don't play this. You don't play this position and then go, oh, let me move some pawns here and there. No, 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 no. You have to think, I'm going to mobilize my rook 2 squares up, and then I'm going to attack like this. This is the point where I will be focusing my efforts on. You have to be very specific. I mean, I always tell my young students, your army is a little bit stupid. I mean, they're smart, but at the same time, but I mean it in the sense that they need specific instruction. Because if you just go, yay, attack, they'll go, yes, yes, yes. But where? Where, and you have to go, this point. And as soon as you know, and as David highlighted, okay, it's going to be the h7 point, you're like, oh yeah, now I know. Look, the knight has come and joined in the attack, and look, they're attacking the h7 square. And then once you go again, signal to attack, you're like, oh well, I would like to attack the queen, and then you're like, oh yeah, I know what to do. So,
but Bart does not like that last move by Liam.
Yeah, maybe it doesn't work, but again, it's just following, it's a consistent strategy at least. It's following up exactly what he was planning on the last move, as we mentioned, white's bishop at the bottom of the board, on the diagonal towards the black king. And this knight providing a bit of backup now. This is definitely the type of position where it's like riding a bike. You have to keep pedaling, otherwise you'll just fall off. It's like trying to set up a fire. You have to throw wood on the fire constantly in order to keep it alive. And that's what Liam's doing. If he didn't play this type of move, as Ivanka mentioned, if you just play some kind of innocent-looking pawn move, if you just lose all energy and momentum in your position, then things will backfire. White's king will just be an easy target. It'll be one-sided traffic. At least now, yes, the computer says +1 for black, but if black isn't careful, it might completely swing to the other side, and white could be the one delivering checkmate. So, yeah, Liam taking big, big risks in this situation where he's 1 point down already in the match. I personally very much like it because it's going to give us fireworks, but also it's just the type of strategy that we're not used to seeing. And wow, OK, a couple of moves. Black's pawn that was under fire, step forward, attacking the white knight. White flicked in a check, hitting the black king, and now he's come back with his bishop, hitting the black queen this time, gaining tempi, as we call it, creating threats with every move. And, OK, he hit the black queen, and wow, Liam, look at this. He's studied this position before, no doubt about it.
Still 17 minutes on the clock.
He's gained 2 minutes from when he started the game.
Whoa.
And this is actually very similar to some of the positions he's had earlier in this tournament. He's not cared so much about his king. He's kind of got it to safety by hand, is what we say, which just means you don't castle, but you step your king forward in a different way. And, yeah, it's very instructive how he's just left that knight on prees. He hasn't gone backwards. He's kept it there because the consequences, if black captures that knight, then suddenly the rook is introduced into the attack, and that is just going to be deadly.
Yeah, maybe we have to show this because it's just a crazy position on the board already. And Liam continues instantly to move. As Jovanka mentioned, pawn takes knight is not a good idea. The rook would be introduced and this check would be deadly. So instead, in this position, we saw the black rook swing across, attacking the pawn in the centre with its knight. White whipped off that knight, removing one of the attackers. And in this position, he's just centralised his own piece. And it looks like he's heading towards this outpost, supported by a pawn. Really interesting. Jovanka, what do you think of this one? Yes, the white king at least has some escape room now, but trades, I'm not so sure that they favour white.
It was just played so quickly, I didn't have time to process. I mean, clearly, Liam was really worried about black's pressure against white's d4 pawn and felt that it was dangerous enough to do something about it. But it was so quick.
So quick. It's because he studied it before, Liam. For Duda, it must be psychologically uncomfortable. The knight's about to jump in. In order to get rid of that knight, you might even have to sacrifice a rook. And still, the black king not entirely safe. You could definitely envisage a scenario where white's rook slides across and starts threatening some loose pawns around the black king. And actually, this black bishop suddenly lacking targets. So, OK, the black rook does improve itself. And this is the type of position I would be slightly worried as black. For example, if the rook comes across, now the white knight jumps in. And yeah, as mentioned, you might have to give up a rook for this knight. It's just too strong. We talk about octo knights. This is just a monster piece right now. And yeah, I think just personally, if my opponent had 17 minutes here, I only had 6, I would be terrified. So it just looks like good preparation from Liam, good confidence as well to play the moves instantly. And Duda still on the back foot. It's all about this piece and whether he can get rid of it or whether he has to sacrifice for it.
And well, Liam with 17 minutes and 23 seconds left on the clock almost has time to go in and check out the latest podcast episode, the late night show with David and Askild. And the guest in this one is very cool. It's Kristoffer, the owner of the Good Night pub in Oslo. A special video edition of this podcast is available to all Chess24 premium members. And I'm looking forward to listen to this episode because I think there are some good dating tips and some dating stories, Tinder date stories.
Yeah, Kristoffer revealed some really interesting tales from the pub. Yeah, I never thought, I mean, opening a chess pub, first of all, if there might be others out there who want to do the same in their countries, in their cities, towns. He gave a few tips on how to create a business like that.
Cool.
But also just running day to day the business, running the pub. Throws up some surprising hurdles. So yeah, a great episode. And also in the past we've had Jovanka on, we've had Simon Williams, some great guests so far.
And Magnus.
And Magnus, we've been lucky.
And yeah, as mentioned, you can see a special video edition of the Late Night podcast on Chess24 for Premium. And actually right now there is a special discount code that you see in the bottom of the screen right now, if you want to become a premium member. And I'm just envisioning, being at a chess pub, just the perfect place for the first date, because you always have the chessboard. You can always sort of kill the awkward silence by playing a few moves.
Exactly. If you run out of conversation topics, why not just play some chess?
Yeah.
And often, actually, the chess is a good conversation starter.
Yeah.
You can just start to kind of debate certain moves or... The one thing I would say is, if you're super competitive, maybe it's not, not a good idea to play chess with your potential dates. But yeah, in general, it's a great setting, especially the Good Night in Oslo. It's a very popular first date.
The world needs more chess pubs like that.
Yeah, I have to say something about super competitive. I think that's fine. I just think you can't be a bad winner. If you sat there going, yes. Sorry, David.
You can't celebrate like I did when I beat Magnus age 10 if you're on a date with someone.
Well, you can if you're the lower-rated player or the one who's not supposed to win that game. Then you're allowed to celebrate.
No. No. I mean, I was playing against someone and he was much lower rated than me and he drew. And suddenly everyone came and they shook my hand as if that was an achievement that I drew against him. And I was fuming. I was like, why are you shaking my hand? And I just smiled inside and I just went, yes, thank you. Yeah.
And meanwhile, a couple of moves, not too much has changed, just a bit of manoeuvring. Black actually started pushing pawns. If you look at the pawn structure here, Black does have a 2 versus 1 advantage on the left side of the board. Meanwhile, White has an extra central pawn, and White's just going to try and keep control. And if you look at the centre as well, White on the e5 square, that pawn often is the trigger for an attack against the Black king. It kind of cuts the board in half. Black's army here are all on the left side. It's going to be hard for them to manoeuvre over to defend their king. So it does feel like Liam, he's stabilised now. It might be time to start the attack. Maybe now is the moment.
Now is the moment. Lift the G-pawn up, put it up 2 squares, and then start going.
And wow, he goes for something even more flashy. We were advocating pushing this pawn, using it as a battering ram, trying to fight against this, what we call a hook, trying to open things up here. But instead, he's gone even more aggressive, Liam, planting his knight in, attacking this rook. And if the knight is captured, this game would end instantly in checkmate, because after queen takes pawn, check, the king moves. Look at this. Typical formation, queen and pawn together, ends in checkmate on the next move. This king is trapped. The kiss of death checkmate. Instead, this knight was just poisoned. You could not capture it. This pawn is needed to defend this guy on the side. So instead, the rook, under fire, had to retreat. So Liam, if he wants, he can even step back with his knight in this direction. He can step back with his knight here, maybe, to sacrifice. But Ivanka, you have another idea in mind.
No, I'm just thinking push the pawns again.
When in doubt, push pawns.
Exactly, push the pawns. You know, you give your king a little bit of hiding hole on the G3 square. And if that knight cannot be captured, it's just a beautiful thorn in Black's side.
Yeah, it can never, ever be captured, right?
Yeah.
For example, even here, again, if you capture it, the white queen swoops in, and as shown earlier, it will end in checkmate. So this looks devastatingly strong. I'm surprised the computer, maybe it's just the horizon, but I'm surprised it doesn't realise this is just so scary for Black. It looks like White is almost winning instantly by pushing this pawn forward, this knight just so strong. And remember, this is a hook, which means you can open the position up using it. So White will push forward again, and really, it looks like he's about to break through. Another idea in the current position, there's a lot of tempting ideas, would be to lift the rook up, just to kind of undermine this pawn in a different way. Another idea, as mentioned, maybe drop the knight back to try and sacrifice. Too many tempting options for Liam, but he has a lot of time on the clock. 14 minutes against only 5, and he's got a really big attack.
Wow.
I think this pawn push might well just decide the game. I can't imagine Duda defending this one. I think even computers would struggle if you push this pawn forward towards the Black king.
Wow, it's looking great for Liam Le. More than 13 minutes left on the clock in our auction for that fantastic shot. Okay, he doesn't play that pawn move.
No, he moves the rook, which was an alternative way to attack. And I think this is just preference. I think the position is still really good. Just, I like pushing pawns. Yeah. Liam likes attacking with pieces.
There's 2 types of chess player in the world. Players who prefer attacking with pieces and players who prefer attacking with pawns. And I know which one you belong to, Ivanka. Throw those pawns forward. Clearly, Liam wants to go with those pieces, jumping in with the knight, now manoeuvring his rook in.
And the smile on Jan-Krzysztof Duda's face, almost like a laugh. He is definitely feeling the danger with 4 minutes and 42 seconds left on the clock, pushing a pawn.
Yeah, and he has to do something quick. Look how the Black queen is completely cut off from the other half of the board. She can't get back to the defense of her king. So therefore, she needs to go aggressive herself. She needs to find some avenue to counterattack. And if we see a trade of pawns now, this Black pawn that's just moved, if we see a trade of pawns there, at least the Black queen can come down, maybe use the second rank, start giving some checks, at least hinting that she can do something, maybe trying to distract Liam on the left. But yeah, I mean, it feels so close to checkmate, but the evaluation bar, not excited at all. Maybe going with the pawns was stronger, more direct. The white rook still takes 3 or 4 moves to actually create a direct threat.
Yeah, maybe, but also the computer, let's not forget, can defend in ways that humans really can't.
Struggle, yeah.
So still everything very much to play for Liam.
All right, and I'm just going to mention, in our auction for that Secret Lab gaming chair, which is engraved with success, Magnus Carlsen winning the Champions Chess Tour 2021 in that chair, David Howell winning against Magnus 10 in that chair. 42 minutes left to make your bid. Current bid is $1,350 for a great chair. And all money in this auction goes to UNICEF and their work in Ukraine. Okay, moves. Anything changing?
Yeah, there's something definitely changing, because White was just threatening checkmate on h7, and this forced Duda to actually capture that that knight. And there's a big threat on the board. I mean, but is it going to lead to checkmate? I don't see the checkmate.
I don't see it either. Maybe Liam now leaning in. Let's keep an eye on the players as well. We could see a reaction, but Liam leaning in. I think he's just underestimated Black's defensive resources. If we just rewind 2 moves, this position, White still has a big attack. He pushed his queen up, threatening checkmate in 1 move. The queen here would want to jump into this hole on the h7 square, protected by its knight, and this would, again, deliver that kiss of death to the Black king. So the knight had to be removed. The knight defended that square. You have to capture it off the board. And suddenly Liam realised, whoa, White's a knight down, but there's no follow-up. He slides his queen across, going for checkmate again, trying to capture this pawn, trapping the Black king. But Black's king can actually defend this pawn. And it's not just the fact that the king is defending right now, but Black, if he gets 1 moment to breathe, he's going to slide his rook across and defend using his pieces. So how is Liam going to continue this attack? Maybe there's no way. It feels like so close to checkmate. He's just not close enough. After queen takes pawn, threatening checkmate on this square with the queen and with the rook, suddenly Black could just slide his rook across. And after queen takes pawn check, the king hides. And still no way to deliver checkmate. The rook's doing a great defensive job. White can repeat the position with a check and another check. But remember, a draw doesn't help Liam. Liam needs to win. Without his knight, though, he might not do that. It's not possible. It's only 2 attackers and 2 defenders are sufficient. If he had that 3rd attacker, the white knight, he would have won this game.
That's what I was going to say. I was going to say 3 is a magical number, and here it's only 2. So, yeah, I agree. I don't see it at all. So it looks like the game is going to head into a draw.
And that's devastating for Liam. Yeah. It's almost a must-win situation. This is his final game with the white pieces, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda is up by 1 point in their match. He will have the white pieces in that final game, and he will only need a draw. It's going to be a must-win for Liam in that game to take it to tie breaks. Yeah, you can just see it on Liam, right? It's heartbreaking.
Yeah, you know, he's racking his brain, but the problem is that White's rook, it's not doing anything. It's not joining in the attack. And unfortunately, Black's rook's doing a sterling job of keeping the king's positions tight and safe.
Yeah, literally just 1 tempo was enough for Black to save this one. I think Liam just got a bit hasty. He had 13, 14 minutes on his clock, and he sacrificed his knight. But yeah, it was just that moment. Look at that, Liam, head in his hands. He's realised he was so close to a decisive attack. Duda was on the back foot. Duda had barely any time, but he just rushed. And that's the tricky balance in chess. Investing your time at the critical moments and not rushing, but also playing quickly enough to put pressure on your opponent. And, I mean, he had 15 minutes. He could have taken 2 or 3 extra minutes to compare, as Jovanka mentioned, attacking with pawns or attacking with pieces. Attacking with pieces just didn't work. It was 1 move too slow. He should have gone with the pawns, and probably by now he would have been winning. And heartbreak, but yeah, that's how chess goes sometimes. 1 slip and your opponent can defend.
Yeah, it is a bit of a cautionary tale here, because often when you play quickly, it's like that marry at haste, repent at leisure. You know, you take a quick decision and you have all the time in the world to regret it. And if, like you say, if you'd just taken that time to consider all his options, he wouldn't necessarily be in this situation now. And of course, there's still a 4th game, but it is an uphill task for Liam, who will be playing with the black pieces against Duda. And it has been done before. It's not easy to win on demand or even draw on demand, but, you know, it can be done.
Yeah. And it's just, I mean, it's just difficult because he would have sensed, he's super strong, Liam, that his position was dominant. And he studied this opening clearly, very deep. So it's just frustrating. You've got your opening preparation in, you're ahead on the clock, you're attacking the king, you've got an almost winning position, and then you let it slip. It's just bouncing back from that that's going to be difficult. And as mentioned, the white queen took a pawn, threatening checkmate, but the black rooks ride to the rescue of their king. And black's king now feeling much safer. Queen takes pawn is another check. We showed this just a few moments ago, and nothing else for white to do here. You're a whole bishop down. Also, look at that black pawn on the left side. You can't delay now for white. You have to take the draw, because otherwise black's extra bishop and that black pawn on the a3 square are going to win the game. So, yeah, you just have to accept the winner's gone. You just give check, another check, get out of this game with a draw, and one final chance for Liam later.
All right. And game 3 between Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren has also started. They have played 2 draws so far, and they definitely will also play a game 4. We will head to game 3 when this one finishes. And I mean, could Jan-Krzysztof even win this game?
Only if Liam decides to carry on playing. And in fact, if he were to play any other move other than the queen check, it would be Duda who would be winning.
Yep. And there we go, another queen check from Liam. He just needed to take a minute or two just to come to terms with the fact that the winner's gone. And yeah, a draw is about to happen. If he doesn't give a queen check now, Duda will win. It's that simple. You only have one option. Yes, it's not the result you want, but it's better than a loss. At least now you get one more chance in the 4th game today. So give a queen check with white, and it's a draw. You don't want to trade a set of rooks. If you play rook takes rook with white, the black rook just gets replaced by its fellow rook. And here we go. We're about to see a result. And one more queen check. And there we go. It is a draw.
Heartbreak for Liam Le. It was looking so great. But Jan-Krzysztof Duda, after 3 games, is still up by 1 point. And game 4 will be coming up in 15 minutes. If that is a draw or a win for Duda, he's going to make it to his very first final in the Champions Chess Tour. It's going to be a must-win situation for Liam Le after not being able to get that win in this game. David, what was that moment where he just didn't take his chances?
It was just one move, and then Duda defended perfectly. And it was all the comparison here. We were discussing it. Attack with pawns or attack with pieces. I mentioned everyone has their personal preference. It's a matter of taste, usually. But here, attacking with pawns was much stronger. We saw the rook fly forward and slide across, but as we saw later, black's rook was actually able to neutralize it on this file. So attacking with pawns was the key concept. Throw this guy down the board, and if black had done the same, for example, throwing the pawn even further down would have looked very scary. I would be surprised if black could survive this onslaught. The pawn is just going to break through, opening a path for the white queen as well, and this looked very good. Liam most likely would have won this game. Attacking with pieces, however, just didn't work.
All right, so it's looking good for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He's going to have the white pieces in that final game. And we're heading into game 3 between Magnus Carlsen and Ding Liren. And Magnus, he has the white pieces in this one. He has been under pressure from the Chinese so far today, but in this game, the bar is slightly over to the world champion side.
Yeah, early days. And actually, just an hour or two ago, Jovanka, you mentioned the Catalan opening. That's been a battleground between these two throughout their entire careers. Anytime they face each other, usually it's actually Ding on the white side of the Catalan opening. But this time it's Magnus with white, using an opening that actually brought him success in the World Championship match against Nepomniachtchi. And it's early days, material is level if we do a quick count. And it's relatively balanced pawn structure as well, relatively symmetrical. So it's, anyone's game. The computer prefers white slightly, maybe because his pieces are more centralized. Black having a light squared bishop that's kind of staring against its own pawns. White's queen slightly more active than black's queen. But in general, these positions tend to be known as relatively balanced. And I think Ding won't be too unhappy with the outcome of the opening, despite the fact he's used a bit more time on the clock. Magnus not looking too excited either. It's very much balanced right now.
Yeah. And Norman from Germany donated $34 to our fundraiser for UNICEF. Another Jörg from Germany as well. It's so nice to see that we have viewers all over the world. I saw Nepal earlier, I've seen Italy, and it's also so nice to see that you are donating to UNICEF, doing their life-saving work for the people caught up in war inside Ukraine and now becoming refugees, children, their mothers fleeing from the war. All money in our UNICEF fundraiser will be going to those people who desperately need it. So thank you, and please keep on donating. Our goal is now $120,000, and you can use this QR code, and that will guide you straight to the donation site.
Yeah, it would be nice to get like $100,000 by the end of today.
Ooh.
This is a lovely round number, and that would be such a fantastic effort from all of us, the chess community, just clubbing together to help UNICEF and just help the children, help all the refugees and those displaced. Well, my heart and everyone's hearts go out to the Ukrainian people.
Absolutely, yeah. It was very moving and hard to hear the other day when we had Grandmaster Pavel Elianov from inside Ukraine talking to us on Skype, just telling some heartbreaking stories about what he's seeing inside Ukraine and also his chess colleagues fighting in the war. It is heartbreaking stories, and the only thing we can do is help by donating money for organizations like UNICEF to do their life-saving work.
Yeah.
Imagine how many children we could help if we do hit that target.
Yeah.
That would be really
That is
nice.
so true.
Yeah.
Yeah. And 30 minutes left, 31 minutes left in the auction for that Success Secret Lab gaming chair. Current bid, $1,350.
Wow.
It is a very special gaming chair.
It is. It brings its occupiers luck,
Yeah.
as we saw with David. And it's actually an incredible chair. We've sat on it.
So comfortable.
Very comfortable, perfect to sit in. And, of course, it comes with pedigree. It's not often that you get a gaming chair that Magnus Carlsen, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, Anish Giri, David Howell, Kaja Snare, Ola Howell has sat in.
And Ivanka Houska.
Yeah, I didn't want to mention myself.
You definitely sat in as well.
Yeah. And whilst we're waiting for Magnus to think of a move and think of a plan, I wanted to share with you a few selfies. We have Cherry Puffling, who says that their favourite 2 ways to relax. And Magnus stepping forward with the queen, eyeing up the pawn on b5 and quickly initiating a knight maneuver.
Magnus just clearing also the c-file, so there's a couple of rooks looking at each other on the only open file on the board. We could see a rook trade. I think White's knight is maybe going to do a bit of a dance to try and get into the black half, but it needs to take 3 or 4 moves. So Magnus just spent 5 minutes on his clock trying to come up with a long-term plan.
Yeah, and I did say that David's reaction would be made into a meme. And yes, Mr. Savant, don't worry, David, they've also made me as well. So Mr. Savant X says, me when I checkmate my opponent with 0.1 seconds on the clock.
That is a super cool meme.
That is very cool.
Yeah. All right.
Thanks for being so kind.
I'm trying to come up with a good meme myself for using that. When would my reaction be like that?
When you're playing golf, Kaja. Or...
When I'm playing golf, yeah. Oh, that is so cool. Yeah, keep those memes coming. That is very cool. And another move on the board.
Yeah, so Black's last move, I really like Ding's entry of the black rook into the white half of the board, supported by a couple of pawns. Any captures there would have only helped Black. And meanwhile, Magnus feeling he needs to take time out to push this pawn. That's a bit of a strange one to me. Yes, White's structure is now solidified. If you look on the right half of the board, it's like a V structure with White's pawns. But yeah, it does block in White's dark squared bishop. White's dark squared bishop actually lacking escape squares. If Black can attack it later, it might regret not being able to slide back. So a committal move by Magnus, and feels like Ding has a move or two, maybe to get the black queen out of the way, to bring the other black rook into the game. And yeah, I think Ding is going to be delighted with how the game is turning. White is retreating knights, blocking up his position with pawns. Black, meanwhile, getting active.
Are you thinking about making the same move that I'm thinking? When you
Possibly.
said move the queen out of the way, put her in the corner,
Yeah.
which looks a little bit ridiculous, you know, at first sight, because after all, what is the queen doing there? But like David said, gets the queen out of the way so that the rook sitting next to the king can actually join in the fun and start aligning itself with its sibling there.
Yeah, it's all about this open file, the C file. And the reason we want to go to the corner as well is because suddenly, if you do plant yourself in the corner, rook takes rook will always be met by this capture. And suddenly, look at the power of the queen and bishop on this diagonal. They're just pointing down, attacking knights, and suddenly Black would be in complete control. So this is actually quite a thematic, quite a typical idea, planting the queen in the corner in anticipation of the position opening up later. You use the queen and bishop on the same diagonal if the center of the board opens up. And, OK, Ding didn't go for this, maybe just undecided where he wants his queen. Maybe the queen can come this direction as well. So instead, he takes a timeout, a very sensible timeout, just pushes a pawn. There's 2 purposes behind this move. Firstly, creating an escape square for the king later on never ever any back rank checkmates anymore. But also, the other idea I mentioned earlier, this bishop lacking escape squares, and you could hint at maybe a later pawn push. You need to prepare it with 3 or 4 moves, but you could hint that you'll push this one forward later and try to annoy this bishop. So, OK, interesting idea by Ding.
Yeah, I really dislike it, actually.
Too slow, you think?
I think it's too slow because after Magnus's knight retreat, which was the plan, I'm thinking that black really can't be going, but it might be forced to, rook takes rook, because once white recaptures, there is no contest from black for the c-line. Meanwhile, if the queen had been on a8, well, the black rook could have challenged.
Yeah. That's true, actually. Maybe it's just timing. And Ding did actually shake his head there, if you notice. He may be lacking time now to challenge these rooks because suddenly white is the one occupying this line if the trade happens. And maybe the trade has to happen, as Ivanka mentions, because of this rook attacked by white's knight. Let's go back to the players. Big decision for Ding. Does he leave his rook on the square and sacrifice? Or does he just give up control of the key open c-file? At the moment, it's just small margins, and he might have to give up control. He's really not looking happy, Ding, shaking his head a few moments ago and now leaning in. As Ivanka mentions, just one move too slow now for black, and it was just that luxury pawn move. I like the idea behind it. It's a type of move black definitely wants to play, but maybe he just chose the wrong plan in the wrong order. And yeah, what to do now? That is the question. To trade rooks, the other alternative may be to bring the rook back to the top of the board, but that doesn't really help. It will just end up in almost the same position. Ding shaking his head again. Look at the clock times. He has to move. Just trade the rooks, move the queen. It's not that bad for black still. And one open file for white looks good, but maybe he can challenge for it later in the game. He needs to move. The clock time's not on his side. This is the first time we've seen Magnus establish a big time advantage, actually. And will that decide this game? So, OK, the rooks have come off. And finally, this move we've been advocating, we've been cheering for, the black queen does plant herself in the corner of the board. Not just because she's on actually a decent square there, but also clearing the way for her rook to come and challenge for the c-line.
But it might be a little bit too late because now the white rook can dive in. OK. Oh, nice strategical idea, actually.
Interesting, yeah. And this idea, it's actually borrowed from a few different openings. This bishop actually plugs the c-file. So if the black rook comes across, as it does, the white bishop, I was going to say, could stay there for a few more moves, just blocking in the black rook. It's actually zigzagging back. I mentioned it didn't have many escape squares. He wants to challenge black's dark square bishop, because if the 2 dark square bishops get removed from the board, white's light square bishop is actually superior to black, to its counterpart.
Yeah, a very instructive strategy here. You know, Ivan Salgado in his Chess 24 Premium course says, Magnus, master of knowing which pieces to trade. Here he is. He's giving us a masterclass in this.
If he trades the dark square bishops, Magnus is going to be a big favourite to win this game.
OK, wow.
So Ding, meanwhile, retreating his knight. Not because the knight was bad, but he wants to actually maybe bring it towards the centre, towards this left side of the board, and maybe block any potential bishop trades. So, yeah, it's a race against the clock for Ding, but it's also a race to stop Magnus achieving his ideal trades.
All right. And remember, cctauction.com to make your bid on the successful Secret Lab gaming chair. 23 minutes left before that auction ends. Current bid, $1,350. cctauction.com for one of the most successful gaming chairs out there. All right, Magnus Carlsen even sat in it, and Magnus Carlsen could be about to win a very important game in the semi-final match.
Yep, still a lot of hard work to be done, but the momentum is slightly in white's favour. OK, I'm surprised by this one, though. White's queen came back. I was going to say just to support the rook next to it, just to guard there. And now Magnus is the one to initiate the rook exchange. I thought maybe he would have tried to delay this as long as possible. His idea must be actually to bring the black queen away from the corner square where it wants to be. If the black queen now captures the white rook, the white dark square bishop, on the side of the board is going to slide back one square and create an annoying pin. So Magnus, he's just trying to force the opponent's pieces to bad squares. It's not so important now having the open file once the rooks have all disappeared. So he's allowing the black queen to come and capture this rook. Will Ding go for that? Will he take back with the knight? He does capture with the queen.
Yeah.
The most natural move.
It is the most natural move, and there you kind of read Magnus's mind. You know how he works. Bishop drops back.
And the reason he wanted to lure the black queen away from the corner square is because the black pawn on the A file now cannot go and challenge this bishop. It would have been able to if black's queen was in the corner, but that pawn would be unguarded now. So Magnus, he's arranged this annoying pin with his last move, this dark square bishop.
And still, white has the plan in his pocket of actually manoeuvring his knights and jumping into that outpost, that C5 square.
Yep, it's all about the dark squares. If you notice black's light squared pawns on the left side, in the centre, they don't cover the dark squares, so it is about that battle for the dark squares. White, meanwhile, more flexible with his structure. And black's knights jumping over towards the left, but they're not going to get too far. They will be prevented later on. They will be evicted if they ever jump into white's half.
Yeah.
Still, it might look, to viewers at home, it might look very, very symmetrical. No material imbalance, no attack incoming for either side, but this is pure strategy. It's just manoeuvring which pieces to trade, which pieces to keep on the board, and Magnus is the master at that. That's why maybe we give him such high chances of winning this game.
Yep. And finally, Ding does manage to push this pawn to attack the bishop. So the bishop moves to a nice square.
And blocking the queen.
And now, so now Ding also playing very thematically. He's trying to solidify his knight in the C4 square.
Wow, and Magnus actually goes for the trade immediately. This gives Ding a lot of choice. Ding can actually recapture this knight in 3 ways. You can't capture really with the black knight because there's a pin. The black knight is stuck, but you can capture with 2 pawns. Jovanka, normally we say capture towards the centre, not away from the centre, but do you think black's going to pick up the pawn in the middle and take this knight just to open up black's light squared bishop on the diagonal?
It's kind of tempting, isn't it? You know, the bishop has been behind bars for such a long time, so why not free it by capturing the pawn with the centre, capturing the knight with the central pawn?
Yeah, big moment for Ding, but he's only got 4 minutes to think. B pawn or D pawn, you have 2 choices on the menu to take this white knight. I would use the black D pawn. I think Jovanka mentioned she would there too. The black light squared bishop is trapped behind its own pawns, so you have to open it up. I think actually if Ding captures the other way, okay, he goes for the one we mentioned. If he captured the other way, the black light squared bishop eternally would have been a bad piece. So at least now he's initiating another trade of these light squared bishops. And okay, Magnus moves his knight out of attack, and these light squared bishops are about to leave the board.
Yeah, Magnus is playing fast.
Yeah, and once again, Magnus is in his element. He has the slightly better position. You know, he has the better pawn structure. He has the pawns that he can start pushing up the board. He's also got better minor pieces, and Ding is totally on the defensive here, and he doesn't have so much time.
Yeah, the evaluation bar might say 0.0, but this is the type of position that we've seen countless times from Magnus throughout his career, squeezing water out of a stone. And as you mentioned, it's just easier for white to play. Black's plans are not obvious at all. White's bishop and knight are better than black's dark squared bishop and knight. And the white queen also is about to start going towards the black king, maybe. It's just easy for white to come up with plans. And with a 7-minute time advantage, if Ding holds this one, I'll be full of praise for him. It just looks so difficult, despite what the evaluation bar says.
Yeah, I'm really not looking at the evaluation bar.
Black is suffering here, for
yeah.
sure.
I mean, moves that kind of spring to my mind is that maybe the white knight can maneuver itself at some point to attack black's pawns on the left side, okay? So we do see a trade of bishops and also Ding offering a second trade.
Yeah, interesting. Maybe he was just sick of this pin that the white bishop was having on the black knight. He just brings that black knight out of the way, defending his own bishop. And if we see a trade of the remaining bishops, it still looks pretty good for white, I must admit. Magnus slightly frowning there, but at least Ding clarifying things slightly. He's hoping maybe with 3 minutes left on his clock that trading things off will make his remaining task a bit easier. It's hard to play chess with 3 minutes when there's so many pieces on the board, especially minor pieces, knights, bishops hopping around everywhere. At least if the remaining bishops disappear, Ding will hope that he can maybe cover all his weaknesses and hold the game, at least be able to play quickly with 3 minutes left.
Yeah, so Magnus really doesn't have any choice other than to trade off bishops.
Yeah, trade off bishops, and then maybe the white queen will come into the game, and Still uphill here for black to save the draw.
Yeah.
All right. It's intense, and if Magnus Carlsen does win this game, then it's going to be a must-win for Ding in Game 4. And Game 4 between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Liam Le has started, and that is a must-win situation for Liam Le. So we're going to pay close attention to that game. If Liam wins, then they will head to tiebreaks. So far, we have not had tiebreaks in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour 2022. It's getting a little bit likely, I would say, at least if this game is a draw.
Yeah, I think if Ding draws this game, tiebreaks are very, very likely. Yeah. But it's also a big if whether he'll be able to hold this one, because the evaluation bias we mentioned, maybe not taking into account the practical advantages for white. And interesting decision, white actually pushed a pawn in the center of the board, attacking the black knight, but black's queen just sliding across has pinned the white pawn in the center, because look at the black queen and the white king, they're on the same diagonal. Suddenly, threats for both sides. And do you think Magnus underestimated this one? It looks a bit loose for white suddenly, and maybe there are some tricks still in the position. But
there's one big trick, which is like, you've got to defend that pawn that's under fire with your queen.
Yeah.
That's about the only thing. You can't also go bishop takes bishop because of, well, maybe you can do bishop takes bishop.
That's what Magnus is calculating. Is it a big threat that black is planning to play queen takes the white pawn on the e4 square with a check? Because you can block that maybe with a pawn, but a lot of calculation work to be done there. So Magnus most likely is going to pick up his queen, defend his central pawn, and Ding will have to reply to a threat against the black knight. But yeah, you want to break pins in general, but Ding doing a good job of trying to at least cause Magnus to do a bit of calculation. And Magnus now spending a lot of time in the last couple of moves. He's not got the same time advantage he previously had, and wow, just marching his king up the board. These guys are just fearless.
Wow, with the queens on the board.
Exactly. That would just not be on my radar. How do these top players come up with such creative moves? It's just amazing. Defending his central pawn with his king, and also keeping the white queen on her starting square, because if we see a trade of bishops, if black captures the white bishop and white recaptures, suddenly the white queen's on an open file. That's why he used the king to defend, not the white queen. I mean, wow, just wow. It looks so bizarre, though, to kind of walk into the diagonal of the black queen and continues the chaos. It's just amping up every move. And Jovanka, you leaned forward after that one.
Yeah,
Surprised?
because I am surprised because, it allows white to have a protected passed pawn, the best type of pawn. You can go bishop takes bishop.
But then there might be an intermediate move if the white bishop captures. This is really sneaky by black. It's maximum tension right now, we mentioned, with this pin, with the tension between these three pawns, and also the tension between these bishops. And if white plays the move he wants, bishop takes bishop, then rather than recapture with the knight, allowing, as Jovanka mentioned, this beautiful passed pawn marching up the board, then I think black has a sneaky plan in mind, what we call a Zwischenzug, in-between move. Before capturing this bishop, you flick in a check. Knight takes pawn, check. And when the king moves, then you take this white bishop. And actually, black wins a pawn in the process. So sneaky, sneaky idea there from Ding. And Magnus, he tries to block this pin against his king with his knight. And maximum tension. Look at all these pieces in the center of the board. Kaja, you mentioned taking center as one of the key concepts, but this is in the endgame. They're still fighting hard for the center of the board. All of these pieces under fire. There's a lot of pressure on black's bishop here. And remember, if you trade off the bishops in the wrong way, then suddenly the white queen might become active on this open file. Then again, at least black can plug this open file with his own knight and with a check. So both knights now on beautiful outposts. It's not clear whose knight is better, to be honest. And the current position, super tense. I'm expecting this black bishop to move. Just what else? And chaos will continue.
Definitely lots of chaos on the board, because I'm just running through the possibilities while you're talking. You have bishop takes bishop, very good. I like that one. There's also pawn takes pawn as well.
Yeah, pawn takes pawn looks very tempting.
Okay, so we have seen bishop takes. We have seen the bishops leave the board, and the line that you mentioned, the knight coming in. So the big question now is this pawn that white has that's unsupported, a little bit alone, is it a target?
Yeah, the problem is how to attack this pawn. You've got to be really careful. If you bring your queen next to the pawn to attack it, whoops, you walk into a knight fork. You've got to be so careful here. This is a check. and attacking the queen. And it's not easy to actually target what looks like a really weak, unsupported pawn. And maybe you can bring your queen to the edge of the board sometimes to attack it from this angle. And maybe you can start bringing your king close to the center just to avoid any potential checks. Either way, I mean, it's looking really symmetrical with these knights, but whose pawn is stronger? This passed pawn, which might be a weakness, or black's protected pawn here, which isn't a passed pawn, but looks quite strong. And okay, he does bring his king closer to the middle of the board. I like that one, just stopping any checks. And now the threat of picking up this white pawn at your leisure. Okay, let's go back to the players. This one still very tense, despite the fact we are in an endgame. Queens are on the board, but queen and knight endgames, they are super tricky.
And 1 minute and 37 seconds left for Ding. How is he in these when when there's not much time left, basically?
Yeah, we saw him be actually very impressive. He was very calm, and he played some good moves. You know, he didn't have so much time against Magnus in game. I've forgotten the game when Magnus had the white pieces. So game one. Game one, and we saw him find some great defensive resources with just over a minute on the clock. So I've been very impressed by Ding, and also I still remember that night endgame that he played with seconds on his clock against Jordan van Forest. So he is good, but you know, it isn't an easy task, and mistakes can be made.
Yeah, I would say Magnus is maybe the more experienced of the two when they're both under 30 seconds, 1 minute. Magnus may be slightly trickier than Ding is, but yeah, Ding, he's number 3 in the world for a reason. He's been top 5 in the world for most of the last, 5-6 years. So yeah, he's definitely one of the sharpest players out there. But he's done a good job so far. It's still going to be tricky. I'm not sure who's even playing for the win here. I think Magnus would love to just activate the white queen and start creating some threats. But if she goes off to the right side of the board and attacking some pawns, those pawns are simply defended. Okay, he tries to open things up, explode open the center. He's trying to undermine the defender of the black knight. So the pawn that has just been pushed by white cannot be captured because black would lose his knight in the center. So that one, it looks very aggressive, but the downside is white's king now also equally open. It's, yeah, every move, pros and cons. This one, it was on my radar. I was hesitant to suggest it just because it looks too brave, if anything.
Yeah, I was a little bit hesitant to suggest it as well because I thought, well, in effect, what's going to happen is that black is just going to target to the c5 pawn, its original target, and there you go. And all white can do is maybe capture the pawn, and then who does this benefit? I don't think it benefited black.
Yeah, black's king, it's heading towards the center, but it is pretty safe. No checks around, but you could imagine a situation where white's knight disappears and the white king becomes really vulnerable. So, okay, Magnus's idea, his hidden idea was to bring his queen out to the side of the board and hit black's pawn in the center now, but look at the evaluation bar. It's changing, it's swinging. And I guess the queen, I don't know, maybe it just can't break through towards the center if Ding is accurate. Maybe Ding, wow, I was about to say, maybe Ding can copy what Magnus was trying to do. Look at the tension with the pawns on the 4th and 5th ranks. There's so many pawns there. And this one undermines the defender of the white knight. So this pawn that's just pushed cannot be captured because white's knight in the center would fall. And Magnus slightly shook his head there. He's trying to keep a poker face, but I think he missed this move.
Ooh, well, and Ding, he is, though, in huge time trouble. 56 seconds left on the clock. And if you want to make a bid for the gaming, successful gaming and chess share, you're also in time trouble. 8 minutes left to make your bid. All right.
Wow, some quick moves. We saw actually a trade of pawns in the center, and white's just stepped this pawn up. White is threatening checkmate in one move. White's queen wants to slide up on the diagonal in front of the black king and deliver checkmate. This pawn was just too strong, supporting that checkmating idea, so Ding has eliminated it. So Ding is 1 pawn up, but there's a threat against the black queen, and actually white's pieces are starting to combine towards the black king, maybe. Neither king safe here. Can Ding capitalize on his extra pawn? Oof. The black queen needs to choose a safe square, though. That's not an easy task.
I mean, the most natural move is actually just to slide the queen one square to the right. Just checking that to f6, just to kind of be in close connection to the king. And I don't think it's under any form of attack, because if the knight moves, then the queen can, well, try and trade itself off.
Yeah, Agreed. You could maybe even offer a queen trade right now. There's a couple of squares from which you can do that. But look at Ding's clock. 13 seconds, 12 seconds, 10. I mean, he's got a huge decision. He's got 5 or 6 squares, but only maybe 2 of them are safe. He offers a queen trade. Oh, yeah, now he has to deal with a huge threat against the Black Knight. The Black Knight undefended. If you defend this knight with your queen, the White Queen will take this knight anyway. And there's a nasty knight check. Nasty knight forks coming.
4 seconds, 3 seconds. He has to move.
He's got to move his knight.
And he's gone for a counter-attack.
Wow. Okay, now it feels like Magnus has got a chance. Queen takes knight is possible here. The white knight might fall, but white is the first to give some checks to the black king. And white has this really scary c-pawn, only 3 squares away from promotion.
Right, and it's the quality of the pawns, not the quantity. 3 is take the knight.
Maybe you could make an argument for trading a set of pawns first. I don't think the white knight can move. Not many options for white. Okay, he does trade a set of pawns first, and there we go. The knights have disappeared.
Okay, and it's running.
Ooh, that looks dangerous.
2 squares away from promotion. And as Jovanka mentioned, it's not the number of pawns you have, it's about how advanced they are. And white is 2 squares away from promotion. Black is losing the race. Black's pawns still take a while to push forward. Ding has to go for perpetual check here. He has to find a way to check the white king eternally with his queen. But to do that, less than 10 seconds again. There's a narrow path to a draw here, but I'm not sure I would find it even with 30 minutes on my clock. He's got 10 seconds.
Okay, and this is a great move. It's capturing a pawn, but also liberating the queen. So if the white queen gets a bit too far away from her king, then black's queen can start checking. So excellent defense from Ding.
Wow, okay, white pushed a pawn there. It looks like he was about to promote, but Ding took a time out to just move his king. Such calmness. The black queen actually covers the promotion square of that white pawn, the c8 square. And there's no checks for white. There's no checks at white's disposal. How is he going to make that pawn push forward? If he moves the white queen, then black's queen will come and give some checks.
Maybe now is the time just to go brave with the king. Take the pawn and run.
Take the pawn in front of the white king? Yeah, possibly. I think black can actually give some checks there, though, and maybe win the white c-pawn. And black would be out of trouble. So, Magnus, I don't think there's a way forward for him. I think Ding has found the only way to save the draw. Imagine that. He had 2 seconds on his clock a few moves ago. He's finding the best moves. That's how good he is. That's why everyone wants to see him in the candidates tournament, because he can fight toe-to-toe with Magnus. He's surviving these really treacherous positions. Okay, what is there left for Magnus? The problem is the black queen is coming to deliver some checks.
Okay, there's no check for...
Okay, huge threat on the board now.
Yeah.
White is now threatening to push the pawn. That would be a discovered check. Look on the 7th rank, the white queen and king and the black king lined up. So black either has to move his king, which looks really scary, or you have to give a check.
6 seconds.
6 seconds.
Well, maybe he can start checking now, and he moves his king, and...
Wow.
Okay, and the computer has said this
look
is
at
a
the bar.
blunder.
Yeah, but Magnus, he's retreated his queen. Okay, he stopped any checks. This is so clever. And now I thought the position was about to repeat itself, but white's queen's actually on a better square than she previously was. Can she just go and capture the pawn now in front of the white king?
Yes, she can.
Yeah, white is suddenly winning. I was just praising Ding, but Magnus found a trick. Ding just panicked with no time on his clock. He lost 2 moves, and now there's no checks. White's pawn is going to decide this game.
And white has a huge threat on the board. He's going to step back on the diagonal with the queen and offer a trade of queens. And the king cannot catch the pawn. So...
The queen had to run away from any potential trades. But now Magnus, if he's super clever, I think he might be able to...
Can you not just move the queen one step to the right?
Yeah, you're right. You're completely correct there. Ding, realising white has a winning move, just slides the queen across.
He's done it.
Yeah, supporting that white pawn indirectly. Black can no longer hold the fortress. White's c-pawn is about to make another queen. And made that move with 1 second, but this is just
Ding,
1 check. No more checks.
The king is hiding away, but that's it. A second queen is going to come, and Ding has resigned. Magnus has won.
Wow. What a game. Huge time trouble for Ding Liren in the middle of the night in China. And he wasn't able to find the right moves, a blunder. And Magnus Carlsen is up by 1 point in their semi-final match. 1 more game to go in 15 minutes. And if that is a draw or a win for Magnus, he's going to be ready for another final. It's going to be must win for Ding. with the white pieces. But now, David, we just have to take a look at this. I mean, time trouble for Ding, what happened?
Yeah, heartbreak for Ding and all his fans out there. It was just one move, and he didn't go for the most obvious one. He tried to be a bit too clever. Here, there is a threat, as we mentioned. There's tension on the 7th rank. White wants to make a new queen, pushing forward with that discovered check, and Ding here could have saved the draw. Instead, he moved his king forward, but the draw would have been available with a check. The king moves, another check, the king moves, and another check. This game would have ended in a draw. No way for the white king to escape. Ding missing his chance.
And now he has 14 minutes to get ready for game 4, must win. But in this one, this is a must-win situation for Liam Le. But the bar all the way over to Duda's side. Is Duda Jovanka heading to the Charity Cup final?
It certainly looks that way. Oh, I'm just having... my eyesight's not that great. I have to look at the board on my computer as well. No, I mean, Duda has the makings of a tremendous attack. Just take a look at the pawn that has launched itself forward. I mean, it's just really just blasting through a line. And not only that, we have a sleeping giant that is the dark squared bishop sat there on b2 that is waiting to activate itself. So many problems for Liam in this position.
Yeah, and fair play to Duda. He only needs a draw, but he's not playing it safe. He's going on the attack. And that's really a good lesson for everyone at home at all levels. Just if you need a draw, don't play passively. Don't just try and swap things off, because often that will backfire. You need to have a positive mindset all the time. And look at this, throwing pawns forward against the black king, really now forcing some lines open, especially for this white rook on the f-file. That rook is going to open up and it's just going to be game over. Also, we mentioned this previously in the last game between these two. When your opponent's pieces are on the wrong side of the board, here, look at black's knights. They're on the left side of the board. That is a signal to go for the king. Those knights, those black knights, cannot kind of swing over and guard their king. It just takes too long. So that is the signal. When you're wondering whether or not to attack, look at your opponent's pieces, those two black knights on the wrong side. And, OK, there was a threat against the black bishop. He didn't deal with that, Liam. He counterattacks now against the white knight. He's just trying to make it messy. That's his last chance to try and win this game. But here, I think Duda, many, many options.
He's got to pick, right? The first one that's tempting is just to give a check and force Liam to open up his king. And I did say it, that the dark squared bishop has been removed from the board. And this means that this bishop that Duda has standing there on b2 might not be working right now, but it will. Yeah. Because it's just going to be a matter of time before it's opened up and its devastating potential is unleashed.
Yeah, so just to show why it was such a great move there by white, the knight is on the fire. If you're just a bit lazy here and just capture the black bishop, then it would just be a trade. Your knight drops off as well. Suddenly we would see a turnaround. White's pawn is about to fall. White would be down on material. But if your knight's about to fall anyway, you might as well ruin your opponent's pawn structure in the process. This is why we say look for checks and captures on every turn. This check doesn't win the game immediately, but it does ruin the black pawn structure. And after this trade of knight for bishop, we just see black position in ruins. And as Jovanka mentioned, this pawn is going to push forward at the right time, opening up the line for this bishop and this queen as well on a great diagonal. And that meant Liam had to push forward his pawns even further. This is so ugly, weakening his king. Look how defenseless this king is. And at the right moment, this white pawn will indeed step forward. You could even do it now, maybe, and open up this bishop. Simply, this X-ray vision is going to end in checkmate no matter what. For example, attacking a knight. If black captures your pawn, then you could use your rook, step it forward, and there's no way this king is going to survive. Eyed up by the bishop from afar, the queen from afar, and now with a rook as well. The knights, as mentioned, just wrong side of the board, just unable to participate and join the defence.
Yeah, I mean, it's just begging, you know, it's just begging. That pawn is begging to be pushed. And
the only thing that might stop Duda is the fact he only needs a draw. That just looks so winning, though. And maybe you could make an argument for playing slower and building up the attack. There is no rush after all.
No, there you go. He's done it. And it's just an invitation. I was going to say, you know, the fact that he needs a draw is probably going to be an extra encouragement to play that move, because after all, if it goes wrong and White's king is exposed to a few checks and he has to take a perpetual, that's okay.
Yeah, and OK, we saw the white pawn step forward. The white bishop now has been unleashed. It's actually on a great square where it is, because it is such a long-range piece. It doesn't even need to go near the black king. It's doing a great job. And OK, there was a threat against black's knight, so black's knight retreated, capturing a white pawn in the process. And now it's just about bringing every piece to the party, as they say. Invite the white knight into the attack, invite that white rook in the left corner, swing it across at some point.
You can have a lot of fun in this position. You can maybe even go a bit crazy, right, and try to sacrifice pieces, or you can just step forward with the queen and just go, I want to line up the queen and the bishop together, every child's dream. You know, when we first learned chess and the checkmating patterns, that's the first thing we kind of, there you go, yeah, and it's devastating. And it's devastating. Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, it's simple and strong. That's what they say. The white queen is just going to step up the board one square, line itself on the dark square diagonal, and there's going to be checkmating ideas galore. It's just going to be impossible for the black king to defend now. And that's actually good strategy. Another good tip for everyone at home. If you're on the attack and you're struggling to find the kind of killer blow, the breakthrough, just close your eyes. Imagine, OK, the queen, which often is the piece giving checkmate, just pick it up and put it anywhere on the board. Where would you put it ideally? And here, if you could pick up the white queen, you would put it right next to the black king on the G7 square. So you just have to find a path through for that white queen to get there. And that's often how the top players come up with plans. They don't do it maybe in that kind of structured thinking way. They automatically know where the white queen wants to end up. So they find a path for their pieces to get to those ideal squares. And OK, at least one black knight is acting as a defender. Unfortunately, it's not enough, just too many holes around the black king. And there we go, the queen, double attack, threatening the black knight, but also maybe trying to hint at coming in towards the black king. Black's knight, meanwhile, on this left side of the board. It's not even easy to defend that piece.
No, I mean, unfortunately, you know, black would also like to stop that queen coming into the f6 square, but it can't. It can't do that because it has to take some time out to defend the knight. It's just a very sad position for Liam. Not what you want when you're in a must-win situation.
Yeah, especially needing that win, but you're struggling to even survive the next 2 or 3 moves. As mentioned, the black knight, I mean, maybe it has to sacrifice itself. You either have to give up a piece here, or you have to face what's likely going to be a checkmating attack. Now, it's looking like Duda's done everything right. He's been really impressive today, must be said.
And also, I love to look at the players' body languages, and I love the fact that we have these cameras that we can get up close and personal. And you can just see that Liam, detached from the board, not enthusiastic. Meanwhile, Duda, he knows he's almost got it in the bag. And you're right, David, the knight had to be sacrificed, and it is.
Yep. So this knight could just be captured by a white pawn. At least then the black rook on the c-file has an open line. At least then you might get the queens off the board, for example, at some point. But long term, you're not going to save this. Unless we see a big blunder, I think, from Duda. Unless he just completely loses control, then it should be a win now for white. And, OK, Liam had actually pre-moved. You could see he just still leaning back, and the move happened on the board. He just knew that the white pawn was actually going to jump out of the way of the c-file, capturing the black knight. And the only way this rook could have come down to the second rank is if white played that move. So it's a safe pre-move. We call it a safe pre-move because nothing could go wrong. The dangerous pre-move is making a pre-move with your mouse where if your opponent does something that surprises you, you might just lose a piece. So you can't always predict your opponent's moves. But that time, this was the only occasion you could make that move with the mouse.
And Duda making a very nice, safe move because black actually had a threat in the position. Liam was actually threatening to step forward with his e-pawn and attack the queen, just as we're seeing right now, and just ask the queen, where's she going to go to defend her 2 pieces? And Duda, well, he has a response. He's going to counter-attack the knight.
Yeah, black's knight is on a loose square, and that's really instructive. Loose pieces do drop off, and counter-attacking against loose pieces is often a good tactical trick to make things work in your favour. Yeah, the white queen, she could no longer stay protecting her own bishop, so instead she had to counter-attack against a piece. And yeah, definitely no time to go and capture that white bishop with the black rook now, because white's queen will swing across, capture the black knight, and it's game over. This pawn does, however, drop with check.
It does drop with check, so there's small gains. And, well, Duda blocks that check with a knight and offers up a trade of rooks. And, of course, Liam cannot accept that offer.
Yeah, He needs to win. He needs to keep pieces on the board. At the moment, the material count is white having an extra bishop, but black does have 3 pawns in return. So 3 pawns worth roughly the same as a bishop. The problem is, with all the pieces on the board, the bishop is super strong for white, and the black pawns yet to really make their impression, yet to really make a mark. They need to start marching further before you can really say that they compensate for white's bishop. The white queen, however, does have a couple of choices. She can step back towards the center. Okay, wow. Okay, I was going to say a couple of choices. The white queen could also step 1 square up the board, but Stockfish, the computer, says that white only has 1 way to keep the advantage. Could we see a fight back? It is the most natural move in the position, retreating the white queen back towards the center. But it's not necessarily Duda's style. He likes to continue creating threats on every turn. He likes these messy, kind of imbalanced positions. So I wouldn't be that surprised if he does step his queen up to the
Maybe we can
B7
show what happens if the queen were to step up a square, because he's done it!
He has made a mistake, Duda, not playing the best move. The advantage is gone, according to the computer. He should have just stepped back, keep the queen safe, and he's winning. But there we go, the evaluation bar dropping now, because he did step forward. I mentioned it's his style, and there's a trick. Is there a trick here, Jovanka?
Yeah, the knight can jump to the f4 square.
Wow.
And the whole point is after pawn takes knight.
Sacrificing the knight. Oh, he misses it, Liam. Duda shook his head. He realised he'd blundered. He would actually lose his queen here, Duda. He leans back, breathing a sigh of relief. This check, as Jovanka mentioned, it's captured, and the rook swings out of the way with a check and opens up a discovered attack against the white queen. Black would actually be winning here. We could have seen a huge turnaround. Capturing this knight would have been a huge mistake. You have to go back, but the same idea again. This tension between the queens would be great for black because you can throw your rook out of the way with a check. And once the rook is captured, the white queen falls. Wow, Duda has got out of jail there. Yes, this position is still OK for white after you take the black knight, but it's anyone's game again with the black queen super strong. Duda shaking his head. Oh, Liam, he just didn't stop. He didn't look for checks. The top players, when they make blunders, it's because they don't look for checks, captures or threats.
Yeah.
This knight move would have turned things around.
But hang on a second, you know, things are no longer so easy for Duda here, even with Liam not spotting this particular trick. Because take a look, you know, the white king unsafe, black's pawns are starting to look a little bit menacing. The rooks, beautifully placed, they can come down to the second row.
White's queen has meanwhile slid away. I think Duda did realise that that was an idea. He realised his queen was on a loose square, so he's run away. But you mentioned, Jovanka, another idea. Bring the rooks down, conquer the second rank, break through to the white king.
And Liam has played that move.
Yeah, suddenly, yeah, OK, he missed a big opportunity, Liam, but the psychological blow Duda must have had when he realised he blundered. Oof, this one is going to be hard now to convert. OK, he brings his rook across, maybe a good start, but things are falling. This pawn is loose at some point. Black is definitely fighting now. I could imagine a situation where you throw this pawn down the board just to annoy white as well. Suddenly, big turnaround possible. Oof, let's go to the players. I think maybe black can even take this pawn right now, creating some threats against the white bishop. And some tricks in the air, but whose game is it now? Who knows? Duda with 2 minutes left.
Yeah, I really like your idea of actually pushing Harry, the H-pawn, 1 square, just to unsettle white.
It's a scary type of move.
It is. Yeah. And it just reminds me of some of my games in the Grand Swiss, where I was winning, but maybe not full control, and then I let my opponent just turn it around. It's a difficult position to handle, actually, because you see so many ghosts and you have to be calculating everything at every turn.
Yeah, and Liam is doing something really, really clever. He's just, OK, firstly giving up the piece just to make it messy, but making it messy in general. That is the tip. When you need to win or when you're struggling, don't just go passive, defend, allow your opponent to slowly improve and beat you. Just make a mess. At least open up the idea of a counterattack and your opponent will get scared or maybe even make those mistakes, make those blunders like Duda did.
Oh, wow. Well, but Jan-Krzysztof, he only needs a draw. The bar is saying draw, but he has less time on the clock. And Liam, I mean, he looks so much more inspired now. He's been leaning back, you know, hasn't looked too inspired, but now, you know, looks like he sees some hope.
Yeah. I think he's realised that the position is something that Australian Grandmaster David Smerdon in his chessable course, as well as his book, calls window ledging, which is when, you know, you're backed up against the corner and you just decide, okay, you know what, let's take some risks.
Yeah.
And let's jump out of the window, let's go to the window ledge, and if you're going to follow me, you know, we both are going to be treading a fine line. And so this is something that I feel that Duda is on right now. Both sides, they could just lose it on with one bad move, but the risk is there for both of them.
Yeah, and we should maybe mention the name of that book, that course, because especially with the release of a recent Netflix show, the term might be really pertinent to some. It's called the Complete Chess Swindler. It's like the Tinder swindler, but with chess. So you swindle your opponents, you trick them, you trap them, you lure them out into kind of uncharted waters, as Jovanka mentioned, and you at least get them to risk their own position, their own results.
That's cool. And David Smurden is also the man behind the Fighting Chess Index. And that's super cool to follow, who is playing the most fighting chess. Ding and Magnus, they have good scores on the Fighting Chess Index, and Game 4 just started. Must-win situation for Ding with the white pieces. Magnus is up by 1 point, and we will, of course, go to that game when this one finishes. And if this is a win for Liam, well, then these two players will head to tie breaks.
Yeah, and he's been burning a lot of time on the clock on this one move. It's maybe because for the first time in a long time, Black actually has options. As mentioned, Black can go and capture a pawn with his queen. He can push this pawn, Harry, down just to annoy White's king. You could make an argument maybe for trading a set of rooks on the second rank first. Oof, so many options. You can push maybe Black's f-pawn. The one thing you don't want to do right now, the one thing you can't do is push Black's e-pawn forward, because White actually, suddenly, once the White bishop is unleashed on a diagonal, White can come over and deliver checkmate. The White queen actually poised, but a trade of rooks.
Yeah, we see a trade of rooks, and it's the king that captured. Do you like Duda's choice of capturing with the king? Or somehow it feels like he's a bit bold, right?
Yeah, the idea now is that if the Black rook comes down to the second rank, White can actually challenge and block with his own rook. I guess he just didn't want to go passive with the White queen. White's queen could have come back and kind of swooped into the defense of her king, but then there would have been pawn pushers maybe, and White's queen, I think it needed to stay active. So Duda finding a good move there, even if it looks a bit weird, even if it looks a bit unnatural. And again, question for Liam, which pawn to push or which pawn to grab? Suddenly the clock times are basically level. Yeah. Liam's time advantage, it's gone. I think he's realised that he's right back in this game, but he still needs to be accurate, still needs to be quick.
Yeah, it is definitely a question. If it were me, I think I'd probably grab the pawn with the queen.
Yeah, at least once you remove White's b-pawn over there on the left side, you do have two runners, two passed pawns of your own. And, OK, Duda, meanwhile, looking pretty chill, just checking out his nails there. And, some players have nervous tics. I noticed there are a few players I've played in the past, they kind of pick their nails when they're really nervous or in time trouble, just itching for their opponents to move so that they can reply instantly.
Yeah. I know one person's tic. Do this. My husband. And whenever I see him do this, I was like, oh, he's stressed. He's not going to win.
OK, so we did see a rook check. White blocked that check on the second rank. And now, as predicted, Black did go and capture this pawn. And Duda suddenly leaning forward again, refocusing. The White queen can deliver some checks now, though. Maybe the White queen can, I'm not sure where, but deliver a check from the top on the 8th rank. I'm slightly scared now. White's bishop is under fire. There's still some threats of breaking through to the White king, so White needs to do something really quickly. And, OK, she does give a check. And this is a clever square. If the knight goes back, if the Black knight blocks, then the White queen can come back and capture a pawn in the centre.
But hang on a second. Duda just needs a draw.
Yeah. The question is whether he can...
Can he just...
draw right now?
Right now, yeah, exactly. Can he carry on checking?
Yeah, so the Black knight cannot block. As mentioned, the Black knight has to keep Black's pawn in the centre guarded. And the question Jovanka is asking is, where's this Black king going to hide if White just gives check with the queen forever? And is there going to be a way to block and run out of the checks? Maybe not. Black has to find a way to plant his king on a square and use the Black knight as a blockader. But Black's knight is needed guarding its pawns. Second time we've seen this position, Duda is heading for the draw. Is he going to get it? If this position repeats itself one more time, the game is a draw. Duda is through to the final.
And he has to step forward with the king onto...
A draw is the same as a loss here for Liam. He needs to take a different path with his king and hope. But the problem is, if you walk with your king towards the centre, you're just going to get checkmated, and I think we're about to see the draw. There's no way for Liam to escape this perpetual check. Duda has found a way to safety. Oh, he ran it close there. He lost control completely, but at the end...
Well, this is what we ask of the players, right? And a draw agreed, and Duda is through to the finals.
It's over. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is ready for his very first final in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. A great win here in his semi-final match against Liam Le, who's been on fire in the Charity Cup. He won the preliminaries. He had a great performance in the quarterfinals. But Jan-Krzysztof Duda, due to a little bit of luck, but also, of course, some great chess, was able to win this. But there was a little bit of drama in this final game, David.
There was one moment, and both players actually missed a resource. Jovanka spotted it. It was all to do with checks and discovered attacks. And it was in this position, maybe Liam could have turned it around. He could have actually won the white queen if he had realised that he can open up the white king to checks and attacks. And this all starts with a knight jump, knight check. And if the pawn captures the knight, suddenly the rook swings across. And look at this, check. And you win the white queen on the next turn. And likewise, if the white king had run away from this annoying check, the king stepping back, for example, the black rook can jettison itself anyway, give itself up, but in order to open up an attack against the white queen falls, and this type of position, it's crazy. Black has a queen, white has a rook and two minor pieces, but it would have been anyone's game. Liam would have had great chances to qualify, or at least equalise the score and get to the tiebreaks. Instead, he missed this opportunity, just swinging his rook across, and as we saw, Duda survived by the skin of his teeth.
Wow. And that means ready for the Charity Cup final. Impressive stuff by Jan-Krzysztof Duda. And, well, Jovanka, it's been a little up and down for him this tournament. How impressed are you with the 23-year-old?
I'm incredibly impressed. You know, we've spoken a lot about luck, but the reality is, in order to find that luck, he has to be able to take those opportunities. He has to find himself in those resilient situations. And I'm very, very impressed. And especially because when you bear in mind that in day 3, he suffered 3 losses in a row.
Yeah.
And it felt like, oh my goodness me, he might not even qualify to the knockout stages. And he has. And what can I say? He's playing great chess.
Yeah.
And he's finding those opportunities when they most matter. And that is what chess is all about. It's not necessarily about making mistakes. It's about not making the last mistake.
Yeah. And of course, you create your own luck. And, well, 2.5 months before the candidates, David, what does this tell us about Duda?
It's a good sign for him, just making those chances, fighting these really complicated battles. I think this is just the ultimate way to prepare for an important tournament like the candidates. He'll be playing the best in the world. They'll be taking risks to try and beat him. So games like this one where he can calculate, yes, you'll miss a few things, but it's better to miss them now than in the candidates. And yeah, I think Duda, he's going to be very much relying on being confident in those candidates. It's his only chance to win it. And yeah, I think if he plays this type of game, riding his luck occasionally, but making it messy, that's his best chance when we do try and find the next challenger for Magnus.
Oh, that's going to be exciting. And, well, Magnus is currently playing Game 4 against Ding Liren, which is a must-win situation for Ding. We're going to head to that game very shortly, but we're hoping to get a comment from Jan-Krzysztof about making it to his first final. And, well, with him in the final, Jovanka, what should we expect? What is the style of Jan-Krzysztof Duda, other than luck?
No. I mean, it's uncompromising. He does play very energetically. He really kind of thrives in the mess and the chaos. And he has just a very active style, And what we've seen as well, when the chips are down, when he has bad positions, he's resilient. He's got grit. He's able to fight on. And this is the hallmarks of a great player.
Definitely. And, well, Jan-Krzysztof Duda, he is getting ready for an interview with us. After that, we're going to head straight to the 4th game with Magnus and Ding. Just an update, David?
Yeah, it's still early days, but Ding does have a very playable position. We have seen a situation where he's castled on the queen side. He's going to try and attack Magnus with everything he's got. So I'm looking forward to that one. It will be heating up by the time we join it.
And whoever wins that semi-final match will face Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the final. Congratulations, Jan-Krzysztof.
Thank you.
So, your very first final in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour, what does that feel like?
Yeah, it feels great. I'm very happy that I have managed to win today's match because Le Quang is a very difficult opponent, and he's been in great form, I think, so far in this event. Also today, I mean, I just happened to win not so great first game, and after that it was actually pretty difficult for him to come back, but I think he played very well, even in the last game. Like in several moments, I thought it's kind of pretty hopeless situation for him to win a game with Black. But I mean, he played very, very creatively and surely got some chances. Luckily for me, I was kind of alert, and even though in one moment I thought I was just winning by force and totally relaxed, and then missed through C6 move, and and also played probably not so accurate Queen B7, and after that I just wanna point out there was a nice trick, because when I played Queen B7 I wanted to play Rook D2 afterwards, but after Rook D2 I think Rook D2 was losing to Knight H4 check, very nice trick, and when I recaptured the knight, G takes H4, then Rook G6 check, and my Queen B7 is lost. So but I just stay alert, stay cool, and managed to not to lose the final game.
Now, you've said it before. We talked a little bit about it today, that you blame a lot of your success to luck. And have you felt a little lucky throughout the day, besides your many of your fantastic moves?
Yeah, sort of. I mean, okay, in the first game I was like clearly worse in an endgame. Maybe it was even lost. Like I was just positionally much worse and without any direct counterplay. But then, I mean, I somehow managed to, to break the pattern, like to create some chances, some dynamics in the position, and then I mean it got kind of crazy, but that was basically my only chance there. So and he of course blundered in one move, so that was of course very, very, very big upset for him, and I mean it basically lost a match for him. In the second game I was also losing, I think, at one point. I just miscalculated. But we both, I think we both just didn't see a good way for Black. So in the third game also he created. I mean, it was very uncomfortable for me, but probably throughout the game I was okay. And even though it was very stressful, because he had always this repetition, perpetual possible, and there was some very, very scary looking attack. I didn't think there was anything in particular for him, and probably there wasn't. Also, I wasn't sure about this variation. I mean, I had it analyzed for sure, but somehow I got a feeling that I might have mixed up moves and got the same position without tempo, which of course would be disastrous because the position was very, very complicated. I mean he was attacking me, so basically every tempo counted. But I think that was the position I had analyzed, and I played some decent moves today.
Yes, you definitely did.
But still, it's the first game, was the most crucial in the end.
Yeah, but okay, well, talking a little bit about luck though, do you have some sort of lucky things that you do before game, or I don't know, lucky underwear or something like that?
Not really.
Aha.
I don't have. I just try, to relax a little bit when I have this break, 15 minutes break. I don't know, chill out a little bit, just not to think about about chess for a while.
Yeah.
But in general, somewhat paradoxically, I mean, I used to always have something lucky. I mean, some lucky item, or I don't know, pen or T-shirt. But this time I managed to reach final without those.
Well, sounds like a plan. And final question. I mean, it is 2.5 months now until the candidate. So what does it mean to you and to your confidence to reach now a final in a big and strong tournament before that starts?
Yeah, it's of course very nice. Also considering that I'm not playing my usual opening. Because of course I hide them for the candidates. So it's even more special actually. But it also can be seen. Yeah, I mean, in some games like today's first game. I mean, normally I wouldn't play Queen's Gambit Decline. Like I have never played it before, really with Black, but just wanted to give a go, a shot against Le, and so of course it's always good to play nice games and to win, but still, it's probably not that important in terms of candidates itself. Like it's just different tournament, different formats, you know, and but of course it's kind of very nice because I have struggled so much last year that it's very nice feeling actually to reach the final.
Fantastic. We're super happy for you, Jan-Krzysztof, and whoever you will face, we wish you best of luck when the final starts tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks for joining us. And we're going to find out now who will be the opposition for Jan-Krzysztof Duda. It's a must-win situation for Ding in Game 4 against Magnus, who is up by 1 point. Is there chances for the Chinese here?
There's definitely chances for Ding. It's early days, it's level material, but there are some imbalances in the position, and it's mostly to do with the kings right now. Look at White's king. Yes, it's castled off to the queen side, to the left side, which normally signals aggressive intentions, but also the black king, its counterpart, sitting in the center. And Magnus also low on the time, low on the clock. He's just been trying to work out which way to go with the black king. The black king is definitely going, I think, the same side as White's king. It looks too scary to go over to the traditional side, the king side, because White also on the H file has an open line. And here I think we'll see Ding push a pawn. There we go. He's trying to really hammer open this H file. There was actually a pin as well, so Black's king had to evacuate before anything opened up. And if we do see a trade of pawns, White also has a better pawn structure. Black has the 2 bishops in compensation, but Black's bishop, especially the light square bishop, just staring at its own pawns right now. It's sufficiently imbalanced for Ding to be happy. He can't have wished for more from the opening at this stage.
Nice. All right. And also, he has plenty of time on his clock. Magnus Carlsen is down to 7 minutes in this game, where he only needs a draw. And he's leaning back. I'm not sure if he's a little bit worried.
I think he's trying to just take a bird's eye view of his position because, it's uncomfortable. And the reason why it's uncomfortable is just because he doesn't have any space for his minor pieces. And it's very thematic for White to just jump in with his knight into the center and try to restrain Black's pawn breaks, especially the c6 pawn, and that will liberate the light squared bishop. And usually White will play along that line. And it's not really obvious what Black will be doing.
Yeah, Black still needs another timeout. This is something Magnus himself has said. When you castle on the queen side, you always need to take a timeout to push your king 1 square further and basically pretend that you've castled on the other side of the board. You want to be as close to the corner as possible. The black king definitely doesn't feel safe on the same line as the white queen. So Ding actually has a couple of moves now. He has this move and the next move if Black does have to waste one tempo, moving his king towards the corner, and he can create threats immediately. 2 main options appeal to me. There's actually now a threat on White's pawn here. Firstly, you can trade a set of pawns, you can capture, and if Black recaptures, for example, then Black has an isolated pawn. This is maybe a target for later. You could lift a rook up, you could try and attack this pawn and double up against this weakness. And secondarily, the other option is maybe a deeper one, a more strategic one. It's at least not as brute force as just capturing a set of pawns. It's to push further. You're undermining this guy, and therefore, indirectly, you're undermining the pawn in the center, which loses its protection. For example, if we see a trade now, then White will happily recapture, and there's an isolated pawn in the center of the board. There's also outposts for the white knights in front of this pawn. And I think this would favor White, definitely. For example, the bishop can even sneak forward and start attacking this weakness. And this one appeals to me more. It does feel a bit loose if black doesn't take this pawn. Okay, he does go for the simple approach to the trade. Here, I was going to say, then black's pawns are still weak, and white has a pawn ready for the endgame, just 2 squares away from promotion. Instead, we saw some captures. White did indeed take this pawn on h6, and after a rook trade, same dilemma for white. How to attack this pawn? The reason I was slightly hesitant and maybe edging towards the other option is because after white's rook slides across, it's actually quite easy to defend this isolated pawn with the bishop. And one weakness is not enough. You need 2 weaknesses to really push an advantage to overwhelm black's forces.
Okay. Yeah, like you say, a weakness isn't enough, especially if it can be easily defended. And we have to always remember that bishops are long-range pieces and they can actually do a great job standing on their starting square.
It's got his eyes over here. It's defending this pawn. This looks fine for white, but wow, Ding, really sneaky move there. Instead of bringing his rook across, which we saw was easily kind of rebuffed, the pawn, the threat against the pawn at least, not too scary, he's found something even deeper. Dropping his bishop back, maybe his idea. Now that this king side has been completely evacuated and there are a couple of weak pawns, maybe his idea is to jump deep into black's camp with the white queen, jump in the whole way. And actually, now it's hard to defend the black pawns. For example, if black takes a timeout, as mentioned, and moves the king, then whoops, one of these 2 pawns is going to drop. The white queen is a fearsome attacker, and not just of kings, of pawns and weaknesses in general.
Yeah, I like Ding's move. It's very subtle, very clever, and also, should the knight relocate itself to defend that h7 square, well, there's consequences to that jump as well, because suddenly the white knight can jump into the middle of the board uncontested.
Yeah. If white gets a knight in, attacking these weaknesses as well is equally deadly. I feel in the current position, Magnus is walking a tightrope already just to survive. Maybe he needs to bring his rook across just to stop the white queen using this key square, or maybe another option is to push this pawn forward to block the white queen's diagonal, but this would also leave weaknesses in the camp. It's looking good for Ding.
And remember, if he wins this game, we will finally see some tie breaks. It's going to be 2 blitz games and then potentially an Armageddon game to decide who goes through to the final. But Ding also, he has to win this game. And actually the clock where he's sitting just past 4:30 in the morning, but maybe feeling inspired. The sun should probably be rising soon. So maybe some light will be coming into his room very soon.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's a very tough time schedule for Ding. You know, we mentioned it many times, but the reason why it's so tough is because the body itself isn't necessarily used to it. Yes, he might have been training for this particular time.
But then the tournament is even longer, kind of, because then he has to start to shift his routine already maybe a week before it starts.
Exactly. I mean, he will have to be in chess mode at 1 a.m. for maybe 1 week before the event, which is difficult. And also, it's very difficult because, you know, it takes its toll, undoubtedly. And also, your eyes are not getting natural light, and that's not great. And Laurent Freycinet said it himself when they were helping Magnus, and they were at the normal time, same time zone as Magnus, working throughout the night was really demanding. And they could do it for the first week, but after that, they struggled.
Yeah.
So this is why they all fly to Thailand, and this is when they do the World Championship prep.
Yeah.
And they work during the day and
sleep,
exactly,
like
sleep during the night.
And remember, there is a video series on Magnus Carlsen's team work for that match in Dubai, the World Championship match that is out on Chess 24 Premium, The Road to Dubai, which is many hours of discussion between his seconds about their prep for that match.
I actually started watching that yesterday, and it's a really long video series, so I didn't get that far. But it's fascinating, just kind of a peek behind the scenes of how top athletes in the world, how they train, how they work. And yeah, just the attention to detail is impressive. We don't see that, we just see Magnus play, we assume he's genius, but there's a lot of work behind the scenes by his coaches, by his whole team, in order to kind of make sure that he can perform at his best day in, day out.
And also you have to kind of choose human moves against what is going to be undoubtedly incredible computer preparation that your opponent has in store. So
eternal dilemma nowadays, this new generation, it's all about battling computers, just finding ways to stay ahead of the pack. And that's video series on Chess 24, highly recommended. Meanwhile, couple of moves on the board. Black trying to block the white queen's diagonal, the path into the black camp, as we mentioned, and white trying to insist that the white queen is going to get active, now offering a trade, really exploding open the center. And to me, it makes a lot of sense. The evaluation bar, not so sure, but common wisdom does dictate that when you're fighting against the bishop pair, here white has only one bishop, black has two, you should accelerate the play, speed things up before the opponent's bishops start to assert their control on the position, before they come to life. And Jovanka earlier mentioned one idea of activating the black light squared bishop, pushing pawns. Ding is trying to ensure that he gets active before black is ready. So offering a pawn trade now. If black captures this white pawn that has just moved, then the white queen might jump in, the white knight might centralize itself. I think it's a good practical try from Ding, and he's at least forcing Magnus to spend a lot of time on the clock. Yeah. There we go, the knight centralizing itself. And some quick moves. I mentioned Magnus was itching to just slide his king across to safety. White's rook now clamping down on this black c-pawn. The black c-pawn is a backward pawn. Can't be pushed yet.
All right, and remember, this is the Charity Cup. We're doing our auction for UNICEF and their work in Ukraine. The current situation is 90-something. Let's see.
It was
98,000. Ooh, past $98,000. All money going to UNICEF. And can we get to $100,000 by the end of today? That would be amazing. Please donate whatever you can. Every single dollar is so much appreciated. All right, and can Ding Liren win this game?
It's looking possible.
It is possible. It is very messy. You know, there's a lot of chaos on both sides, for both sides rather. And I like what Magnus has done. So Magnus just stepping back with his queen. The queen really wasn't working on its original square, so why not get ready to move it to somewhere where it could potentially cause a bit of a problem. I'm thinking of putting it on the f4 square. That's one idea that I have. And for Ding, of course, there is this lovely bind that he has. The only piece that's not working is that light squared bishop. If he could get that into the game, it would be almost game over, right?
Yeah. It's hard for white to improve, that's the problem. If you look at white's pieces, they're all almost perfect. White's knights are on great posts, they can't be kicked away, and they're very nicely centralized. White's queen and rook also lined up together. White's bishop, as Jovanka mentions, maybe that's the only piece, but in order to improve it, you need to move your knights out the way, you need to maybe worsen some other pieces. And that's Ding's dilemma, how to improve your pieces. It doesn't look possible necessarily. And meanwhile, Magnus, he's going to wriggle, he's going to maybe, as you mentioned, jump into white's half with the black queen. The black rook can kind of swing side to side. It's just strategically so complex. Where do you want your pieces? Which weaknesses are you going to target? So many questions for Ding to answer. And I mean, to answer them at this time of night, 4 a.m. in the morning, is hard. But yeah, I mean, he's done a great job of at least making it this far, imbalancing it, kind of a different complement of pieces, knights against bishops, different pawn structures. And that's what you have to do when you're in must-win situations. But actually pushing that further, that is the hardest part. And his time situation is good at the moment, but Ding needs to move in quickly over the next couple of turns. One thing I would be very tempted to do is shuffle the white king right into the corner, just to keep it nice and safe, just in case things open up. You don't want to have to lose time with your king later on. But then again, it's not clear that that really helps long term. So do you just pass and move and kind of pass the question back to Magnus, or do you actually try to maneuver your pieces? And if so, where? I
was just evaluating whether black can't push their pawn forward, the breakout move, which is c6, c5, liberating the light square bishop. So I thought, you know, the big issue for me is this light square bishop. I want to give it a great home. So now I'm thinking a knight needs to move out of the way, and I've got just the knight. I think the knight on f3 can move itself to d2. Yeah. And it's going backwards, I know, but it does have a plan of actually moving to the b3 square. And I'm actually thinking that the light square bishop can actually find itself a home on f3. I know it's in front of pawns, but the aim of the game is just to maximize the pieces and just cause maximum discomfort toward black.
I like this as well, actually. Now you mention it, Jovanka. The bishop also maybe having an avenue towards this isolated pawn, and this would force black, as you mentioned, to break out. There's only 2 pawn breaks. Black needs to open the position for his bishops, and that means, okay, push this one, which doesn't look possible because this square is guarded sufficiently by white's pieces. It's guarded once, twice, 3 times, 4 times as well by the white rook. So I don't think this is possible, but maybe black can advance in the center here. And once you capture, suddenly things do open for black's pieces. Suddenly the rook is allowed kind of an open file and still very complex. I'm not sure who's better, for example, after the white knight moves to the side. And, OK, I liked your move the more I looked at it. Another option was to just slide the king into the corner, just in case things did open up. Ding, meanwhile, decides, OK, the king maybe needing some breathing space. He pushes this pawn forward. But, OK, that doesn't necessarily improve things either. Ding, I think he just ran out of ideas, ran out of time to figure out a long-term plan and just decided a non-committal, slow improving move. But now black does have the option, as Ivanka also mentioned, of the queen coming up to this square. And at least this queen will annoy white slightly. This knight is a bit loose next to her. And maybe some ideas later of bringing the rook across just to stare down at some of the white pawns. It's still very much in the balance right now. It's going to come down to who has the stronger nerves and who can calculate when finally, as it will, the position opens up. It's all about these 2 pawn breaks. It's going to initiate. It's like Pandora's box. Once one of those pawn pushes happens, everything's going to flood out. It just depends who is going to be more ready for that to happen.
But in Pandora's box, one last one. It was all bad except one. The last one was hope. And that was very sweet. And the queen does come out onto that annoying square, as we've highlighted. So, OK, big issue for white, how to overprotect the knight, how to kind of kick that queen away. It's very complex.
Yeah, some viewers might be wondering, why not just push a pawn, push white's g-pawn to kick the black queen away, force her away, to retreat at least. But the problem is, once you push that white g-pawn, your other knights become a lot looser. You loosen up your position, and black's queen will be happy to take a step back. And suddenly, yeah, your pawns don't defend your knights anymore. It just feels kind of like tactically there will be some weaknesses in your position. So Ding, I think he's reluctant to push pawns to attack this black queen. But if you can't, then what? Maybe the white bishop can move to support the knight in the center. I'm very worried at the wrong moment. I mean, for Ding at least, the wrong moment that black's pawns are going to push.
Yeah, I mean, isn't that an immediate threat right now? So if white makes a non-move, then actually black will break out and liberate the light square bishop, primarily because primarily because the king and queen are on the same diagonal.
Yeah, that's why earlier I wanted to shuffle the white king into the corner, maybe. We call it prophylactic play, just to kind of, just prophylaxis, just shuffle the king away. You see your opponent's threats, you prevent it in advance. Problem is, it's time-consuming, and white needs to really deal with this threat. Black's bishops are about to come to life. And Ding, also his time advantage, which was quite significant earlier, it's disappeared. It's almost gone now. So, okay, he needs to up the pace. We saw a time trouble blunder from him in the last game. He was on the brink of a draw. Just some natural checks would have saved him a draw in the last game, but not enough time to calculate. Will that happen again? Will lightning strike twice?
What do you think right now? If you walked into a room seeing this game, would you say draw or would you say something else?
I'd say balanced, but that doesn't mean draw. All 3 results possible.
I do like my nieces. I go, I don't know. I don't know what's happening. It's a crazy game.
Yeah.
It's a crazy position. I mean, everything is hanging on this balance and everything is kind of hinging on moves and ideas. And there's a big threat in the position, as we've highlighted. And first of all, white needs to take actions to prevent that. And, Ding does go for my knight maneuver, but maybe not quite at the right minute. And wow, here comes the breakout. Yeah, Magnus has released the light square bishop, and Pandora's box has been opened.
That's right, and suddenly the black pieces are going to pour out of that box. The black light square bishop we mentioned, hitting white's knight in the center. The black knight, once it moves, will unleash the black rook. Notice how white's knight that did just retreat to the d2 square is on the same line as the black rook. And using that kind of small detail, that tactic, Magnus has realized he's ready to break out. And notice how quickly he played that last move. He had been calculating in Ding's time. Ding had those long, long thinks. And he wants to scare Ding on the clock. And just the ghosts, the psychological remnants of that last game, I think are already haunting Ding. You saw him shaking his head even before this move. And now he's lost complete control. The box has opened, black's pouring forward. And despite, again, the evaluation bar in the middle, it's momentum black, it's momentum Magnus.
Shall we have a look at the position? Because people might be asking, why can't white just go pawn takes pawn? And yeah, happy pawn up.
It looks like, again, white's controlling the square with a knight, with a queen, with the rook behind it, and white also threatens to step forward, attacking two pieces, and even further. But the problem is, now black can play knight takes pawn, and this is what we meant by Pandora's box opening. Suddenly, this knight, yes, it can be captured, but the rook is unleashed. Rook takes knight would be devastating. Suddenly, the queen, the rook combine. The bishops are also poised, ready to jump forward. And yeah, I think this was just impossible. You can't let the rook into the game. So Ding first throws his pawn forward before opening the box even further and capturing this pawn. He at least kicks away the black queen, and the black queen, I think, is just going to retreat one square. Yeah, there she goes, safely. Also on the same diagonal as the white king. So same dilemma exists. If you take this pawn, black will play knight takes pawn. And yeah, still some problems after you recapture. This knight firstly can be captured. This knight can be captured as well. It's hard to even pick here for black because there's just too many tempting options. For example, you can take this knight, hitting the white queen, and I think you're doing well. And we're heading in this direction. This position is on the board. I think Magnus is going to at least save the draw, which he needs to progress to the final if he takes this pawn. And, OK, maximum pressure, as we mentioned. Knight takes here would be met by rook, capturing, because the white queen cannot take back due to this pin. We would just see queen trade, everything disappearing from the board. So therefore, Ding just defended his knight in the centre with his bishop. But some crazy tactics here. First thing that came to my mind was whether black can capture this bishop. The evaluation bar shooting up in black's favour. Maybe Magnus can win this game by sacrificing his queen.
Wow.
Removing the defender of the knights in the centre, and suddenly after knight takes queen, bishop takes knight in the middle. Look at this, pin and win. At the very end, you win a piece. And after all these trades, black emerges with an extra bishop.
Yep.
Is he winning, Ivanka?
That's the computer's top suggestion. It says not quite winning, but black is better. I mean, it's been chaos, you know, after that pawn release, that pawn break, you know, it's just been absolute madness, and the complications have not favoured Ding. And, OK, Magnus doesn't play it, but this is a very natural move as well, bringing the rook to the action.
Yeah, I think that other line, yes, it might have been strong, but there were some complications. Black could have ignored the queen sacrifice, and now look at all these trades incoming. Everything's going to get eliminated. The queens have just left the board, and yeah, right now, Magnus only needing a draw. He's a big favourite to achieve it. Suddenly, everything's got traded, and these bishops looking at each other as well, and just pawns, pieces disappearing. Ding's winning chances disappearing with them. Wow, Magnus just, yeah, full control. Maybe if he needed to win, he would have gone for the other option, but he just needs a draw, remember.
And is there any chance for Ding to create some kind of winning possibilities? Because, yes, the knight is not that great against the bishop, but, you know, black's pawn structure on the right, they're isolated, they're potentially weak.
I think it's just a matter of timing here. White's king is so far away from kind of reaching the centre of the board. Also, if you look at all white's pawns, they're on dark squares. They are easy targets for black's bishop. It takes white too long, I think, to go after these kind of separated black pawns on the right side. Meanwhile, bishops are better than knights with pawns on both sides of the board. Black's king has a clear route into the centre. If anyone's better, I think it's black.
And all of white's pawns are located on dark squares. And what does black have? A dark squared bishop.
Yeah.
Life is unfortunate sometimes.
All right, it's looking very good for Magnus Carlsen now to head to the final in the Charity Cup. And as we're seeing, Samuel from the United States donating, Tim from Latvia donating. We're seeing India, we're seeing all of you from around the world coming together here, helping UNICEF in their help in Ukraine. And can we make it to $100,000 today? Currently, guys, a little over $99,000. We know David loves it when we reach move 100. Can we reach $100,000 today? That would be amazing. Thank you to everyone who is participating in the fundraiser.
It would be awesome if we did it before this game finishes.
I know.
That would just be insane. $100,000. I didn't even dream that was possible when the show started.
Chess community coming together. Amazing. Germany. Thank you, Siegfried, for donating. All right. And, well, in this game, are we heading towards a draw that will send Magnus to the final?
Yes. Unfortunately for Ding and all his fans, it looks like this is the end of the journey. Magnus just being cynical, pushing pawns, trading things off. The black bishop can now take a pawn. Ding, with his last move, is actually sacrificing in order to at least try and create some imbalance, in order to try and win this game. But unfortunately for him, he's currently a pawn down, and now White's knight, capturing the black h-pawn, would just walk into a double attack. Black's bishop would slide back, checking the white king, hitting the white knight. That means White has to lose a bit more time. And now, for example, the black king can start making a move.
Has to dash in towards the action, you know. The king doesn't want to feel left out. And knight takes pawn, but okay, White's pawn, it's passed pawn, yes, but it can be caught very easily.
It's going to be stopped at some point by Black's king or by Black's bishop. And yeah, just running out of pawns. If Magnus wants to just kind of lock down this game, at some point he's going to bring his bishop back to the center. Firstly, stopping White's g-pawn, but also hitting White's pawns on the left side, just reminding White that his pawns are weak on both sides of the board. So Magnus just taking a time out, pausing, calculating that, yes, he can bring his king over or he can bring his bishop back. And he realizes he is in time to do this. Just in time with the black king, but he's worked it all out. And OK, here we go, the pawn making its move.
And now it's tempting, actually. I thought it was going to run to the left with the king. Just to remind White, you know, hey, maybe Black can win this. But OK, Magnus doing what is necessary. And now there's a big threat on the board. The bishop is going to take a step back and give a check to the White king, and that would pick up some material.
Yeah, so White can't even push that far advanced pawn. If White pushes his g-pawn forward, the black bishop, as Jan-Krzysztof mentions, will slide back to the e3 square, check, winning the white knight and stopping the pawn in the process. Bishops, they're just so frustrating in these situations. They just tend to stop everything. They can easily, just with one move, flick back and stop opponent's pawns. And wow,
oh,
Ding.
No, blunder from Ding.
And
oh,
and
no.
immediately resigns. With 5 seconds left on the clock, there the bar jumps up. And it's over for Ding Liren. He is knocked out of the Charity Cup. World champion Magnus Carlsen reaches another final in the Meltwater Champions Chess Tour. Not celebrating at all here, and look at Ding.
It's heartbreaking, isn't it? Yeah. I mean, so close and yet so far away. You know, what can I say? At the end, you know, that's a very uncharacteristic blunder from Ding.
And this is, Ding right now, probably just looking over this game. It's had such a strong performance this tournament as well.
Yeah, this is, I think, by far one of his best performances on the Champions Chess Tour last season, this season, and he came so close against Magnus. It was just one move in the previous game. This final game, he could have drawn it. He just needed to take a risk or two to try and win, and yeah, that final blunder, it's sad just to leave that sour taste in the mouth, but he would have been eliminated anyway. With best, it would have been a draw with best play. So yeah, it's heartbreaking times. It's sad to see, but we want to see him back in the candidates. He's going to be playing a lot more in the next few months, and he has shown in this event he's one of the best in the world.
Oh, definitely. What a player. But this final game, though, David, what eventually happened?
Yeah, I just want to show the final couple of moves just to show how Magnus firstly got the win, but how he secured his place in the final. And it was heartbreak for Ding fans, but Magnus's path to victory was quite instructive. Here, remember, White has a really dangerous pawn, marching only 3 squares away from promotion, and Black could stop it with a bishop, sliding it back to guard the 7th rank, to guard this square, but instead Magnus went with the king, and actually this provoked Ding's final blunder. This pawn did indeed advance. There's not much else you can do. You have to maybe move the knight out of the way, but Black's bishop, remember, would enter the center of the board anyway. But after pawn stepped forward, there's a nasty check, and once White's king moves, the knight drops off. The bishop also stops the advance of this pawn, and Bishop's just so strong in these endgames. Magnus took the win, Ding eliminated.
And that means Magnus Carlsen is ready for another final in the Champions Chess Tour. Big congratulations, Magnus.
Thank you.
How tough was this match against Ding?
Yeah, it was really tough, especially. I mean, all the games really were very, very tense. But I think I played quite reasonably today. At least I felt that this was my best day so far. Obviously, I should have won the first game, but he put up very good resistance, and I missed a big resource he had there at some point, and then the rest of the games were just massive fights. But I didn't feel in any of them that I was really being pressed a lot. I think we were just both kind of playing, trying to see what happens, and they were generally, I think, fairly equal, good fights. But yeah, fortunately, I managed to strike first. It was obviously a draw earlier in that game, but I always had some hope, considering how little time he had, that I could somehow trick him. I was conscious, at least in that game, of always keeping some time advantage at the very least, and it turned out to be decisive.
Yeah.
And Magnus, congratulations. It's clear you have a lot of respect for Ding, and I don't know how much you're keeping an eye on the developments with the candidates. Do you think he deserves that spot if he does get it in the end?
Yeah. I mean, I think the whole question of deserving the spot is very, very difficult. Since I think he's clearly the best player who's not in the candidates at the moment, except for me, maybe, who's not going to.
Good point.
But whether that means that he deserves it, that's a lot harder to say, really. For instance, I mean, there are no chess reasons why Karjakin doesn't deserve the spot. Like, he qualified, but I understand that there are other reasons why he's deemed not to deserve it. But I think that whole debate of deserved versus not deserved is very difficult. But I think to devise a system that makes it more likely that players like Ding are actually in the candidates would be a good idea. Since with the current system, it's really hard for anybody to qualify, which is in a way more equitable. It means that more players have the chance. But if you really want the best players to play for the World Championship, then it's definitely not ideal to have these spots from very, very narrow qualifying tournaments, rather than something like rating, for instance, which measures performance over a longer time. So, I mean, personally, I would of course love to see him in the candidates. He would certainly raise the level there.
Super interesting to hear your thoughts about this, Magnus. And well, someone who is definitely playing the candidates is Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who you will face in the final. What can we expect from a match between you guys?
Yeah, obviously, there's been some back and forth. I mean, he beat me in the World Cup, and I've beaten him in a couple of matches in the tour. Otherwise, but yeah, he seemed to hit form the last couple of days. But I wasn't as convinced by his play in the preliminaries. But yeah, he's a very strong player, of course, that is deserving of being here.
It's going to be a cool match to follow. And finally, Magnus, I just want to show you something. So we gave David a chance for a rematch against yourself at 10 years old in the Play Magnus app. And David was actually able to win this time. And this was his reaction. Take a look at this. Can you recognize that feeling after winning, Magnus?
Yeah, certainly that's how I used to react after winning in the last season. Sure.
So David, of course, being a grandmaster, finally winning against Magnus 10. But other people, maybe without grandmaster titles, how impressed are you with the ones who are able to beat yourself at 10 years old with the level you had at that time?
Yeah, I think a lot of people struggle there, since a lot of people when they've played a lot of chess either against the app or other places, they can eventually beat age 8, and then after quite a bit of training, then age 9. But age 10, yeah, that's not a lot of people in general ever reach that level. So I think Magnus ages 9 and 10 has really been hated by a lot of Norwegians, at least.
And David Howell.
I don't think he's getting any fans either from this segment. So
Highlight of my career, Magnus. I can retire happy now, I was saying.
Funny moment. Magnus, we wish you best of luck in the final, and thank you for joining us.
Thank you.
What a moment that was today. Finally, David, you can sleep tonight.
I know, and for a good cause as well. I mean, I'm glad we reached so many moves, 69 moves, and yeah, I slightly regret that I didn't take it further.
Yeah.
Hit that 100 move mark next time, maybe.
FTX was they kindly said yes to donate $100 per move that Grandmaster David Howell lasted, and that was $6,900. And now, let's focus a little bit on the final coming up tomorrow. These are the results from the semifinals. 2 wins for Magnus Carlsen in a very tough match against world number 3. The world champion is ready for his second final this season. And Jan-Krzysztof Duda making it to his very first final ever in the tour with an impressive win against Liam Le, winning that first game. So that means the big final between Magnus and Jan-Krzysztof Duda. He did say a few words about it himself. Magnus, David, what do you expect from a final between these two?
It's difficult to say. I think it's all about Duda's form. Magnus is super consistent. We've seen that for years and years now. But Duda, he's a bit up and down. At his best, he can beat Magnus, as he showed when ending his long unbeaten streak in 2020 and then beating him in the World Cup last year. But also, he can struggle if he's not quite at his best. So it's just about how Duda, how he's feeling tomorrow, the chess he can show us.
Big final, you guys. Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda coming up tomorrow. It's going to be a 2-day match. 4 rapid games coming up tomorrow. And then on the second match on Saturday, another 4 rapid games. And if they are tied, those 2 matches, then tie breaks, which we still haven't seen, actually. But what we have seen is just your huge efforts and kindness in our fundraiser for UNICEF. We have been able to reach $100,000, you guys, and this is how excited we're feeling about that. It's coming.
We're very excited.
Yes.
We are really.
Yeah. Yes. That is actually how we're feeling. $100,000 fundraised for UNICEF and their life-saving work in and around Ukraine, you guys. Thank you so much. And we're not stopping here. We're keeping it up. The goal is $120,000, and we're going to keep it up tomorrow when the final starts. We're looking forward to the chess, and we're looking forward to the fundraiser. But thanks for being with us so far, and we'll see you again tomorrow. It's Friday. It's a good day. All right, but for now, have a good one.